件同重要用語嘅定義以及條文嘅內容仔細清晰，特別係何種行為情況，再加上何種意圖，方會構成犯罪。例如就煽動意圖嘅相關罪行，委員確定喺條例草案下，若任何人基於客觀事實作出合理同正當批評嘅目的，僅為完善相關制度或憲制秩序，或就香港特別行政區嘅機關嘅事宜提出改善建議，有關作為並不會被視為具煽動意圖。此外，因應委員嘅意見，政府當局將動議若干修正案，更清楚界定有關罪行，例如修訂國際組織嘅意義定義，令其文義更清晰，把有關境外干預罪行嘅罪名改稱為危害國家安全嘅境外干預罪，以凸顯擬議罪行並不影響與海外組織正當嘅日常交流，以及喺危害國家安全嘅破壞活動罪下，把位於香港特區嘅公共交通基礎設施及提供物流同金融服務嘅基礎設施納入受保障嘅公共基礎設施嘅涵蓋。另一個法案委員會討論嘅重點係各項罪行喺適合情況下所定嘅例外情況同免責。委員對條例草案就與國家秘密相關嘅罪行，建議設立基於公眾利益而作出指明披露嘅免責辯護，特別關注。委員認為，保護國家秘密本身屬於重要嘅公眾利益，特別係當在沒有合法權限下，披露國家秘密會危害國家安全，但喺個別情況下，若涉及嚴重影響香港特區政府依法執行職能嘅情況，或對公共秩序、公共安全或公眾健康產生嚴重威脅嘅情況，亦可能對國家安全構成威脅。因此，佢哋同意條例草案嘅建議，就作出指明披露嘅免責辯護。Any defense for specified disclosure would have to satisfy a very high threshold and stringent condition to strike a balance between protecting state secrets and making the relevant public interests. 法案委員會亦曾就條例草案有關延長羈留期及諮詢法律代表施加限制嘅措施，以保障被捕人嘅權利之間嘅平衡，作出相當深入嘅and the protection of the rights of an arrested person. 因應實際嘅國家安全風險，而延長羈留期嘅擬議機制
for extending the detention period in light of actual national security risks did not jeopardize the requirement that an arrested person shall be brought promptly before a judge or other officer authorized by law to exercise judicial power and shall be entitled to trial within a reasonable time or to release under the Hong Kong Bill of Rights. It also shows the important role of judicial authorities in its gatekeeping mechanism through independent adjudication. The protections under the relevant provisions ensure that an arrested person will not be detained at will, nor will his right to personal freedom and safety be infringed. Regarding measures for restricting consultations with lawyers, members considered that the bill had provided sufficient protection to cautiously make sure that the measure is in line with the right to have legal consultations with just lawyers. If an arrested person suspected of committing an offense endangering national security is restricted from consulting any lawyer, the longest restriction period is the first 48 hours following the arrest. Compared with other common law jurisdictions where there is no similar time restriction, the bill provides better protection. On a different note, despite partial restrictions of an arrested person's right to consult a lawyer, investigating officers must still respect the rights an arrested person is legally entitled to, including the right to silence. In view of members' suggestions, the administration will move amendments to change lawyer in the clause to legal representative to better reflect legislative intent. The examples above are the amendments to the existing clauses of the bill. On top of these, the administration also took on board suggestions from members and added several clauses to make the bill more comprehensive.
其中一例係賦
One
權
example
行
is
政長官
empowering
會
the
同
Chief
行政會
Executive and
議
Council
可訂立
to make
維護國
subsidiary
家安全
legislation
嘅
for
附屬法
safeguarding
例，
national
以
security
就
in
香港
order
國
to
安法
provide
及其相
further
關
for
解
the
釋，
specific
以及條例草
implementation
案獲
issues
通過後
in
成為
respect
嘅
of the
維
laws
護國家
relevant to
安全條例
safeguarding national
嘅具體
security
實施事宜作出進一步規定，並確保能迅速應
This
對
also
未能
ensures
預示嘅情
the
況。
fact that
政府亦會喺
unforeseen
條例
circumstances
草案
can be
中
swiftly
就體
dealt
現
with.
香港特別行政區
The administration will also
維護國
implement
家
national
安全委員
security
會嘅
education
判
in
斷及
respect
決定，
of
推行
reflecting the
國家安全
judgments
教育
and
及
decisions
具
of
體
the
定
National
公務
Security
人
Committee
需協助
and
維
add new
護國家
clauses to
安全工
provide
作等
that it is
事
necessary
增
for
訂
public
條文。
officers to provide
當局亦
assistance
會
in the
就
work
指
on
明法
safeguarding
院
national
可應
security.
申請採取
The
身份保密
administration will
措
also
施
add a
增
new
訂條
clause
文，以處
empowering
理
a
非涉及
specified
國
court may
家
on
安全案
application
件嘅人，
take
亦有被起底嘅。
anonymity measures in
至
view
於
of
政府
members'
當局
concerns that
將會對條
personnel
例草案
handling
動議嘅
cases
其
not
他修
related
正
to
案，
national
已
security
經
may
喺
also
法
be
案委員
doxed.
會提交嘅書面
As
報
for
告
other amendments
在
to
述。
amendments to bill to be moved by the administration, they have been detailed in the written report submitted by the Bills Committee.
法案委員會經過詳盡嘅審議，
After
肯定條
detailed
例草
scrutiny by
案
the
喺
Bills
維護國
Committee,
家安
the
全
bill
方
has been
面，
confirmed
能
to
夠按普通
effectively
法同
prevent,
法治原則，
suppress, and
有效
impose
防範
punishments
制
a
止
tiny
同懲
minority of
治社會上
persons
極
endangering
少
national
數
security
危害國家
in
安全
accordance
分
with the
子，
common law and the
同
rule
時
of
按
law.
適用於香港嘅國際標
Basic
準，
human rights and
保障基
freedoms
本
will
人
also be
權同自由，
protected as per the
並適當地
international
鞏
standards
固同
applicable
強
to
化
Hong Kong.
維護國家安全
The
嘅執
enforcement
法工
forces
作。
for safeguarding national
立
security
法
will
建
also be
議
suitably
充分借
consolidated
鑑
and
其他普通
strengthened.
法司法管轄
The
區嘅相
legislative
關經
proposals
驗，
have drawn
並
full
與國際
reference
通
from
行
the
做法
experience of
接軌，
other common law jurisdictions.
但以切
The
合香港
proposals
嘅
are in
實
line
際
with
情況
international
為依歸，
practices,
並
but
具
above all,
前瞻
are
性。
suitable for the actual
條例
situation
草
in
案
Hong
獲得
Kong
通
and are
過成為法
forward-looking.
例後，能夠
Upon
同
the enactment of
香
the
港國
bill,
安法
the
緊
legislation
密
will
銜
achieve
接
a high
兼
degree
容
of
同互
convergence,
補，建
compatibility,
立一個完
and
整而
and
管用嘅
complementarity with the Hong
維
Kong
護
national
國家安
security
全
law
法律體
in
系。
order to establish a
政府當局
comprehensive and
向
effective
法案
legal
委員
system
會
for
承
safeguarding
諾，
national
會持
security.
續就此推行
The
進一步嘅
administration
教
has
育、
undertaken
宣
to
傳
step up
以及
efforts in
駁斥
education,
失實言
publicity,
論嘅
and
工作。
refutation of untruthful
主
remarks.
席，每個國家都有制定維
Every
護國家
country
安
has its
全
own
嘅法律。
legislation for
香港
safeguarding
特區
national
各機關
security.
包括立法
All
會、
authorities in
香
Hong
港
Kong
特區居
SAR,
民
including the
香港特區
Legislative
嘅任
Council,
何機構、
Hong Kong
組織
SAR
同個
residents,
人
any
都有維護
institutions,
國家安全嘅
organizations,
責任。
and
法案委
individuals
員會
also have the
全力支持條
responsibility
例
for
草案，
safeguarding national
並支
security.
持
The
政
Bills
府當
Committee
局
fully
稍
supports
後
the
對
bill
條例草
and
案
the
提出嘅
amendments
修
moved
正
by
案。
the administration in a
委員
moment.
表明希望條例
Members
草
made
案
it clear
早
that
日
they would
獲
like
得
the
通
bill
過，
to be
完
passed
成
as
基
early
本
as
法第
possible,
23條規
fulfilling
定
Hong
嘅
Kong's
維護國家
constitutional
安全立法
responsibility for
嘅
safeguarding
憲制
national
責任，
national security
填補
as
香港特區維
stipulated by
護國
Article
家安
23
全
of
法
the
律
Basic Law
最後嘅
and
一
overcoming the
塊
last
面
shortcoming in safeguarding
一
national
國兩制
security.
方針嘅最高原則
The highest
係
principle
維
of the
護國
policy
家
of
主
one
權、
country, two
安全、
systems
發展
is to
利益。
safeguard national
早一日
sovereignty,
立法
security, and
就能夠
development
早一日
interests.
有效
The
防
earlier
止、
we
防
legislate,
範制止
the earlier we can
同
prevent,
埋懲治危
suppress,
害
and
國家安
punish
全
acts
嘅
and
行
activities
動。
endangering national
早一
security
日
in
為
accordance
保
with the
障
law
香港特區
to
居民
protect the
同
lawful
喺香
rights
港
and
特區嘅
interests
其他
of the
人
residents of
依
the
法
Hong Kong
享有
SAR,
嘅
as
基
well
本
as
權
other
利
people
自
in the
由，
Hong Kong
並
SAR,
確保香
and to
港特
lay
區
a
內
more
嘅
solid
財產同
foundation
投
for the
資
protection
受法律保護，
of the
提
property
供
and
更
investment
堅
by
實
law
嘅
in
基
the
礎，
Hong Kong SAR,
讓香港特
so
區
that
政
the
府
Hong Kong
可以
SAR
專
government
心
can
一
devote
致
itself
為社會
to
謀發
charting
展，
a better
為
tomorrow
人
for
民
society
謀幸
and
福。
for the people of
以
Hong
上
Kong.
係本人就法案委員
This
會
is my
工作嘅
report
報告。
of the
以
Bills
下係
Committee.
本人嘅個人發言。
These are my personal views.
國家安全係一個
President.
國家生存及發展嘅根本問題。
National security is
世界
fundamentally
各國，
important
例
to a
如美國、
country.
英國、 國、加拿大、新加坡等
The US, the
均制定
UK,
多次
Canada,
更
and
新
Singapore
國家安全
have their own national security
基本法第
legislation.
23條立法
Article 23 of the
係
Basic
香港
Law
特區嘅憲制責
legislation
任，
is the
亦係近
constitutional
27年
responsibility of
香
the
港
Hong
未
Kong
做嘅必
SAR.
答題。
It is
喺2019
an assignment
年
that
嘅
Hong
港版
Kong
顏
must
色革命
complete, but it has been due for
社會付出
27 years.
沉重代價。
Society has paid a heavy price for the color revolution in Hong Kong.
保齊香港維
Citizens
護
of
國家
Hong
安
Kong
全
are
嘅
alive
典
to the
範，
importance
盡早
of
完成
national
23條立
security.
法，已成為社會
Legislating
上
for
廣泛
Article
嘅共識。
23 will plug the
主席，維
last
護
gap
國家
in
安全
safeguarding
條
national
例草案
security.
以普通法方式草擬，落實保障辯
Article
護權
23
無罪
and
打
the
設、一
safeguarding
罪
national
不能
security
兩審
law
等
is
普通法
written in
原則，
accordance with common law
並指規
system.
定
It
最
upholds
高
the
刑罰。
presumption of innocence,
條例草
and
案
it
中
also
各
sets
項
out the
罪行
maximum
均清晰
penalty.
定明犯罪
Different
元素。
offences in the bill
以
clearly
煽動意圖
define
嘅
the
相
charge
關罪行
elements.
為例，傳媒
Takes
市民批
seditious
評香港
offences
政
and
府施
related
政，
offences
提
as
出
an example.
改善意見並不
Members
構
made
成煽動意
suggestions
圖，而危害國家安
in
全
this
嘅
regard.
境外干預罪，亦要同時滿足意圖帶嚟干預效果，配合境外勢力以及喺作出行為時
Collusion with
使用不
external
當手段。
forces are
正
also
常嘅
covered
國
in the
際
bill.
間學術交流同外資企業在
Academic
港嘅
and
合法
international
商業活動
interactions
不受影響，
will not be
無需
affected,
擔心
nor will
誤墮法網。
commercial activities. People
與
do
此
not
同
have
時，
to
條例
worry
草
that
案
they
喺借
may
鑑
be
其他普通法
breaking
司
law
法管轄區
inadvertently.
嘅基礎上，以香港嘅實際情況為依歸，制定
The actual situation in Hong Kong
例如
is
條例
premised
草案
on,
未
so
有
the
引
bill
入
is forward-looking,
外國代理人登記制度。
such as the
對於
absence
煽
of
動
the
罪，雖
registration
然喺
of
加拿大
agent
煽動
system.
罪需要證
In
明
Canada,
煽動暴力嘅
It
意圖，
is
但
necessary
因
to
應
prove the
2019
mens rea
年
of the
港版
offense
顏
of
色革命
seditious
中大量
intention.
文字同圖片，雖然未
In
有
the
意
color
圖直
revolution
接
in
煽惑暴
2019,
力，
there were a lot of
但
pictures
確
and
實造
words.
成仇恨。香港
They
憲制
incited hatred,
導致社會分裂同動盪等
causing society
嚴重後果
divide and tumult.
因此，雖然上訴庭喺譚德志
The Court of
案件中
Appeal
以判定
in the
無
case
需
of
以
Tam
煽
Tak
動
Chi
暴力為定罪門檻，
ruled
我
that
贊同以成
proving
文
the
法嘅
mens
方
rea
式
is not a
喺條
threshold.
例草案中定明，無
I
需
agree
證明煽惑
codifying
擾亂公共秩序或煽
The
惑暴
fact that
力
it
嘅
is
意
not
圖。
necessary to
呢個
prove the
係
mens
符合香
rea
港嘅實際情況，
in
亦增添煽動
seditious
罪行嘅
offences.
明確性。
This also provides more
對於各
clarity
項限
and
制同
certainty
域
of
外
the relevant
效力，
offences.
條例草
Regarding
案遵從普
extraterritorial
通法
effect
相稱原則。
offences of the bill,
作出限制時，關鍵係要保證係出於合理理由，
The
限
key
制程度合理，
is
同
to
埋做好
restrict
把關。例如就
with
政府
reasonable
就
grounds
社會廣泛關注嘅
and with
就諮
a
詢法律
gatekeeping
代表施
mechanism.
加嘅限制。首先，目的係
Regarding
防
restrictions
止
on
喺羈留期間
seeking
該人
legal
士透
consultation
過其律師去
that is to
危害
prevent
國家安全，
a
或導
person
致
in
任何人
detention
身體受傷，
to endanger
或者
national
係妨
security through the
礙
legal
追討喺
representative.
罪行中取得嘅利益，又或者妨礙司法公正。
This also
其
prevents
次，限制諮詢法律
pervert
代
of the
表
course of
僅
justice.
針對喺有限嘅羈留期間。第三，係由
It also
具獨立
targets
審判
detainees.
權嘅法院把關。總警司級或以上嘅警務人員
Chief
需就限
Superintendent
制被拘留
or
者
any
諮
rank
詢法律
above
代
it
表向裁判官申請手令，
must make an
才
application
可
to a
實施。
magistrate for an order
相較
before
於
the
英國
restriction can take
2023年
effect.
國家安全
Compared
法，
with the National
允許
Security
警司
Act
可直
2023
接
in the
指令
UK,
限制被
a
羈留者
superintendent
諮
can
詢律師，
directly
完全係屬於行
request
政決定。
or
香
allow
港嘅做法
a detainee
無
to
疑係
seek
更
legal
加嚴謹，
consultation that is
能夠
just
更
an
好咁
administrative
維護
arrangement.
被羈留者
The
嘅
practice to be
權利。
adopted in Hong Kong can better
主席，
protect the
國
interest
安
of the
才能
people in
港
Hong
安，
Kong.
港安才能家安。條例草
Hong
案
Kong
喺維護國家安
needs to be
全
safe
同
in
保
order for
障
the
權利
nation to
兩者
have
之
national
間，已
security.
經取得一個合
We
理
have
平
already
衡。
struck a balance
香港發展
in this
經濟、
regard.
改善民生，
to
離不
develop
開一個
economy
良好
and to
穩
better
定嘅社會
improve
環境。
livelihood.
我相信維護
All
國
these
家安
rest
全條
on
例通
a
過後
good，
能夠與
national
香港國
security
安
law
法、
system.
人大528決定
I
共
believe the
同
national
構築起
security law
維
and
護
the
國家安全
528
嘅
decision
有效屏障，
will
讓
better
香港能夠
protect
重新上路，發
the
展經
nation
濟，
from
改善民生，
the
確
relevant
保一
risks.
國兩制
This way we can
嘅實踐
develop the economy and
同穩治。
improve livelihood.
我希望當局
To
能
make
夠
sure
加
the
強對法
successful
案嘅解
implementation
說，
of the
澄
policy
清
of
謬
one
誤，
country, two
釋除
systems.
疑惑。
I
主
hope
席，
the bill
我
has
支持
already
維護
cleared
國
up
家安全
understandings
條
and
例草
allayed
案。
concerns.
本人謹
Precedents, I
此陳辭。
support the
陳
Safeguarding
曼
National
平
Security Bill. Thank you.
Ms.
主
Maggie
席
Chan.，
本人堅決支持維護國家安全條例草案
I support the
下稱條例草案
Safeguarding National Security，
並會投贊成票。國家安全係國家生存同埋發展嘅基石。一國兩制同埋基本法嘅最終目的都係為咗維護國家統一同埋領土完整，捍衛國家安全，維護國民團結，達至國泰民安。國家富強，香港繁榮穩定，港人安居樂業。國家安全係國家嘅事權。今日，香港特區政府同埋我哋立法會透過本地立法 以普通法嘅形式，將完成基本法第23條規定嘅維護國家安全、本地立法同埋完善相關嘅法律，向世界展示國家堅定不移、全面準確貫徹一國兩制、港人治港、高度自治嘅方針。本人感謝香港回歸前後為香港維護國家安全同埋基本法23條本地立法出力嘅所有前輩同埋成員同埋人員，亦都感謝本屆政府堅毅地提出基本法第23條本地立法草案。我亦都感謝政府採納本人一直爭取嘅本地法律去殖化同埋擴大公職人員嘅定義。條例草案合乎憲法、國際法嘅原則、國際慣例、保障人權國際標準，清晰定明咗危害國家安全嘅界線。作為一名律師，我認為條例草案實事求是，保護咗香港法治嘅核心價值，同埋確保司法獨立，免受境外勢力干預，符合香港實情，強化香港作為國際大都會嘅國際營商法治嘅環境，亦都有利於香港繼續發展成為國際法律服務中心。國安便加案。作為婦女界嘅一員，我認為條例草案令到家人同埋我哋嘅下一代喺香港呢個家生活得更安全、安穩，謀發展尋理想，找幸福。本人欣賞條例草案嘅弁言同埋第2條嘅文字清晰無誤，字字鏗鏘咁樣陳述咗條例草案嘅目的、基本理念同埋原則。香港特區憲制秩序同埋香港維護國家安全嘅憲制責任，並以法律嘅形式指明咗維護國家安全基本法第23條本地立法嘅必要性同埋緊急性。本人特別支持條例草案就國家安全教育等事宜提供意見同埋發出指引嘅條款。法律同埋教育並重，有助港人鞏固國民身份認同。本人相信香港維護國家安全教育推廣可以從下述方向推進發展：一、條例草案通過之後，以多元化、大眾化、清晰易明、多種語言嘅形式同埋方法，盡量盡快向社會各界同埋國際宣傳解說條例草案。第二，香港法律嘅專業課程將會更有系統咁教授香港維護國家安全嘅法律制度同埋執行機制。三，向業主立案法團、法團校董會等提供維護國家安全同埋推廣國安教育嘅指引。第四，充分咁善用婦女界嘅力量，建設良好嘅家庭、家教、家風，鞏固國民身份認同同埋推廣中華傳統文化，呢啲都係推廣國家安全教育嘅元素。本人堅決支持維護國家安全條例草案。謹此陳辭。多謝主席。
Give my support to the bill. Thank you. I so submit. Mr. Gary Chen.
多謝主席。主席，維護國家主權、安全、發展利益係一國兩制方針嘅最高原則，亦都係全面準確貫徹落實一國兩制嘅方針嘅最核心嘅議題。一國係實行兩制嘅前提同埋基礎。一國兩制要行穩致遠，就要準確落實呢個核心嘅議題。但係喺以往，當中央依法行使佢嘅權力嘅時候，好多反中亂港嘅分子就會煽動各類危言聳聽嘅言論。喺反政治化嘅社會氛圍之下，我哋香港遲遲都唔能夠就住23條去立法，國家安全長期處於一個不設防嘅狀態。2019年嘅顏色革命就暴露咗香港喺國安問題上面嘅潛在風險。好彩，我哋中央及時出手制定港區國安法，為香港填補咗長久以嚟嘅國安空白，實現咗由亂到治嘅重大轉變。但係呢個並唔代表我哋就唔需要就住國家安全去立法。 因為建立全面維護國家安全嘅機制同埋架構係中央對香港嘅明確要求，呢個亦都係香港嘅憲制責任。民建聯嘅立場十分之清晰。我哋認為維護國家安全係保障一國兩制行穩致遠最關鍵嘅一環，必須立、盡快立，係我哋對基本法23條立法嘅堅定態度。事實上面，即使係經常詆毀、抹黑我哋23條立法嘅西方國家，佢哋自己都有多部嘅維護國家安全嘅法律。呢個正正就好說明咗，只有保障好國家安全、個人嘅權利、自由先至有保障，投資營商嘅安全先至有保障，社會繁榮先至有保障。所以，我哋經歷過港版顏色革命同黑暴嘅香港市民，大家對此都有一個深刻嘅體會。今次特區政府提交嘅維護國家安全條例草案，考量全面、條理清晰、細節到位。草案亦都充分咁考慮咗市民嘅意見，亦都參考咗外國嘅法例，甚至係參考咗嗰啲經常對23條說三道四國家嘅法例。草案亦都考慮咗香港近年處理危害國安案件嘅經驗，同埋喺複雜國際環境之下嘅國安風險。草案喺細節上面充分體現同埋尊重咗對人權嘅保障嘅原則，符合咗相關嘅國際公約適用於香港嘅規定。草案亦都接納咗議員同埋市民嘅意見，喺國家秘密相關嘅罪行中加入咗免責嘅條款。免責辯護嘅條款，對重大嘅公眾利益係有所保障。呢個亦都係體現咗維護國家安全同埋保障人權之間嘅平衡。民建聯認為條例草案係精準針對危害國家安全嘅罪行行為，絕對係唔會影響守法嘅市民同埋投資者，而且呢個係有利一國兩制全面準確落實，維護鞏固香港國際金融貿易中心地位嘅一條法例。喺今次條例草案喺法案委員會審議嘅過程裏面，我亦都留意到我哋每一位參與審議嘅議員，佢哋嘅思慮都係非常之周全。喺超過40小時嘅會議當中，提出咗超過1000條嘅尖銳、務實同埋市民關注嘅問題，而呢一啲問題，政府嘅團隊亦都係非常之準備充裕，回答清晰詳細。透過呢個審議，其實係有效咁釋除咗唔同持份者對條例條文嘅質疑或者疑問，亦都對惡意嘅抹黑同埋誤解係作出咗有力嘅澄清。時隔咗27年，香港維護國家安全嘅憲制責任，今日喺呢度得以履行。呢個係一個歷史嘅里程碑。我相信在座每一個議員都係為能夠參與今次立法嘅工作感到榮幸，亦都係為可以參與審議工作而感到壓力重大、責任重大。立法嘅工作即將可以完成，將令一國兩制嘅落實，香港嘅長期繁榮穩定有更堅實嘅基礎。香港嘅社會係可以更好咁聚焦發展，促進民生，為市民創造更大嘅福祉。主席，本人謹此陳辭，代表民建聯支持維護國家安全條例草案同埋政府提出嘅所有修正案。
Reverend Peter Cook,
條例草案今日嘅進行二讀嘅辯論，標誌着香港履行咗重大嘅憲制責任，已經進入咗衝刺嘅階段，亦都意味着香港將告別回歸多年嚟喺維護國家安全上邊嘅缺口。喺呢個重要嘅時刻，能夠肩負起呢個歷史嘅任務，作為法案委員會嘅其中一員，我深感光榮。亦都同時嘅感謝政府同埋全體嘅上下嘅一心，全力嘅依附，為國家、為香港嘅繁榮穩定發展共同嘅努力。如果大家去仔細去睇睇條例草案，草案係針對咗打擊嘅對象，只係極少部分嘅違法分子。若果將草案跟諮詢文件去比較嘅話， 大家亦都可以睇到政府係充分咗考慮同埋採納咗唔同嘅意見，反映堅實嘅民意嘅基礎。同時，我都留意到草案裏邊有最少嘅4個特點。第一，喺條例草案裏邊清晰界定咗各項嘅罪行，精準嘅針對危害國家安全嘅行為。針對備受關注嘅國家秘密嘅議題，草案詳細咗定義咗國家秘密，共涵蓋咗7個範疇，而且必須係符合喺沒有合法權限下披露，先至構成呢個嘅罪行。而行為人嘅無心之失並唔會構成入罪嘅理由。另外，對於喺新增嘅境外干預罪，草案亦都清楚嘅列明，觸犯該罪係必須要符合3大嘅要素。此外，草案亦都對境外勢力呢啲作出咗明確嘅定義，既唔會影響本港與國際間嘅正常交流，亦都有效嘅釋除咗公眾嘅誤墮法網嘅疑慮。第二點，草案當中亦都借鑑咗其他普通法地區嘅立法原則，分析同埋佢哋嘅方式同埋佢哋最新嘅成果，並以國際通行嘅做法嚟到規範咗呢個嘅接軌。草案新增嘅境外干預、危害國家安全嘅破壞活動呢啲罪行，都係參考咗英國、澳洲同埋新加坡等相關嘅法律。同時，草案都沿用咗普通法制下嘅法律草擬嘅方式、技巧、習慣同埋原則。草案亦都與本港嘅社會所熟悉嘅現行法律嘅規定係充分咗對接。草案大多數嘅定義同埋罪名喺社團條例同埋刑事罪行條例本地嘅法律當中一向嘅存在，而一些關鍵嘅術語嘅定義亦都冇改變，例如政治性嘅團體或者政治性嘅組織呢兩個關鍵嘅概念都係沿用喺舊有嘅社團條例中嘅原有嘅定義。第四方面，草案嘅對於罪行亦都設定咗適當嘅免責辯護同埋例外嘅情況。喺免責辯護方面，草案為咗非法披露國家秘密嘅罪行加入咗免責嘅辯護。喺呢項罪行下，草案回應咗好多人嘅引起嘅關注同埋建議，引入咗公眾利益作為抗辯嘅理由。條文亦都對呢一個抗辯理由有呢個嘅標準同埋規定，喺維護國家安全同埋保障新聞同埋出版自由方面係取得咗一個平衡。主席，最後我希望借呢個機會，讓市民大眾能夠清楚地明白到，喺任何嘅政府要動用國安法，其實係一個極少數嘅情況，亦都可以話係最唔想出現嘅情況，因為係一件好丟架嘅事情。有辱我哋國家嘅體面，亦都傷害咗民族嘅精神。所以市民千祈唔好諗住認為我哋點解政府要緊急嘅去通過立法，其實背後嘅用意只係話希望盡快嘅保障廣大市民嘅福祉，並唔係打算係隨便嘅去捉捕大家。市民都確實係唔好需要嘅過分嘅去擔心呢一件事。我期望喺條例立法生效之後，政府繼續係重視解說嘅工作，增加大家市民大眾對呢個基本法23條立法嘅理解同埋接受嘅程度。主席，我謹此陳辭，支持維護國家安全條例嘅草案。
鄧家彪議員。
主席，工聯會堅定支持維護國家安全條例草案，亦都會喺今日恢復二讀同埋三讀係工聯會會投票贊成。呢個嘅條例草案即係基本法嘅第23條。事實上，第23條受反中亂港勢力抹黑，喺2003年闖關失敗，令到香港變成冇掩雞籠。就喺呢26年等待嘅期間，全港700萬市民付出沉重而且高昂嘅代價。喺反中亂港嘅勢力破壞底下，政府施政舉步維艱，民生議題被耽誤，經濟發展被拖累。2014年嘅非法佔中，2019年更加爆發黑暴，公然提出港獨，企圖將香港從國家分裂出去。 所幸國家及時頒布香港國安法，止暴制亂，實現由亂到治、由治及興嘅轉變。正因為全港市民有個慘痛嘅經歷，喺2024年嘅今日，基本法第23條立法係近乎有100%嘅民意支持，立法暢順高質高效。我認為23條嘅條文寫得非常之好。條例係好針對過去黑暴所發生過嘅惡行。我舉幾個例子。第一，如果當時有危害國家安全嘅破壞活動罪，暴徒點敢堵路、塞鐵路、打爛交通燈、唔俾人返工，影響社會運作，造成社會癱瘓呢？第二，如果當時有不得妨害調查危害國家安全罪，暴徒點敢係將警方部署擺喺網上面通水，聯絡被捕人嘅朋友，毀滅證據，妨害調查呢？第三，如果當時有對處理涉及國安案件及或工作的人作出非法騷擾作為罪，定明騷擾、恐嚇舉報人同埋證人係違法行為，暴徒又點敢問阿陳生啊？我睇到你個頭像背景係乜嘢地方喎？你係咪住嗰頭㗎？呢啲過去發生懶有事，其實係恐嚇你、騷擾你、妨礙司法、妨礙正義市民履行公民責任、出庭作證嘅種種黑暴行為，係唔會再出現。實際上，每逢落區都有街坊同我哋講，如果03年嗰陣係順利23條過咗，香港點會發展得咁慢？黑暴港獨根本冇可能出現，甚至唔可能萌芽。香港有咗第23條立法。黑暴不可能重臨，香港亦都可以集中精力，以更自由、更開放、更創新嘅姿態發展經濟，切實排解民生憂難，確保一國兩制行穩致遠。最後，我引用我哋十分懷念已故曲詞家黃霑先生喺2002年支持23條立法，並且向立法會作出嘅一個嘅説話，我喺度引述一段話。黃霑先生係咁講嘅：最近有外國人七嘴八舌、議論紛紛，儼然港人福祉，全賴他們代義執言，此類行為十分荒謬。身為港人，反感之至，無需理會。別分心。本人謹此發言，支持維護國家安全條例草案。
主席，中華人民共和國香港特別行政區維護國家安全法，即係香港國安法，喺2020年頒布同實施，反中亂港勢力大致呈顏色旗鼓之勢。Anti-China forces sort of quieted down, but that doesn't mean we have no more worries because the SAR has yet to fulfill its constitutional duty. The Hong Kong National Security Law only covers secession, subversion, and collusion, and so on. There are still other offences in Article 23 without legislation. So that's why we need to legislate. Now, the government held over 30 consultation sessions on the legislative exercise, and there were district personalities, professionals, and even consulates general staff, and so there was a comprehensive consultation, and over 500 organizations either issued joint statements and used other means to show their support for the legislative exercise. It shows that there is strong support for Article 23 legislation, and that is consensus of the community. And we want to complete the legislative exercise as soon as possible. So in recent days, the Security Bureau, the Department of Justice, and members of this council worked hard and worked overtime. We had marathon meetings to consider each and every clause of the bill in detail, and that's why we're able to resume the second reading debate of the bill today. Here, I would like to thank the government officials involved, and I must pay tribute to them. Now, I'm not a member of the Bills Committee, but I studied the bill in detail. Now, Article 5 of the National Security Law states that we must abide by the important rule of law principle, that is that there is presumption of innocence and no double jeopardy and so on. And also there is a full protection for defendants and the suspects to make sure they enjoy proper rights in accordance with the law. So it shows that we are upholding the legal principles of the common law jurisdiction, and then we've struck a proper balance between safeguarding national security and protecting rights and freedoms. Still, the Western politicians are spreading false news. They try to smear and demonize the bill. They try to scare people that they would easily fall prey to the law. But for example, there are various offences like treason, espionage offences, so on. These have nothing at all to do with the public. And the penalties are also similar to those overseas. Some penalties are even lower. And then for all the offences, there is need to prove the intention, and then improper means must have been taken and so on. So there are various conditions to be met, and there is a high threshold for conviction. And then for a detention period and other rights to consult lawyers, these rights have not been taken away. The bill is just to target a handful of people who endanger national security. For law-abiding citizens, they have nothing to worry about. Now, Hong Kong has become an international financial center. That's because all along we've had a secure, harmonious society with a good business environment, so foreign investors can invest in Hong Kong with peace of mind. Then the 2019 extradition bill saga did shake confidence of foreign investors, but then the Hong Kong National Security Bill restored stability, and so foreign investors have regained confidence. Now, many foreign investors told me their own countries have laws on safeguarding national security, so Article 23 legislation is reasonable and makes sense. It won't affect their willingness to invest in Hong Kong. So with the bill in place, there is a further security in Hong Kong, and so people with more confidence to invest here. But then the bill is complicated, so for laymen it's hard for them to grasp the bill. So that's why after the bill is enacted, the government must do a good job in publicity and public education, so the public learn about the bill. They know they will learn that they will lose their freedoms because of the bill for no reason. And for law-abiding citizens and businesses, their way of life or their mode of operation will not be affected by the bill. I support the passage of the Safeguarding National Security Bill and all the amendments proposed by the administration. Thank you. Ms. Carmen Can. Thank you, President. On the 8th of March, the government introduced the Legislative Council to the bill to the Legislative Council. I am all for the early legislation enactment of the bill. Now we have come to this historic day in the whole legislative exercise. The Secretary for Justice has stressed all along that the bill is in line with 5 important principles, and they try to convince the public accordingly. Now, as a member of the Bills Committee, I would like to speak on those 5 points. First point, the bill is drafted in line with the Common Law Convention. For key terms, there are clear and detailed definitions. For example, for state secrets, 7 areas are defined. Now, as for the UK National Security Act, the provision is not as clear as this one. And then there is also the public interest defense, and then this is clearly defined as specified
justified disclosure.
The elements of each offence are also clearly defined, including intention and acts. For example, for the Sam Taxi case, there's recently a Court of Appeal ruling, and then we have there's also regard to the actual Hong Kong circumstances and the European Court of Human Rights cases and so on. So there's a clear explanation as to what is meant by intention, seditious intention, and so on. As for exceptions and defence provisions, there are also clear definitions. For example, if there is no reasonable defence and there's possession of seditious publication, then it is an offence. Only then it is an offence. And then the targets and scope of the provisions are also clearly spelled out. And we only provide for maximum penalty, not minimum penalty, in line with the Common Law Convention. And then there is full complementarity, convergence with the Hong Kong national security law. The bill is forward-looking. It can deal with national security risks current at the present time and in future. And then there is a more efficient law enforcement mechanism to safeguard national security. For example, the procedures in Article 4 of the Hong Kong National Security Law will apply to Hong Kong. That's clearly spelled out. And then the Chief Executive could also issue a certificate to confirm what is a state secret of national security. Now, I will speak again during the committee stage on the key issues here. Third point. There's in the preamble, there's a mention of the purpose of the bill. It says that, and it also says that investments are protected. And then the Basic Law and the two international covenants on rights also state that freedoms are not absolute. If it's for the reason of safeguarding national security, there could be restriction in accordance with the law. This is the practice also overseas. On extending detention period and consulting legal representative, the Legislative Council will be the gatekeeper. In the UK, there are more restrictions in this respect. And then for Article 87 of the Basic Law, there's also a requirement that someone must be, tried as soon as possible. And in this bill, this principle is upheld. Now, there are administrative measures to detain people, and there are actually even much harsher restrictions elsewhere in this respect. So in Hong Kong, this bill is fully in line with the international standards in protecting human rights. The fourth point is that we have to have regard to actual circumstances in Hong Kong on enforcement powers and extraterritorial effect. We have made reference to overseas experience. What they have overseas, we don't necessarily adopt, and what they don't have, we have regard to our actual circumstances to include these provisions. The fifth point is to improve outdated provisions. I'm glad to learn that for Part 9, there are some outdated terms such as governor, His Majesty, and sovereign, and so on. These are all adapted in this exercise. Now, the bill actually gives play to all the 5 main points, and it improves upon the system for safeguarding national security. So we have a comprehensive system to safeguard national security. Now, this is a homework that's overdue by 27 years. And as the SJ pointed out, we are completing this homework with good quality and efficiency. Thank you. I speak in support of the bill.
本人同埋經民聯嘅同事呢，都係大力支持通過維護國家安全條例草案。條例草案旨在全面落實香港基本法第23條、全國人大528決定。同埋香港國安法所規定嘅憲制責任同埋義務，並有效應對現今同埋日後可能出現嘅國家安全風險同埋威脅。國務院港澳辦主任夏寶龍早前來港考察嘅時候，就強調中央堅定支持香港係築牢國安防線。全港各界必須支持配合特區政府完成23條本地立法。特區政府喺1月30號就宣布開展《基本法》 第23條立法公眾諮詢，同日亦都通過立法會保安事務委員會同埋司法及法律事務委員會嘅聯席會議，向議員進行簡介。出席嘅議員係一致同意並且歡迎特區政府就基本法第23條進行立法。內務委員會參考咗2021年研究完善香港特區選舉制度同埋2023年研究完善地區治理建議方案等嘅過往經驗，成立研究與基本法第23條立法相關嘅事宜小組委員會，以便及早展開研究相關嘅事宜。條例草案3月8號喺大會上首讀二讀，小組委員會呢就立即轉為法案委員會，展開正式嘅審議工作，馬力全開。作為法案委員會15位委員之一，我感到責任重大，任務光榮，能夠參與其事，係一個好唔平凡嘅經歷，值得我哋記住呢個時刻。我接觸業界嘅專業人士同埋專業團體，普遍呢都係好支持23條立法。對於社會上有疑慮指，如果同埋外國組織嘅聯繫是否要避忌呢？佢哋覺得完全唔存在呢個問題，因為香港嘅專業團體的確同埋外國有好多相關團體有長期嘅交流合作，都係一啲專業嘅交流。令人難以想像會涉及到國家安全。條例草案對呢個問題有充分嘅解釋，消除疑慮。我亦都接觸到唔少地區上嘅市民，經過2019年嘅社會動亂，接又有人大528決定香港國安法出台實施，好多市民呢都感受到社會穩定同埋安全帶來嘅好處。一啲朋友反映，最近本港審訊中嘅一啲涉及危害國家安全嘅重大案件，令佢哋更加意識到國家安全嘅重要，亦都意識到香港表面上平靜，其實亦都可能暗藏好多對國家安全嘅嚴重威脅。所以政府今次公眾諮詢嘅結果，有接近99%嘅意見係支持23條立法，又反映咗社會目前嘅現實，就係國家安全成為香港社會最大公約數。好多朋友都話希望盡快立法，完成呢個重要嘅憲制責任。只有築牢國安嘅屏障，香港先至可以專注拼經濟、謀發展、為民生，令廣大市民安居樂業，讓一國兩制行穩致遠。而條例草案的確彰顯咗法治文明，亦都喺國家安全同埋人權保障之間作出非常恰當嘅平衡。主席，回顧本次立法，從公眾諮詢到具體審議嘅整個過程，充分反映咗本港行政機關同埋立法機關係同心同德。就委員同埋大眾嘅關注同埋建議，政府團隊亦都能夠做到從善如流，令到條例草案條文更加精確完善。我對於能夠參與法案委員會工作，補足安全漏洞，推動香港盡早完成憲制責任，實際係與有榮焉。主席，本人謹此陳辭，支持通過維護國家安全條例草案。
主席，今日係香港回歸以嚟具有重大歷史意義嘅一日，就基本法第23條進行立法，終於嚟到最後一步。正如頭先各位同事所講，今次立法係我哋特區嘅憲制責任，亦有迫切、急切嘅現實需要。而且公眾諮詢期間亦顯示出社會正面同埋支持嘅態度，具有強大嘅民意基礎。今次法案委員會連續7日加開咗22次嘅會議，合共40小時嘅高強度、高效會議，完成逐條審議條例草案同修正案嘅全部內容，展現出行政立法嘅良性互動，大家都仔細就每條條文進行深入嘅討論，真理越辯越明。我哋嘅條文絕對係同全球睇齊， 並符合香港而家現實嘅實際需求同埋狀況。我唔見得條文裏邊有過嚴或者刑罰過重嘅現狀係完全合理。國家會繼續做好高水平嘅對外開放，一貫發展經濟，所以我都希望喺呢度講下23條對經濟嘅正面影響。第一，有部分言論表示擔心23條立法之後外資會離開香港。其實呢個完全係一個歪理。自從2020年香港國安法實施以嚟我哋仍然係世界最自由嘅經濟體中名列前茅，而舊年有超過380間公司，當中亦都唔少嚟自西方國家嘅，喺香港設立或者係拓展佢哋嘅業務，同比增長係樂觀嘅。近日亦都有國際金融嘅機構表達對香港嘅投資信心係一如既往。會繼續投資，社會穩定係各行各業嘅基石，同埋各行各業嘅希望。事實係印證咗國安係經濟增長最大嘅保障。第二，香港擁有背靠祖國同一國兩制嘅獨特優勢。不同嘅國家領導人喺兩會期間會見港區人大代表同埋政協委員嘅時候都主動提到23條立法，亦都係有國家嘅談及到有國家嘅全力支持。特區政府亦都有法可依，依法治港，營商環境將進一步鞏固。今年嘅政府工作報告裏邊嘅10大任務之一，就正正涵蓋咗貫徹總體國家安全觀，加強國家安全體系同埋能力嘅建設。香港要融入國家發展大局，要鞏固8大中心嘅定位，要全力拼經濟，作為深化改革開放嘅重要橋梁，積極參與粵港澳大灣區建設，發揮高質量發展嘅動能嘅作用。最後，社會對條例草案已經係有咗熱烈嘅探討同埋討論，都代表全港市民對香港嘅建設係對未來充滿信心。各界對香港嘅未來亦都係抱有信心嘅。本人全力支持條例草案及各個修正案。主席，我謹此陳辭。
Mr. Tommy Zhou,
本人謹代表
Thank you, President.
同埋我哋代表嘅
On behalf of the Liberal
各
Party,
界堅持支持
as well as the industry I'm
支持
representing,
落實
I strongly
通過落
support
實基本法第23條維護國家安全、
the
憲
Safeguarding
制責
National
任
Security
嘅
Bill
維護國家安全
of
條
Article
例草案。
22 legislation.
第23條成功立法，除咗堵塞
Successful
存在足足有
legislation
1/4
of
世
Article
紀之久
23
嘅國家安全漏洞外，
will plug
還
the
標誌着
loophole
困
in
擾
national
香港超過
security
26
for a
年
quarter
嘅
of
23條立
century.
法問題上得以畫上句號，讓香
The
港
matter
人有
has
法
been
可
bothering
依，
Hong Kong for
看清
26
利
years.
害，同心上路，
The people
集
of Hong
中精
Kong
力拼
can
經濟，
focus their
呢個
energy
係
on
香港
developing
商界嘅
local
普遍
economy.
心聲。主席，維
This
護
is
國
what
家
the
安全
commercial
天經地
sector
義，
is
茲事
thinking
體
in
大
Hong。Kong.
本地商界以
We
至國
should
際
safeguard
商界
national
所關注
security.
嘅，不外乎是
This is
一
what the
法律
business
所
sector
劃
in
嘅
Hong
紅
Kong
線
is
是
thinking
否清
about.
晰，會否使
They are
人誤
concerned
墮法
about
網，
whether the legal
而
definition is
法律
clear
禁止
so
嘅
that
罪
people
行
will
範圍
not
是否
break
過
the law
於嚴苛，
inadvertently,
致
and
使
whether
合
the
規成本
law
過
is
高，
excessively
或致
draconian,
使合法嘅商業行為不能再進行。3. 實際執法情
and the
況。
actual
主
implementation
席，
of the
本人
law.
作為法案委員會嘅成員，
As a member
親
of the
身
Bills
經歷
Committee,
過去嗰5日共超過40多
I
小時嘅
was
馬拉
in
松
the
式嘅深
5
入分析同埋
days
審
of
議。
marathon meetings
我
for
敢向
over
本地
40
同埋國
hours.
際投資者保
I could
證，
feel
維護國家
and I
安
can
全條例
ensure
草案，
to
隨
international and
緊依
local
憲法和
investors
基本法嘅原則，符合全
that the
國人
national
大於
security law
2020年嘅5月28通過嘅
is in line
決
with the
定，就
528
以全
decision,
國人大常委制定嘅港區維護國家安全法，
as well as the
兼
Hong
容
Kong
於港外，
NSA
更
promulgated
絕
by
對
mainland
符合
by the
普通法
MPC.
起草嘅嚴格要求，
It is
符
also
合
in
兩
line
條
with the
適
strict
用於香
requirements
港
of
嘅
the
國
law
際
drafting
人權
method
公
under
約
the common law
嘅要
system,
求，
as well as
在
the
香
two
港嘅司
international
法機關、
covenants.
專屬管轄權
Judicial
嘅
authorities in
加
Hong Kong
維護國家安全，喺法律劃下嘅紅線清晰，
The red
禁
line
止
zone is actually
罪行
clear.
嘅涵蓋範圍合情合理，法律
The
執
scope of
行
the
由享有
offences
國際
is
聲譽嘅
reasonable.
司法機關把關。 維護國家
The
安全
judicial
條例
authorities will be a
將會
gatekeeper,
為香港嘅
and
國
it has
際營
earned
商環境
worldwide
提供
acclaim.
清晰有力
It
嘅
can
法
also
律保障
provide
同
clear
埋行為依據。
legal safeguard
就
for
以何
business
謂國家
activities in
安全
Hong
問題
Kong.
為例，商界
So,
普遍對國家安全問題
what
深
is
感憂
national
慮。
security
根
issues?
本
The
嘅原因
commercial
係
sector
按過
is
去
concerned
嘅
about
經
this.
驗，國家安全嘅概念模糊不清。
The concept of
美國
national
聯邦
security
法律
was blurred.
以
The
國家
federal
安
law
全
of the
為由，
U.S.
對外國嘅商業機構
due
進
to
行
national
制裁、
security
打
grounds,
壓、檢
exercise
控，
sanctions,
甚至係考取豪
suppression,
奪。
prosecution,
但在其法
and
律
so
中
on.
對何謂國
But
家
in
安
law,
全
what is
竟然
national
從未下定
security?
義。
There is no
國際
definition.
商業上，國際間
In
商業上嘅
international
公平競
commercial
爭根本無
operation,
從談起。喺國際關係上以規則
there
為
can
本
be
嘅國際
fair
秩序
competition.
和美國
There's no
優先
level
兩
playing
者也
field.
毫無分別。這絕對係美國對外國際商界嘅普遍心聲。同
This is
樣，英國
actually
嘅
what the
2023
commercial sector
年
is
國家安
thinking
全
in
法
the
雖以
US.
國家安
The
全
National
為
Security Act
但
of the
當
UK
中
in
也絕對
2023
也冇對國家安全下過定
did
義，
not
就
define
連一般意義上嘅
national
商業秘
security.
密 （trade secret）
There is even no
也
definition of
受
trade
該法
secrets.
嘅保護。呢個例
But
子
then
係
trade
清
secrets
楚
are
顯示，
protected
即
by
使
the
英國
National
法律
Security Act.
嘅國家安全概念同樣模糊不清，
This shows the
實
fact
際
that
涵
the
蓋
UK
範圍
has
卻
a
可包含
blurred
不
definition of
涉
national
國家或
security.
政府嘅商業機密。難怪國際
Trade secrets
商
not
界對國
involving the
家安全
government
嘅
and the
概念
commercial
充
sector
滿
are also covered.
疑慮。相反，
Hence, the
條
concerns
例
and
草案第
doubts
4條
of the
按中華
sector.
人民共和國國家安全法第2條給國家安全下了清晰嘅定義。而在保護國家秘密嘅相關條文中，何謂合理權限？政府當局清楚解釋，係指
The
政府內
administration
部指
explained
引
very
政
clearly
府
there
承
are
辦
internal
商
guidelines
合同所包括
about
嘅
state
保密條
secrets.
款。
That is including the
及科
confidentiality
研機
clauses
構或企業在
of
接受公
government
帑資助
contractors,
時與政府當局簽訂嘅保密協議。
as well as the
私人機構不
confidentiality
涉公
agreement
帑
signed
資助嘅
between
商業機
organizations
密，
and the
不管
government.
價值有多高，均不在
Irrespective
保
of the
護。
value,
國
they
家
are
秘密
not
嘅條
protected.
文涵蓋範圍內係，是故商界大可以放心，我哋嘅法律清晰易懂。
This actor
主
can
席，一國
also
之內就維護國家安全而
they
言，
can rest assured that they
本
are
就
well
不應存
protected.
於多於一套嘅主權單位法律與不同嘅法律。基本法嘅第23條容許香港
Article
特區
23 of the Basic
特區有
Law
自己嘅國家安全法律和執行
allows Hong Kong
機
to
制，
have its own
無
national
疑係個
security law
創
and
舉
implementation
世無
mechanism.
雙，充分顯示
This is a
中央對一
feast
國兩制最大嘅誠意同對香港市民最大嘅信任和尊重。本人
This
深信
also
條例
highlights
草
the
案已
respect
對
for the
國家
people
嘅
of
重
Hong
託
Kong.
終於有所交代，亦對國際社會交出一份讓人信服嘅行為標準。
This national security bill
主席，
is
自
an
由黨
assignment
支
that
持
can
通過維護
convince
國
the
家安
international
全條例
community.
草案同所有嘅修正案。
I support the national security bill and all amendments on behalf of the Liberal Party.
主席，我發
Mrs.
言
Regina
係表示非常支持
Thank you,
政府
President.
今
I
次以
speak in
提速
support of
提效
the
嘅方法處理呢條維護
National
國家安
well
全條
safeguarding
例
national
草案。
security bill
等喺
of
開始
Article
諮
23 of
詢
Basic Law.
唔係好長嘅時間，亦都透過
Shortly
各位
after
同事
public
嘅努力咧，
consultation
我哋今
with
日
the
已經
efforts
去到
of
立
members
法
of the
嘅最
Council,
後階
we
段。
are in the final stretch
我想
of the
講我哋今
legislation.
次嘅立法工作有幾大特色嘅。第一，
There
我
are a
想
couple
講
of
就係
special
每個
features
國
of
家
the
都有責
legislation
任
this
保
time
護
round.
佢人民
Every
嘅
country
安
has
全，
its own
保護佢領
to
土
safeguard
嘅
national
完整
security
佢
and
嘅
the
主
sovereign
權。
integrity, as well as
咁
the
近年
territorial
嚟咧，
integrity.
世界各地咧係鑑於複雜多變嘅地緣
Because
政
of
治形勢同埋新嘅
complicated
科技嘅
geopolitical
利潤咧，
tensions as well
其
as
實頭
new
先張宇人
technologies,
議員
as
講咗
Mr.
啦。
Tommy Chung
雖
has
然
said,
喺英美嘅國家都冇為喺
in
佢
the
哋嘅
US
條
and
例
in
度
the UK,
冇為國家安全
there's a
定
lack
義，
of
但
the
喺佢哋
definition
發
of
表咗
national
好多嘅
security
策
in
略
their own
文件
legislation.
同埋諮
But
詢
in a lot
文
of
件咧，
their
已
consultation
經係
documents
察
or
悉到
strategic
世界上
documents,
對每一個國家嚟講都潛在好多敵
They are
對嘅境外勢力，
alive
所以就
to
將
many
佢國家
external
安全
forces
嘅概念咧擴
elsewhere in the
闊咗。
country
呢一點
or
咧，同我哋
elsewhere
國家
around the
主
world.
席
So
喺
they have already widen the scope.
4月15號發表嘅總體國家
On the 15th of
安全觀
April 2014,
大同小異嘅，都係表示
There was a report of the country, and the views are largely the same. We need to protect the territory as well as the economy, ecological safety, military safety, and so on. All these have to be protected. So the national security legislation this time around shoulders a much greater responsibility comparing with the situation back then. We can fulfill our constitutional duty, which is clearly defined in the Article 23 of the Basic Law. Hong Kong should promulgate its own law. It's very clear. This is what we should do. 26 years after the reunification, we are finally doing this. The committee mentioned in the 528 decision that we need to complete the mechanism for safeguarding national security. Clauses 3 and 7 of the Article 3 and 7 of the National Security Law state that we need to complete the legislation as early as possible. So we do have the responsibility to do so. As members also mentioned, and I thank Mr. Bill Tang for speaking for me, if we had legislated in 2021, I believe there wouldn't be 79 days of occupying Central back in 2014. It was glorified as a glamorous umbrella movement. It was meant to disturb social order and overturn the government back then. In 2019, there were also violent acts. People would like to overturn the government. In 2003, if we had successfully legislated for Article 23 legislation, we would have the relevant offences in place. Even if the offences may not be as detailed as the ones today, there could have been offences that can bring the lawbreakers into justice. We can see other countries around the world have been expanding the scope of national security and updating their definition. In 2014, people of Hong Kong knew that Hong Kong not only had constitutional duty, but there are actually also actual needs to do so to legislate for Article 23. As Ms. Carmen Can explained clearly, it is drafted based on the common law system. The provisions are as clear and detailed as possible. They are accurate, and I also thank the DOJ and the Security Bureau for taking on board a lot of our suggestions in 7 days to further enhance the bill. It also shows the principle of one country, two systems. The national security law on the mainland will not be applicable to Hong Kong. Hong Kong can promulgate its own Hong Kong national security law. The Chief Executive in Council can further add subsidiary legislation. I can see that the administration has amendments to make, providing for the role and status of the National Security Committee, so that there could be seamless transition and complementarity between these two pieces of legislation. So, President, I'm very glad to see that we are in the final stretch of the legislation for Article 23 legislation, so that we can fulfill our duty.
President, I speak in support of the passage of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. I feel privileged to be a member of the Bills Committee. So I am able to contribute to the SAR's attempt to fulfill its constitutional duty. For a row of 7 days, the Bills Committee convened meetings. It worked non-stop on started to consider all the clauses for the first 6 days, and then on the 7th day, we considered the amendments. So we worked hard for 7 days, and we finally finished our work. That showed the Bills committee meetings were transparent and made public. And members asked questions, and the administration gave detailed answers. Everything was recorded in full. I must thank the Secretariat for drafting the detailed Bills committee report with great efficiency. It has also completed all the minutes, so there is a verbatim record of the 56 hours of meetings. Anyone could revisit our deliberations anytime. They'll see how much effort we put into the deliberations. We also considered all the details of the clauses, and we left nothing out. I'm grateful to the administration for taking on board many of the members' suggestions to amend the clauses to make the bill more clearer and better. Now, the bill is drafted in line with common law principles, is in line with the 528 decision of the MPC. It also is in accordance with Articles 4 and 5 of the National Security Law to make sure we give play to the rule of law principles, and at the same time we protect human rights and freedoms. The clauses in the bill are clearly spelled out. There is clear definitions of various offences that endanger national security. There are also defence provisions and exceptions as necessary, as appropriate. So that's to give response fully to all the views collected during the public consultation exercise. I note that as the administration drafted the bill, it made reference to national security laws overseas. But then the bill is not just mechanical replication of those laws. Rather, there's detailed analysis and consideration. And these bills are, the clauses are in line with the circumstances in Hong Kong. Now, the Hong Kong SR has the constitutional duty to safeguard national security. Article 23 legislation should have been completed years ago. We missed the opportunity in 2003, and then the legislative exercise was delayed by 10 years and another 10 years. That's why I am all for the early completion of Article 23 legislation. Now, Hong Kong has come to this historic moment. I hope that when we vote on the third reading on the bill, all members will vote in support of the bill. This is to make sure that we could address the shortcomings in our legal system for safeguarding national security. Thank you. Mr. Shang Hailong, President, I've always been speaking in Cantonese since I became a member of this council, but today, since this is a historic moment in considering the safeguarding national security bill, so I wish to speak in Putonghua. Now, I am the founding chairman of an association of top talents. The many top talents who've come to Hong Kong, and also many graduates of universities have asked me to convey their views. Now, for talents who come to Hong Kong, what do they want most? They want a safe home and a happy home. So without security, how can there be a safe and happy home? So, legislating for Article 23 is important exercise. Now, with the hard work of the government and other colleagues, we have now come to the final stage of the legislative exercise. I am really excited. Together with colleagues in this chamber and members of the public, we're able to write a new chapter of our history. Now, the Chief Executive kept reminding us we need to tell good stories about Hong Kong. So, as we review the whole process of the central authorities and the SL government in the way they deal with the Article 23 legislation, that is the most convincing story to tell. Now, in Annex 3 to the Basic Law, there is now the national law of the Hong Kong National Security Law, and also when in the 80s when we discussed the Basic Law, there was not yet a comprehensive national security law for the country. And so in Annex 3, there is a list of national laws for implementation in Hong Kong. And I think the key point here for Article 23 is that shall enact on its own relevant legislation. And then since the 80s, since the drafting of Basic Law, the country has its own national security law. At the time, there is still no legislation for Article 23, and so the country's national security law is not included in Annex 3 to the Basic Law. But then, with the Hong Kong version of the Colour Revolution, the country eventually promulgated the Hong Kong National Security Law. Now, I was working in a science park at the time. I and my colleagues helped some 80 postgraduate students to go back to the mainland during the 2019 Black Lives violence. It's really a painful experience. So we have to cherish the security and stability we enjoy. And the best way to safeguard our stability is to enact this Safeguarding National Security Bill that takes into account Hong Kong's circumstances. Now, this bill is for a region to enact legislation safeguarding national security is unprecedented in the world. And our systems are very different from those in the mainland. So, in Hong Kong, we practice the common law system, and then we have the judiciary to deal with cases. So that's why here now we are enacting laws our own. Now, from 1997 to now, 2024, 1997 was the starting point, and now we're at the finishing point. Now, in 2003, when there was the attempt to legislate for 23, the effort was disrupted, and then we had the riots and so on. So the whole process was a tough one. But still, finally, we've come to this stage. We must thank the central authorities for upholding steadfastly the principle of one country, two systems has been tolerant and exercise restraint, and it cares for Hong Kong. So this legislation for Article 23 has drawn criticisms and smearing from Western media. But then in the mainland, they say that it's like we're just trying to put some locks on the windows and doors of a home to keep it safe. What's wrong with that? Now, the country does uphold steadfastly one country, two systems, and insists on Hong Kong people administering Hong Kong. Otherwise, it wouldn't take this circuitous route. It could just impose laws on Hong Kong. So we must therefore keep telling the story of Hong Kong, and time will tell, and it will be the best testimony that we are upholding this system of one country, two systems. I speak in support of the bill. Thank you.
Dear President, in order to serve better understanding of international communities with regard to Article 23 legislation, particularly at the time the bill proceeds to the resumption of second reading, I stress few points. It is try and beyond argument that every country of sovereignty or every part of the world that is governed by the country of sovereignty or jurisdiction with its own legislation and implementation of the national security law around the world. As an inseparable part of the People's Republic of China and an autonomous jurisdiction, Hong Kong SAR is inevitably encumbered with an indispensable constitutional duty of setting its own national security law, as the bill expressly so provides. Internationally, national security law has long ago been provided and updated from time to time individually and similarly to safeguard national security, prevent, suppress, and impose punishment for the offenses of sedition, subversion, organization, and penetration of terrorist activities and collusion with foreign country or with external elements to endanger national security. The National Security Act 2023 is an act of the Parliament of the United Kingdom which introduced new updated measures that are intended to strengthen the United States national security against Spanish interference in the political system, sabotage and assassination. The Act repealed and replaced the Official Secret Act 1911, Official Secret Act 1920, Official Secret Act 1939, and introduced new offences related to espionage, prohibited places, sabotage, foreign interference, obtaining benefits from foreign intelligence services, and new powers of arrest, detention, search, and seizures. The National Security Act 1947 was a law enacting major restructuring of the United States government military and intelligence agents following World War II. The new Biden national security strategy in 2023 outlines how the U.S. leverage of its national power to outcompete its strategic competitors, tackle shared challenge, and shape the rules of the road. On April 15, 2021, the French Parliament adopted a bill for overall security that preserves freedom, which aimed to change the legislative framework concerning video surveillance, police body camera, and the use of drones by law enforcement, as well as broaden the authority of municipal police force and better regulate private security firms. Under the current law, municipal police officers do have the authority to conduct investigation, but they may intervene in situations where a criminal offense is committed in flagrante delicto. The bill gives expanded powers. In practical terms, under the 2017 Act passed in 2019 by the Canadian government, relates to any action or event that could materially impact the health, safety, or economic well-being of Canadians or the functioning of Canadian government. It includes a number of measures to enhance Canada's national security framework and keep Canadians safe, while respecting the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the values of the free and democratic society. All in all, national security law is important to one country as that to the other country throughout the century. There is no exception to the Chinese sovereignty. In a nutshell, the domestic legislation of the Hong Kong SAR of national security law, in discharge of its own constitutional duty, the drafting of the bill have made reference to the relevant law on most foreign jurisdictions, with, of course, its own unique characteristic. I fully and firmly support the government of Hong Kong SAR to continue to take the final legislative step to have this national security bill passed forward and without delay. I, as Legislative Councillor, do appreciate the diligent works of the Bills Committee and their report just submit to the House. Thank you.
梁子穎議員，
主席，民主自由靠國安，人民幸福靠法律。維護國家安全條例並不是罕見嘅法例，係普遍有獨立主權國家中嘅必要法律。自信係全球第一先進國家，高舉民主自由嘅美國，早喺1947年就已經有國家安全嘅法案。我國中華人民共和國喺2015年完成《中華人民共和國國家安全法》。國家越強大，國家越富有，就一定要有維護國家安全嘅法例去保家衛國。咁樣先至可以保證同埋保障我哋各省、各市、各區人民嘅安居樂業。唔再擔心外國列強進行侵略、發動戰爭，或者係政治上、經濟上進行打壓，危害到我哋自己本身嘅發展利益同埋權利。中華人民共和國香港特別行政區基本法喺1990年4月4日，經中華人民共和國第7屆全國人民代表大會通過，並已經喺1997年7月1日生效。當中係留有第23條國家安全條例，讓香港特區自行作本地立法。這正正體現中央人民政府全面準確、堅定不移貫徹一國兩制治港原則，讓香港人可以真正體會港人治港、高度自治。香港係國家嘅重要門戶。保持香港特區嘅國際性，去幫助中國接軌世界係十分之重要。因此，由香港採用沿用嘅普通法制度去訂立維護國家安全法係最適合。 無論係本土香港人，或者喺香港生活或者工作嘅外籍人士，都可以更容易去遵守法律。讓我哋一齊去集中聚焦發展經濟、改善民生，繼續建設香港成為世界治安最好、生活最多姿多彩嘅地方。我十分感謝中央人民政府同埋香港特區政府過去嗰27年，用最誠懇、最關心嘅態度去幫助香港特區進行立法工作。喺立法例草案中，亦都用最寬鬆嘅條例去定義罪行，但係又用最嚴謹嘅程序去進行檢控同埋審訊。呢個係香港人最大嘅福氣。我期望法例生效之後，香港人可以真實體會到，只有國家安全被確切維護之後，才有真正嘅獲得感、安全感同埋幸福感。主席，我支持保案，我支持草案，本人謹此陳辭。
多謝主席。
Dr. Hui Simon Lee.
我發言支持今日嘅條例草案。
I speak in support
今
of
日
the
香
bill
港特
today.
區終於要完成
The
基
Hong
本法
Kong
當
SAR
中
government
第23條
is
規定俾
finally
香港
going to
應該承擔嘅憲制
fulfill
責
its
任。
constitutional duty
呢個亦都係作為國家嘅一部
enshrined
分
in the basic，
唔應該
law.
因為一個缺口而危害到全國各族人民安全
We
嘅
shouldn't
應
let
有
a
之
gap
義。
or shortcoming
世界上絕大多數嘅國家同地區
affect the
呢，
safety of
都係
the
擁有
nation
自己
and
嘅國家
people
安全法律
of the
嘅。
nation.
而之前呢，對我哋喺立法過程當中曾經散佈不實信息，並且喜歡干預別國嘅一啲國家作為例子。
For countries meddling in
人
the
類
affairs of
最早
other
嘅國家
nations,
安全相關法律係誕生喺13世紀嘅英國嘅1351年叛逆法。之後仲有1795年、1797年同埋1848年等等嘅煽動叛變罪法同埋叛逆重罪法等等。國際上規模最大嘅國安法律喺美國，由始於1878年嘅警衛團法開始，到1947年嘅國家安全法，效力更加係僅次於佢哋嘅憲法。事實上，喺最近一次國際影響比較大嘅國安案件當中，2019年西班牙嘅加泰羅尼亞獨立運動，9名主謀就因為煽動叛亂而被判重刑，9年到13年不等。而呢一個判決呢，歐盟同埋佢嘅成員國均係表達咗支持西班牙反對國家分裂嘅立場。香港一直以嚟係唔正常嘅，咁亦都難怪喺英國嘅殖民管治之下，英國係唔可能為香港立安全法嘅，因為英國關心嘅只有英國嘅國家安全。但係呢一點喺唔光彩嘅殖民管治歷史當中呢，又卻無法明顯。因而喺回歸之前，喺英國對香港嘅殖民管治之下，只能通過政治手段而非法治嘅規範，去喺香港維護英國嘅國家安全。所以今日嘅立法，既係完成同埋繼承上個世紀80年代起草基本法嘅延續，亦都係香港法治精神嘅又一次象徵。今次立法嘅係一次高水平嘅立法工作，法律內容包括咗實體法、程序法同埋組織法。法律內容呢亦都係公道嘅，做到咗3個好好嘅平衡。一係好好咁平衡咗國家同埋大眾安全以及個人嘅權利同埋自由。第二係呢一部法律參考咗好多國家同埋地區嘅同類法律，特別係唔少嘅普通法地區嘅立法，做到咗同國際主流接軌，又照顧到我國獨有嘅國情同埋特區兩制所需要嘅呢兩方面嘅平衡。三係能夠按照香港嘅傳統嘅普通法法治同埋司法原則，以及由全國人大授權全國人大常委會所訂立嘅香港國安法一個好好嘅銜接。呢部法律喺今日，美國政軍為一己私利，肆意破壞國際法、國際規則同埋聯合國作用，並且到處發動戰爭、策動顏色革命、
更敵意看待我國而帶嚟嘅地緣政治風險，有住非常重要嘅保家衛國、看家護院嘅實質作用。我亦都十分欣賞呢一次立法能夠準確咁掌握總體國家安全觀，從國家嘅視野對國家安全作出通盤嘅考慮，以人民安全為宗旨，政治安全為根本，經濟安全為基礎，以軍事文化社會安全為保障，以促進國際安全為依託，維護各領域嘅國家安全，構建起國家安全嘅體系。我亦都借呢個機會感謝所有參與呢一步立法工作嘅同仁、同事同埋專家學者。我睇到喺諮詢期內，市民積極提出嘅各項意見，以及政府對之深入研究同埋吸納。而我自己本人亦都十分榮幸同埋高興，自從大概喺20年之前開始進行相關嘅方面嘅研究工作，亦都能夠喺整個立法從醖釀到研究過程，以至係喺草案內容同埋修訂案當中睇到自己一啲嘅作用嘅發揮。以上，本人謹此陳辭，支持維護國家安全條例草案。多謝。
多謝主席。本人發言支持維護國家安全條例草案。香港喺基本法23條立法一直有待履行嘅憲制責任。今日終於行到最後一步，大家都等咗呢日好耐，特別係經歷咗2019年嘅黑暴，今日可以喺度發言支持23條，我有好深嘅感受。仲記得5年前2019年6月12日喺立法會審議同埋條例嘅時候，議員想返立法會都係困難重重。我當年係提前一晚喺立法會通宵留守，咁但係到咗第二朝其實立法會已經被重重包圍。議員想返入立法會都困難，最終立法會無法開會，及後更加發生多場嘅暴亂事件，連立法會亦都被衝擊同埋破壞，凸顯咗香港喺國家安全出現嘅短板。維護國家安全條例草案以法律係築牢起維護國家安全嘅屏障。幸好中央係為我哋當年訂立咗港區國安法，令到我哋今日可以順利審議23條，而衝擊同埋包圍嘅事件係不在，社會回復安寧。而今日立嘅23條，正係全面築起國家安全嘅屏障。好多外國勢力係批評23條損害人權。事實上，條例草案以尊重同埋保障人權作為基本原則，清晰咁列出罪行相關行為，精準針對危害國家安全嘅行為，亦設有適度嘅免責條款，對警方執法嘅權力訂明咗清晰嘅條件同埋限制等等。唔單止係完全符合國際人權公約嘅規定，甚至較歐美國家更加注重保障人權。更加有清晰嘅司法同埋制度。舉個例子，草案訂明咗警方需要喺羈留疑犯48小時內決定是否起訴。如果冇落案起訴，警方係需向法庭提出恰當嘅理由，申請延長羈留不多於14日。對疑犯嘅限制則包括可因應情況向法庭申請手令，禁止被羈留人士諮詢個別律師。警方最終需決定是否起訴該被捕人，或者係是否進行保釋。反觀英國，執法部門向法庭申請法令，向嫌疑人拘捕之後係可以禁閉該人喺其居住方圓200里內嘅任何地方長達5年。發出法令時，亦都無需通知被捕嘅人士，冇審訊同埋辯護嘅機會。英國政府亦都係有權禁止被禁閉嘅人士享用一般嘅金融服務，包括擁有或使用銀行嘅戶口，唔可以使用任何嘅電子器材，包括電腦同埋手機上網等等。而我哋特區政府喺制定條例嘅時候，亦都參考咗其他普通法國家相關嘅法律同埋經驗，並且係審慎詳細考慮咗香港嘅實際情況，同埋外國嘅國安標準接軌。以條例草案提出嘅涉及叛國嘅罪行為例，喺美國嘅刑法裏面觸犯咗當地嘅叛國罪，最高可以判處死刑。而我哋相關嘅條例則較為寬鬆，而條文亦都係清晰界定相關嘅人士行為要有意圖或罔顧嘅元素，亦都係需要有明知嘅元素並作出條例中所列嘅受禁行為。 才屬違法，令到市民係有法可依。基本法23條係受到社會甚至乎國際嘅關注，亦都成為咗外部反華勢力抹黑香港嘅議題。批評條例損害人權、破壞營商環境等等。例如，最具體嘅例子就係外媒傳播通訊社呢，就係錯誤喺報導23條嘅諮詢結果，將個別嘅人士嘅意見呢當成政府嘅建議，錯指政府呢係會立法禁止社交平台喺香港運作，企圖呢係製造恐慌。呢啲嘅例子呢，正正反映咗社會係立法會係有必要全速高效審議條例，切實咁維護國家安全。今日23條能夠順利通過之後呢，我期望呢政府嘅解說工作亦都唔能夠停步，亦都要繼續及時澄清同埋係反駁一啲嘅抹黑，讓市民明白到立法係令香港長治久安，讓商界國際投資者理解到築好維護國家安全嘅法律屏障。香港嘅營商環境只會更好，資金人才喺法律嘅保障之下繼續自由流通，對投資者嘅保障更高，進一步鞏固香港國際金融經貿中心嘅地位。主席，本人謹此陳辭，支持法案。多謝。
陳祖恒議員 ，Mr. Sunny Tan。
多謝主席，好高興。好榮幸今日能夠呢個莊嚴嘅議會廳內發言支持並見證維護國家安全條例草案嘅通過，呢個令人感動同埋振奮嘅重要時刻。維護國家安全係每個人嘅應有責任同埋義務。23條立法既係憲制責任，更係貫徹落實香港國安法同埋人大528決定嘅要求。而喺整個立法嘅過程，特區政府喺公眾諮詢期間收到13000幾份嘅意見，超過98%而喺法案委員會嘅階段，政府因應着我哋委員嘅意見，高效地就多項嘅條文作出高質量嘅修訂。早日完成立法係民心所向，有着巨大嘅民意基礎，同時彰顯行政立法嘅良性互動。中國係我哋嘅祖國，香港係我哋嘅家園。我經常同人講，保護家人嘅安全，保護我哋珍而重之嘅家園係正常不過嘅事情。試問點會有人會容許他人傷害你嘅家庭？
How would anyone allow other people to harm their family members?
外國嘅政客經常
Now, foreign politicians always discredit the Article 23 legislative exercise, but in these countries they have even harsher laws to safeguard national security. So we can see safeguarding national security is a consensus in the world, and it is practice that every country has. Now, as this SJ pointed out, Hong Kong has in place international covenants to protect human rights and freedoms, and these countries just attack our exercise. That shows they have double standard, and that shows all the more the need for legislating to safeguard national security. So, in the face of these fair criticisms, I support the government in giving speedy rebuttal. The textile sector will fully support the bill and work with the government. We will, together with the government, try to explain to the international community and the business sector the real situation in Hong Kong. I hope the government and the different sectors there will work together, and then we could have stability for the for people to invest in Hong Kong, and then people have confidence to do so. With the business sector is discerning. Since the start of the exercise, I've come across friends from overseas who are in the business sector. Now, they are keen to come to Hong Kong to start a business and then go into the Greater Bay Area market. And then we can see that the Oasis has done a good job of bringing in strategic businesses, and then many mega events are to be held in Hong Kong. So the business sector is showing the action that they have confidence in Hong Kong. Finally, I must thank the SF Government Bills Committee, the Secretariat of this Council for all their hard work.
so that we are able to resume the second reading of this bill speedily. The textile sector and I believe that the sooner we complete the legislation, the sooner Hong Kong could focus on economic development, and then foreign investors will also have peace of mind as they start a business in Hong Kong. And that will help Hong Kong to leverage on our advantages, in particular the unique advantage that we are connected to the world and backed by the country. That we'll have a more solid foundation for further development, and then we can contribute further to the country's development. So I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. Mr. Stanley.
主席，歷盡近27年超長嘅時間。
27 years is a long time, and after this very long time, we're finally coming to this historic moment for us to fulfill our constitutional duty to legislate for Article 23. Now, I first talked about the Hong Kong national, the country's national security to be imposed in Hong Kong. It was 10 years ago that I spoke at MPC, and then we had the painful experience of the Hong Kong version of the Colour Revolution, and now there is consensus in the community. It's actually a strong consensus for us to legislate as soon as possible to safeguard national security. And also, there is the highest principle of the sovereignty of the country and to safeguard national security. So we have the 528 decision, also the requirements of the Hong Kong National Security Law, and there's also the requirement in Article 23, so we have this bill, and this bill is forward-looking. It is effective in preventing, stopping, and punishing all acts and activities that endanger national security. Now, the bill, the legislative exercise is essential, is necessary, and is urgent. There are still foreign forces trying to target Hong Kong, and that anti-China forces in Hong Kong are still trying to do something. They collude with foreign forces. They give the false statement that our freedoms of speech and the press and so on are under threat. If you study the bill carefully, you will see that the bill abides by strict provisions to protect freedoms and rights. And also whether a person is convicted or not, there will not be a second trial. So that's in line with the general principle of no double jeopardy.
符合呢個普通法嘅慣例，亦都係做到咗嚴寬適度。主席，我呢度咧有一幅文匯報所作嘅圖表，佢係比對各國嘅一個涉及國安法嘅罪行，孰輕孰重。
different national security offences and penalties in different countries. You have to see which laws are stricter and harsher. Now, the U.S. and Western powers, the more they speak on the bill, the more that shows how shameless they are. I and the FTU are fully in support of the legislative exercise, and we strongly condemn the smearing effort of the U.S. and other Western forces, and they try to disrupt this legislative exercise. It is shameless. Now, we worked really hard for the past week or so. I and other members of the Bills committee, worked overtime.
連日作戰，就係希望盡快完成審議通過生效。而為咗確保立法嘅質量，我哋係巨細無遺，就一個個嘅細節提出1000多條嘅質詢。喺呢個多日嚟嘅連日嚟咧，亦都係得到司長、局長、副秘書長、Secretary for Justice, Secretary for Security, the Deputy Secretary for Security, and the Secretary of the Legislative Council also gave us full support. The administration gave very detailed answers. And they also proposed amendments. That's why we are here today to consider the bill again. And I must thank all members for their support. So this is the new era of the Council under the principle of patriots administering Hong Kong. So I speak fully in support of the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Michael Luke.
主席，本人發言支持維護國家安全條例草案。 我參與各級嘅議會至今已經超過20年。2003年23條立法失諸交臂，到今日國家安全條例草案嘅審議終於去到最後嘅階段。呢個歷史嘅時刻，我哋實在係等得太耐啦。多年嚟23條長期被妖魔化，香港成為咗國家安全嘅嚴重漏洞，成為咗反中亂港分子挾洋自重嘅政客溫床。佢哋有恃無恐，公然勾結外國勢力，擾亂議會同埋社會秩序，最後演變成2019年港版顏色革命。全港市民都為咗咁樣付出咗沉重嘅代價。呢段黑暗嘅日子，我哋唔想回憶，但未敢忘記。通過法例之後，係繼香港國安法、完善選舉制度、完善地區治理之後，香港能夠長治久安嘅最後一塊拼圖。從今之後，我哋可以上下一心，專心拼經濟，改善民生。儘管香港國安法嘅制定同實施使香港進入由亂及治，但反華亂港嘅勢力仍然係死心不息，強盜邏輯仍然見於國際政治，特別係部分美西方國家公然定義我國為海外敵對勢力，以擾亂滲透香港作為阻止中國和平發展嘅策略。國家安全嘅威脅從未消減。基本法第23條規定英語立法禁止嘅7類罪行中，香港國安法直接涵蓋咗其中2類，即分裂國家同顛覆中央人民政府。香港特區所仍有一個憲制責任立法禁止、防範、制止同懲治其他危害國家安全嘅行為同活動，特別有關境外干預罪。而家係中華民族偉大復興嘅關鍵時期，極具時代意義。我哋要特別提防受境外勢力收買或者控制嘅現代吳三桂，呢啲係境外勢力嘅代言人，漢奸走狗，喺過去嘅日子明目張膽跑到外國勞顏鄙質咁樣要求制裁中國，或者接受呢啲境外勢力嘅指揮指導，搞亂香港。境外干預罪嘅制定，就令到呢一啲嘅搞屎棍策略再難以得逞。同時勾結境外勢力係條例草案所定嘅某啲罪行罪加一等嘅條件，凸顯咗對於呢啲人民公敵要有更具阻嚇力嘅懲罰，彰顯法律嘅公義。最後，法律要貫徹執行，除咗需要有力嘅執法同公平嘅司法制度之外，全方位嘅教育市民，亦去認識國家安全，讓愛國精神同埋國家安全成為香港最大嘅社會共識。路雖遠，行至將至，事雖難，做則必成。本人謹此陳辭，支持維護國家安全條例草案。
郭偉強議員。
多謝主席。本人發言係支持國家安全條例草案。正如律政司司長所言，23條嘅立法一直都係香港喺憲制上欠交嘅功課，唔係學校裏邊嘅同學仔一般所用話唔記得做，而係回歸以嚟一直都有一班人肆意抹黑同埋阻撓，目的只係為咗將香港拖入無止境嘅政治爭拗同埋紛亂之中，一幕一幕肆無忌憚、變本加厲嘅亂象。以致港獨為核心嘅顏色革命，盡顯奪權嘅野心，同埋為西方賣力嘅勾當。為此，香港行咗一段段冤枉路，錯失發展嘅最佳時機，大大拖慢咗融入國家發展嘅進度。喺東升西降嘅新時代下，地緣政治必將越加尖鋭。美國嘅霸權主義同埋單邊主義表露無遺，為咗延續美國嘅霸權，可以預計將繼續傾力壓制我國嘅和平發展。我國係有必要提升國家嘅安全嘅高度同埋防範嘅工作。香港不能置身事外，而成為國家安全嘅漏洞。喺公眾諮詢1:99嘅結論底下，維護國家安全條例草案
99% of the people supported the bill, and on the 8th of March, the bill received its first and second reading at this council. Afterwards, there were frequent meetings, and within 7 days, there were a total of 22 meetings, compared with 9 sessions within 6 days for the District Council-related bill. There were more frequent meetings, and this is to fulfill the expectation of completing the legislative exercise as early as possible. This shows that the executive branch and the legislature have been working hand in hand. 24 meetings lasting for many hours showed that there was detailed discussion on the bill, and the administration gave reasonable responses to all questions asked. For false allegations, the administration was able to refute all of them, so that people won't be interfered or affected by the smearing campaign.
經歷多次被圍堵立法會以及議會之亂嘅議員， complex 能夠以第7屆立法會議員嘅角色參與23條
and
立法
I
嘅審議工
experienced
作，
that
能夠見證
today I'm
終於
able to
可以完
witness
成23條
the
立
near
法嘅
completion
重大
of the
嘅歷史
legislative
節點，
exercise.
實
It is a
在
historic
係
moment,
與有榮焉，
and I
亦
feel
都有
honored.
撥開雲霧見青天嘅感慨。
I feel that we are
正如特
finally
首所
seeing
言，
the light
喺
at the
提
end
升
of the
維護國
tunnel.
家安全嘅法則後，我哋就可以全程投入
With
推動發展
the
同埋
refinement
改
of
善
our
民
legal
生，
system,
更
we'll
好
be
咁
able to
融入
focus our
國家發
efforts
展嘅
in
大局，
improving people's
以建設
livelihood
宜
and
居
better
宜業
integrate
宜遊
ourselves
嘅香港為目
into
標。
our national
今年呢，就
development.
係
Then
我
we
哋
can
國
build
慶
a
75
livable
週年，
city.
祝願我國國
Today
力提
is
升，
the
早日實現
75th
兩岸嘅統一，
anniversary of our
昂首
return
闊步邁向第2個百年嘅目標，全面建設社會
of
主
the
義
establishment
現
of
代
our
化
country.
嘅強國。本人
I
謹
hope
此陳
that we can help build a modernized country. Thank you.
唔該，主席。
Ms. Trophy Tan.
基本法第23條
Thank you,
立法咧
Deputy
係我哋
President.
嘅憲制責任。我哋國家主席習近平咧
Legislation
喺
is
前
our
年嚟到香港發
constitutional
表7·1重要
responsibility.
講話嘅時候咧，都有
When the
講到
President
一國兩
came
制
to
嘅
Hong
根
Kong
本
to
宗旨
deliver
係維
speeches
護
on
國
the
家
1st
安
of
全同埋
July,
維護我哋國家嘅主權。
safeguarding
23
national
條立法咧
security
係
means
我哋本地
safeguarding
進行咧，正
national
正係貫徹
sovereignty
精神，
and
落實好
integrity.
一國兩制，做好
This
示
is
範。
to
所以
further
咧，特別要
implement
感謝特區
the
政府高
policy
效
of
有
one
為。
country, two
我所
systems.
屬嘅
I
工聯
thank
會
the
一直堅
administration
定不移支持
for
23
their
條立
work.
法。尤
On
其
behalf of
係自19年
FTU,
黑暴以
I
嚟咧，我哋
expressed
堅
that
持
we have
線
been
上線
supporting
下，
Article
解
23
決好23條
legislation
立法同埋維護
since
國家
black
安
cloud
全嘅
violence.
重
I
要性。
have been
喺呢度
explaining
咧
the
都要讚
importance of
揚特區政府
safeguarding
嘅
national
宣解
security
同埋
online
反
and
駁
offline.
今次
I
咧，
need
我
to
作
thank
為
the
立法會議員，亦
administration
都係咧
for
網
the
絡意見
rebuttal
領
team
袖，亦
and
都
their
體會到咧
efforts.
政府咧喺隊伍專責咧做好溝通。同埋
I can see that the
宣解咧都
administration
係非常之高效嘅。
is
呢段
very
時間咧，
effective
我都接
in
受咗媒
its
體訪問，
explanatory work
有
and
進行
rebuttal
請願，
work.
亦都透過拍片同埋各個嘅社交媒體咧
I
去
prepared
反駁
video
抹黑。
clips
涉及國家
to
安全嘅
rebut
法律
the
咧，英
untruthful
國同埋美
remarks.
國咧，其實分
The
別咧都有
US and the
14同
UK
11部。而我哋香港
also had
26年之後咧，
14
自半地
and 21
進行第
respectively.
一步嘅出台。仲參考
This
咗唔
is
少
our
咧
first
佢哋
step,
嘅法
and we
例，
have also drawn
但係
reference
咧
from
西人
many
都仲
pieces
係
of
咧
their
要干預我哋嘅
legislation.
立法，
But then
所
the
以咧
Western
喺度都
countries
要
are still
予以
going to
譴責
meddle
佢
in
哋。
our affairs,
有西
and I
人話
have
咧
to
23
condemn
條
them.
嘅立法咧係進行
Article
得太
23
快。
legislation
其實咧，美
is
國喺2001
being
年
taken
9·11
forward too
之後咧，
fast, some people
21 日
said.
就推出咗國際
After
法案。美國
9/11,
國會
the
咧只係用咗
US
3日嘅時
promulgated
間咧
a
去進
bill.
行審議，但係
The
西門咧
Senate
有冇
spent
去質疑
3
呢啲
days
立
on
法嘅
scrutiny,
時間太
but
短
then
呢？
were there
西
any
方勢力
questions
咧喺我
over
哋23
the
條立法咧，又再
too short
醜惡
period
咁
of the
樣暴露咗
scrutiny?
佢哋嘅雙重
This
標
once
準。
again shows
但
their
係咧都
double
冇咗我哋
standards.
全港凝聚共識，
Anyway, it does
有
not
高達
affect
98% 嘅市民係
our
表達
public
支持，
consensus.
亦
Over
都冇咗我
98% of
哋第
the
一次就
people
國
of
家
Hong
安
Kong
全完
expressed
成本
support
地立法嘅決
for
心。
Article 23
整個立法會
legislation.
咧，
It
就
also
算
shows
係
our
法案委員
resolute.
會嘅成員，相信咧
Our
我哋嘅同事
resolution
咧
to
都有透過
finish the
唔同嘅
legislative
方式去參
exercise.
與立法審議嘅工
Members
作。
of the council
我哋
have
工
been
聯會 taking part in the scrutiny of the bill. The FTU have been staying on the same page in the legislative exercise. Mr. Stanley the chairman of the FTU, also joined the Bills Committee. We have struck a balance between safeguarding national security and the protection of human rights. For treason, the maximum penalty is death sentence, but as you know, there is no death sentence in Hong Kong. Upon the enactment of the bill, we still need to continue with the explanatory work.
呢一點咧，我響保安同埋司法嘅聯合委員會嘅時候咧，我哋有講到嘅。03年嘅時候咧，我就係一個學生睇住電視機，見到23條唔能夠成功立法。然後我哋香港咧就陷入一次又一次嘅政治漩渦。19年係仲有顏色革命。21年後咧，我好榮幸可以喺電視廳參與23條立法嘅審議工作，呢個係光榮嘅一步。時下嘅學生咧見到19年嘅亂局。見到我哋嘅店鋪被打砸燒，見到我哋嘅道路癱瘓，而佢哋都被迫罷課。今日咧可以見到23條本地立法完成填補國家安全風險斷帶嘅最後一里路。我相信咧青年人可以更有信心，未來我哋香港咧係發展咧可以喺更安全同埋更有保障嘅保障之下進行。本人謹此陳辭，支持維護國家安全條例草案。
主席。2019年之前啦，香港可能仍然都會有人認為香港係唔需要國安法嘅，亦都不必為23條立法。大家以為香港好太平，台灣先至會喺議會裏面打交嘅啫。間諜活動、顏色革命、周街掟汽油彈都唔會喺香港發生嘅。但係2019年，我同所有香港市民一齊經歷咗一場匪夷所思嘅黑暴，香港好傷好痛。大家都醒覺到，原來國家安全風險一直都喺身邊。原來惡國勢力已經部署已久。原來威脅暴亂可以突然出現。原來我哋以為嘅太平，只不過係假象。特區政府必須要立法堵塞國家安全嘅缺口。上兩屆立法會我親身經歷，代主席你都喺度，就喺呢個議事廳裏面，有擔任西方代理人嘅漢奸議員，不斷利用民主、自由、公義之名，逢中必反，拉布抹黑。做盡賣國、不公不義、破壞香港之事，我哋清楚睇到社會上面有人勾結外國勢力，要求制裁中國香港，捏造虛假資訊，煽動市民仇視政府，製造顏色革命，顛倒黑白，甚至殺人放火。當年因為反對黑暴，有商店被毀，有活人監生被火燒。有人被磚頭掟死，有警員被刺傷、燒傷，有議員被打，立法會被破壞，無數市民受到嚴重嘅傷害。我哋嘅年青人被訓練成為暴徒，前途盡毀，無數家庭破碎，市民失去咗言論、出行、生活嘅自由，人人生活喺惶恐之中。香港差啲咁就成為反中基地。如果中央政府冇就國安法立法，香港就冇可能回復安寧，踏上今日由亂及治、由治及興之路。但係危機未過，外國勢力仍然虎視眈眈。反中亂港分子仍然蠢蠢欲動，稍一不慎，黑暴就會重臨。所以，我哋香港必須盡快就23條立法，因為保護國安係我哋香港特區嘅憲制責任，因為保家衛國係我哋每個中國人應有之義，因為我哋要保障每位市民嘅生命財產安全同埋免於恐懼嘅自由，因為只有安全穩定，香港先至可以謀發展，市民先至可以安居樂業。近日，外國勢力仍然企圖阻止23條立法，抹黑、恐嚇制裁，利用媒體誤導本地同埋國際社會，手段之卑鄙，可謂無所不用其極。美國駐華大使帕恩斯仲話，華府對23條立法有嚴重嘅關切，包括言論同埋集會自由，同埋保持不同政見嘅權利。主席，我絕不認同。其實大家都知道，美國嘅國安法法網嚴密，刑罰比香港嚴苛得多。美國對其對香港，與其不斷咁對香港嘅國安法說三道四，不如多啲審視下佢哋自己美國侵犯人權、限制言論自由嘅劣跡，多啲保障佢哋本地嘅 本土黑人、原住民同埋大眾嘅人權罷啦。今次香港維護國家安全條例草案，不單止參考咗世界上面多個國家嘅現有法律，亦都充分兼顧咗香港其他適用嘅維護國安嘅相關法律，亦都融合咗公眾諮詢嘅建議，體現普通法嘅原則，同香港國安法銜接、包容同埋互補。非常好咁平衡咗維護國安同埋個人權利同埋自由，只係針對有心破壞國安嘅極少數人。制定維護國家安全嘅法律係國際慣例，西方國家例如美國、英國、加拿大、澳洲、新西蘭咁，都制定咗維護國家安全嘅法律，亦都建立咗相關嘅決策同埋執行嘅機構。美西方國家將23條立法不斷妖魔化。完全係不折不扣嘅虛偽雙重標準，只係反映咗佢哋根深蒂固嘅霸權強盜思維。今日我哋立法會即將光榮咁通過23條立法，我哋用行動證明，任何外部干預同埋手段都改變唔到我哋維護國家安全嘅堅定決心，亦都動搖唔到香港嘅法治基礎同埋國際社會對香港法治嘅信心。國安才能港安，國安才能家安。23條完成立法，必定能夠更加好咁保障香港全體居民嘅人權自由同埋根本福祉。讓香港長治久安、繁榮發展，繼續成為積極貢獻國家嘅明珠。主席，我謹此陳辭，支持維護國家安全條例草案同埋政府提出嘅所有修正案。
多謝主席，我發言支持維護國家安全條例草案。記得2003年我第一日落九龍城區工作，就係去民政處推3個卡版有關23條小冊子翻嚟我哋地區團體，透過我哋地區網絡派發俾市民向市民解釋23條立法工作。可惜當年立唔到法，為國家安全留下嚴重嘅後遺症，導致2014年嘅佔中、2016年嘅佔旺、2019年嘅黑暴嘅出現。今次我非常之榮幸能夠成為維護國家安全條例草案委員會嘅委員，手把手審議法例，保存維護國家安全最後一塊嘅短板。喺研究與基本法第23條立法相關嘅事宜小組委員會同埋條例草案委員會合共開咗25次嘅會議，審議近50小時。我同其他委員都非常之認真審視每一條條文，要求釐清條文內嘅各種定義、罪行嘅元素同埋法律嘅原則。假設嘅場景都屬於法制。大家實事求是，有的放矢，而官員個個都非常之熟書，回答一針見血，用實例貼地咁解說，釋除疑慮，亦採納咗我哋唔少嘅意見，就40項嘅條文提出修訂，令條例草案更加完備。在此我衷心感謝林定國司長啦、鄧炳強局長及其團隊付出嘅努力，及秘書處同事嘅配合，讓我哋能夠一鼓作氣、高質高效咁審議完成維護國家安全嘅立法審議工作。今次條例草案有3大特點。一係貫徹尊重同保護人權嘅基本原則，正如境外干預需要符合3大要素，即配合境外勢力，使用不當手段及帶來干預效果。正常嘅國際交流交往合作係冇問題嘅。煽動意圖罪絕對唔能夠阻礙任何人政府對政府政策有不同嘅意見，只要冇危害國家安全嘅意圖咧，就算反對意見都達得強烈，都係冇問題。事實上，條例草案主要針對間諜、叛國等行動，懲治極少數危害國家安全嘅犯罪分子。政府將維護公眾利益作為非法獲取、管有、披露國家秘密有關罪行。Also, with state secrets, there is now the public interest defense, so this is effective protection of press freedom. And then the lawful rights of the public also protected. Investment and assets are protected. There will be codes of conduct and there will be defense provisions and exceptions. So actually we have comprehensive protection for foreign investors. That's the second and third point. The bill has regard
regard to existing legislation, also has regard to practices and experiences overseas. Most of the clauses have regard to the crimes ordinance and local legislation. And in other places, they may have similar provisions as well. For sabotage to endanger national security, other offences, there's reference to the laws in other places such as the US, Canada, Europe, and so on. For example, they have harsh laws. Actually, the UK National Security Act is all-encompassing. They actually cover anyone of any nationality and any organizations. And then for the U.S., they have the highest number of laws to endanger national security, and their maximum penalty is capital punishment. Now, in our bill, we strike a good balance between safeguarding national security and protecting human rights and freedoms and economic development. So there are overseas politicians who smear our bill, and that's ulterior motive, so we must strongly condemn it. Now, here we are resuming the second reading of the bill. We're going to have the third reading of the bill too. So soon we'll be able to fulfill our constitutional duty to safeguard national security by enacting legislation for Article 23, and then we will have a stable business environment. That means we can next just focus on economic development and people's livelihood, and then we will ensure there is better well-being for the public. So I speak in support of the bill and all the amendments. Ms. Connie Lam. Thank you, Deputy President. Now, when the country is safe, then Hong Kong and our home are safe. We've seen the commotion and chaos in the 2019 riots, and it still scares me. I'm glad to see finally we have the second reading of the Safeguarding National Security Bill that shows that Hong Kong is in its final stretch of fulfilling our constitutional duty. So I throw my full support to the bill.
香港回歸25週年嘅大會上面提出，維護國家安全、主權同埋發展利益嘅重要內容。呢一次嘅立法正係我哋香港特別行政區一國兩制框架之下履行憲制責任，並將一國兩制嘅方針嘅最高原則正式納入香港法律嘅體系，以確保香港嘅長治久安同埋繁榮穩定。條例草案喺平衡國家安全同埋人權嘅保障方面做咗努力嘅成果。草案對於相關罪行同埋概念都有仔細清晰嘅定義，明確規定法律對於被定義為犯罪嘅行為將根據法律進行定罪同埋嘅處罰，而冇被定義為犯罪行為嘅就唔會受到定罪同埋處罰嘅刑罰。So that's the important principle abided by. And then before the judiciary convicts someone, everyone is presumed innocent. So we keep to this principle of presumption of innocence. And then the bill also gives much discretion to the court that is a show of respect and protection of human rights. Now, as a social worker, we talk about fairness, justice, human rights. We talk about respecting people because everyone is unique. So I hope very much therefore the social welfare sector 在內嘅社工同工都要支持呢一條條例草案。條例草案借鑑咗普通法國家嘅立法經驗，其中9項主要罪名參考咗美國、英國、澳大利亞等國家嘅相關法律，特別係新增破壞活動罪同埋境外干預罪，參考咗英國同埋澳洲等國家最新嘅立法實踐，體現咗草案同國際原則嘅接軌，確保咗法律嘅公平性同埋可行性。除此之外，草案仲新增咗維護司法公正同埋其他正當嘅目的嘅兩種不公開審理嘅情形。限制辯護人諮詢律師等嘅規定，呢一個規定都參考咗其他嘅普通管轄區相關法律嘅規定，充分考慮保障被捕人嘅權益。草案入邊仲有好多規定，充分考慮到喺保護香港嘅金融 媒體同各項非政治性組織嘅正常業務活動，符合咗香港實際嘅情況，明確咗界定罪行同埋非罪行之間嘅界線，提供咗明確嘅指引，同時對特定嘅罪行進行咗免責嘅辯護同埋排除情形嘅設定。草案嘅通過同埋實施，將有效發揮我哋香港特別行政區法律體系嘅作用，提高安全高效嘅營商環境，增強投資者嘅信心，保障我哋廣大市民嘅生命同埋財產安全。相信草案會與我哋香港國安法緊密嘅配合，相容互補，無縫銜接，補齊國安嘅短板，共同完成維護國家安全呢一度嘅防線，確保一國兩制行穩致遠。保障香港嘅長治久安同埋繁榮穩定。主席，我哋在座嘅89位議員同埋香港人，呢一刻係歷史性嘅時刻，我哋一齊見證歷史、參與歷史、捉做歷史。本人全力支持維護國家安全條例草案以及所有嘅修正案。主席，本人謹此陳辭。
蘇長榮議員。
主席，今日我哋全數89位立法會議員正在辯論議決條例草案嘅現場。時光倒流到2019年，曾經被眾多暴徒搗毀得面目全非，由輪至運行癱瘓，警察總部亦都被長時間圍堵，中央政府駐港機構被肆意衝擊，地鐵、機場、隧道等公共設施被頻繁破壞，瘋狂嘅起底、欺凌、放火、打人比比皆是，港獨猖獗、攬炒成風。外國特工喺暴亂現場指揮煽動，香港人人自危。呢個就係我哋經歷過喺沒有23條、沒有國安法下嘅真實歲月。回歸後沒有23條嘅近27年，無法阻止被旺角暴亂、非法佔中、修例風波等嘅洗劫，反中亂港勢力可以逍遙法外，甚至躋身特區嘅管治架構，用我哋納稅人嘅錢供養賣國行為，荒唐至極。本來優越嘅一國兩制實踐被不斷干擾破壞，讓人痛心疾首。築牢香港國家安全嘅屏障，讓香港不再重蹈上述血嘅教訓，鞏固良好營商環境，使生命財產安全有保障，就係今日23條立法嘅目的同埋意義。主席，過去嘅亂象同埋不堪，讓香港居民更加意識到國家安全同埋社會穩定嘅重要性，對黎智英等案情所清晰揭露嘅內外敵對勢力危害國家同埋香港嘅行徑，讓香港居民觸目驚心，亦都因為香港居民真切感受到國安法實施後帶嚟嘅效用同埋好處，使當下23條立法成為咗全社會嘅強烈共識，迫切需要，亦都係行政長官同埋特區政府嘅歷史擔當，人心所向、民之所願，係香港必須堅定嘅立法意志。而縱觀條例草案，體現咗喺維護國家安全嘅同時，尊重同埋保障人權，強調立法目的係保障特區居民和在特區嘅其他人嘅合法權益，確保特區內嘅財產同埋投資受法律保護，確立咗完全符合香港法治精神嘅法治原則，包括罪刑法定 無罪推定、一事不再審等等，對普通法高度重視，嚴格遵守，確保與國際接軌並寬嚴適度，法律定義清晰，罪行元素清晰，域外效力清晰。梗係精準針對危害國家安全嘅行為，最大限度咁保護咗守法居民嘅利益同埋正常嘅商業交流。至於被人抹黑立法過快過急，我認為呢個都係國際上醖釀時間最長嘅法律之一。立法本就耽擱咗近27年，而喺2020年全國人大通過528決定後，我相信特區政府已經通過近4年嘅努力，對條例不斷完善，也進行咗充分嘅公眾諮詢，獲得高達98.6%嘅支持率，並將公眾諮詢所反饋嘅建議同埋對法案委員會46個小時審議中產生嘅提問同埋意見，進行咗全面嘅考慮、合理嘅修訂。立法過程嘅精細、嚴謹、完整，絕對符合香港嘅立法程序同埋節奏。本人支持條例草案通過，並堅信其將與香港國安法有效銜接，成為護航一國兩制實踐嘅根基，香港安居樂業嘅保障。
林振昇議員。
Mr. Lam Chun Sing。
主席，基本法第23條本地立法係履行憲制責任，加上公眾諮詢期有超過98%都係支持嘅意見，已經反映到社會支持立法嘅強烈意願。2019年黑暴期間，我同工作受影響嘅工友開記招，反映苦況。希望政府可以有短期嘅支援，但係之後就冇工友肯企出嚟反映，因為佢哋被起底、被針對、被恐嚇，都被說成為唔支持政治罷工大3罷而被批鬥。主席，基本法保障工人參加工會嘅活動同自由。但工友竟然如此被滅聲，失去表達意見嘅自由。我所屬嘅團體勞聯同一啲屬會，曾經亦都係前職工盟嘅屬會，佢哋眼見香港嘅一啲職工會受到外國勢力嘅影響，甚至控制，發動政治罷工，而非集中勞工事務。今次條例嘅其中一個重點係境外干預及從事危害國家安全活動嘅組織。喺香港有職工會參加咗一啲國際工會組織，勞聯亦都有屬會係國際工會嘅屬會。雖然國際工會組織可以被界定為境外勢力嘅國際組織，但係工會要意圖帶嚟干預效果，配合境外勢力，使用不當手段，先至有機會觸犯法例。正常嘅工會交流係絕對唔會誤墮法網。勞工處嘅職工會登記局亦都可以製作簡單嘅注意事項，俾工會有更清晰嘅了解。但係當然，如果我哋知道呢啲國際組織係危害我哋嘅國家安全，作為本地嘅工會，都應該有義務同埋意識斷絕來往、譴責並且舉報，避免工會被境外勢力所操控。此外，今次亦都涉及修訂職工會條例第48條與勞資糾紛有關嘅串謀罪，將煽動或對國家或君主犯罪改為或任何危害國家安全嘅罪行。而其他條文包括為籌謀或深化勞資糾紛而作出的任何作為，可獲保障免受民事起訴等等，都冇修改。
繼續充分體現《基本法》列明香港工人有組織和參加工會、罷工嘅權利同埋自由，亦都將意圖危害國家安全作出嘅行為同工會為勞資糾紛嘅行為區分出嚟。前車可鑑，工會應該避免被境外勢力干預及利用嚟危害國家安全。自從香港國安法實施以嚟，危害國家安全嘅工會多已解散。前職工盟解散之後，其一部分仍然堅守勞工服務初心嘅屬會，已經加入勞聯及其他工會聯會，並且一齊參與勞工界嘅工作。相信維護國家安全條例草案通過之後，職工會可以回歸初心，服務工人，香港市民安居樂業，大家為香港由治及興，一國兩制行穩致遠而努力。主席，本人支持條例草案，謹此陳辭。
陳凱欣議員，
多謝主席。今次嘅條例草案審議工作相當浩瀚。呢個草案嘅條例草案呢係涉及咗9個部分、181個條文。
There are 9 parts covering 181 clauses of the bill. I can see the Bills Committee was very strict and serious while scrutinizing the bill. The secretaries and secretary of departments, while answering members' questions, did not only think from the perspective of administration. Instead, they think from the perspective of protecting the public and striking a balance between safeguarding national security and protecting human rights. They do so from this perspective. I can also see the necessity of legislating for Article 23. This is also the best response to the backlash against Article 23 legislation. For such an important piece of legislation, should we spend even longer time to scrutinize this bill? I'd like to respond this in 2 points. We shouldn't use the length of the scrutiny to judge whether the scrutiny is good or not. It shouldn't be the only yardstick. Policy discussion is all about quality instead of quantity. While I was serving as a reporter and official, there was much filibustering. There were very long hours of discussion of conference. The discussion was not of high quality. It resulted in a waste of public money, but there wasn't any constructive output. On the background and the contents of the bill, the safeguarding national security legislation is to overcome the existing shortcomings. For example, for the vessel, we should ensure its safety. Not all clauses are novel. There are provisions that have been deliberated, discussed, and explained. After social turbulence, the public has greater public awareness about national security, so the Council scrutinized the bill at full pelt. This is without question. The bill has a wider scope, including espionage, succession, treason, and so on. I hope members of the public will spend more time listening to the discussion of the Bills Committee. It shows that members of the public will not have their rights infringed. Instead, their rights will be protected by the bill. The prosecutorial situations or scenarios will check whether there is any criminal intention, for example, possession of publications with seditious intention. The prosecution needs to prove the mens rea before a defendant can be convicted. One will not be caught just because one is in possession of a publication at home. One of the provisions is to protect public transport infrastructures. I
19
believe
年嘅黑暴期
you
間，
all have
香
vivid
港處處
memory
被縱
during
火，
Black
店
Cloud
鋪被打爛，
violence,
學校被佔
stores were
領，立法會
damaged,
被衝
they
擊，
were
我哋嘅
vandalized,
交通幹道係被
legislative
佔
council
領同
was
埋惡
damaged,
意阻塞
public
㗎。
roads
我好
were
記得當日
obstructed,
九龍塘仲有一
traffic
條好
was
重要嘅道路被
paralyzed,
阻塞，
and Kowloon
唔
Tong
單止咧係
thoroughfare
阻
was
礙到附近
obstructed.
居民，
It not
連
only
帶鄰近嘅一
affects
間醫院
residents
都
in the
受到牽
vicinity,
連，
a
病
hospital
人亦都無
nearby
辜受
was
害。
also
呢一個
affected.
正正就係一個政治
Patients
國
were
家
also
安全事
affected.
件對民生造成不良影
It
響
shows
嘅明
negative
顯例
impact
子。
on livelihood.
以往社會兩極化，政治嘅局面混亂，
Society
再
was
加上曾經
polarized.
係試過咧喺2003年立法
Society
嘅經
was in
歷，
chaos.
令到每次提到23條立法
The
咧，
last
都好似一個
Article
禁忌
23
咁
legislation
樣。有部
experience
分人
made
咧
it
就
like
會
a
以十分
taboo.
極端嘅言辭去演繹、去妖魔化維護
Some
國家安全
demonize
嘅工作。但係今次審
work
議
in
條例
relation
嘅
to
草案，
safeguarding
再
national
加上
security.
2019年本港
Some
面
even
對
use
黑暴
extreme
經歷，
words to
正好
describe
反映
it.
維護國家安全條
But the
例立
Black
法
Cloud
先至
violence
可以
reflected the
真
fact
正
that we
更加
need
去
to
保障
safeguard
到市民
national
嘅身
security
家、性命、財
only
產，
when we
亦
have
都可
the
以令到社會
relevant
更加和
safeguarding
諧
national
穩定咁去
security
發
law.
展，令
That
到
is
民
how
生
we
嘅工
can
作可以進一
foster
步
social
做得更
harmony
好。
and peace.
喺呢一度，我想借機
That's
會
only,
向法
well,
案
that's how
委
we
員會
can
一眾
improve
嘅同事
livelihood.
同埋成
I'd
員，
like to
包括咧係
take
仲有我
this
哋嘅官
opportunity
員、
to
政府人
thank
員，以及係
members
立
of
法
those
會
committee
秘書處
officials
一
as
眾
well
職
as the
員咧係表達
Secretariat
感
of the
謝。
Council.
特別係我知
I'd
道
like
咧，
to
秘書
thank
處
you
咧
all.
傾盡咗全
I
力，
know that the
各部門咧合
Secretariat
力先至能夠
has done
喺
its
最
level
高效
best
率嘅時間之內
to
完
help
成
the
整個
Bills
行
Committee
政
to
同埋紀律
scrutinize
工
the
作，令
bill.
到今次審議工作得以順利完成。
That's
2019
why
年
the scrutiny
經歷
of the
過
bill
香
was
港最黑
completed
暗被
seamlessly.
破壞嘅日子。2024
The Black Cloud
年今年，
violence
香港
was
一
the
定可以
darkest
重新
period
出
in
發，
Hong Kong's history.
國安
In
家安必
2024,
定能
we
夠
can
再創飛黃
definitely。
本人謹此陳
start
辭，支
once
持條
again.
例草
We
案同
can
埋特
have
首
a
承諾。
peaceful start. That's how we can scale new heights.
主席，正如國家主席習近平所
Dr.
講
Johnny，
國家安
Thank
全
you,
係
Deputy
民族復
President.
興
As
嘅
President
基
Xi
礎，
said,
社
national
會穩
security
定
is the
係國家
foundation
強
of
盛
the
嘅前提。
rejuvenation of the
中共
people.
十大報告都
National
提出，
security
要
paves the
維護
way
國家
for
安全
the
體系同埋能力現代化，堅決維護
strength
國
of
家
the
安全同
country.
埋社會
We
穩
need
定，
to
無
safeguard
可
national
置疑。
security and
維護國
social
家安全係一國
stability.
兩
This
制
is
嘅宗旨，
unquestionable.
亦都係香港嘅
Safeguarding
憲制
national
責任。
security is the
早前
constitutional
正值
duty
北
of
京
Hong
出席兩
Kong
會，
and
為
is the
都馬不停
foundation
蹄
of the
來回飛
principle
一
of
兩
one
地
country,
幾
two
次，
systems.
為嘅就係希望23條立法工
I
作盡
traveled
早
out
完
of
成。
Hong Kong,
香
so
港
did
過去
some
27
members
年
in
未能
order
完
to
成
complete
23條立
Article
法。
23
作為議員
legislation.
有份參
It
與
has
呢
been
個重
due
要
for
嘅時刻，
27
完
years.
成呢個歷史任務，我感到非常
I
光
feel
榮。
very honored to
事
be
實
able
上，
to take
香港
part
社
in
會
this
上已
task.
經對立
In
法
fact,
23條有20多年嘅商
in
討，
society,
醞釀足
there's
夠嘅
been
社會共
discussion
識，
of
加
20
上
years.
香港
There's
喺
been
實行
sufficient
港區
social
國安法、完
consensus
善選舉制度同
in
埋
the
地區治理體系，落實愛
Well,
國者治港
with
原
the
則後，
improved
邁
district
向由
governance,
治入興嘅新時代，正係23條立法嘅良好時機。接下來
Hong
就
Kong
係點
society
樣落實
moving
好
from
基本
chaos
法
to order
23
and from
條之後
stability
嘅
to
工作。
prosperity.
其中一項首要嘅工作係加強向
We
國
are
際
going
社
to
會
see
解說23條有助
national
增強
security.
香港社會經濟穩定。如果宣傳不足、理解不夠，往往最容
If
易
there
令
is
外國人產生
insufficient
誤解、
explanatory
歪
work,
曲立法
people from
原
the
意同埋
West
精
may
神。所以
misunderstand
特區政
the
府應該
Article
進一步
23
就23條
legislation.
嘅內容
They
同埋
didn't
細節
understand
向
the
國際人
legislative
士解
intent,
說。
so the
做
administration
法要
should
主
do
動，
the
次數
explanatory
要
work
多，
解說要不厭其煩，內容要精準清晰。
The contents need to be clear, targeted.
虛假嘅言論。
They should hold as many sessions as possible. In the community, it is said that Article 23 legislation will deter investors from coming to Hong Kong. We need to clear up misunderstandings. We need to squash the rumors. We need to develop local economy so that the international community can see that safeguarding national security law will further promote the principle of one country, two systems. This can also help international investors to come to Hong Kong for investment. It can provide a springboard for them to come to Hong Kong. It can also attract more enterprises to come to Hong Kong for investment. Internally, we need to step up publicity and education about Article 23 legislation so the public will be well up in the legislative intent of Article 23. It shows the necessity of Article 23 legislation. It shows that the value of the legislation has been demonized and undermined. We need to step up civic education and publicity. We need to enable the public to know more about the legislative intent of Article 23 legislation and its benefits on society. For example, it can help stabilize the Hong Kong economy, improve the livelihood in the economy. It can also offer protection to different aspects of Hong Kong. It can help with the steadfast and successful implementation of one country, two systems. I'm glad to have a special council meeting today. With the efforts of members of the council, We can scrutinize, we can finish the scrutiny of Article 23 legislation. It's key to the social harmony and social stability. I speak in support of the implementation of Article 23 legislation. Thank you.
主席，今日係維護國家安全條例草案進行二讀辯論嘅大日子。等咗27年，基本法23條立法經過多年嚟嘅兜兜轉轉，終於我哋都進入立法嘅大直路。呢個歷史時刻，我真係望穿秋水，百感交集。23條立法係香港責無旁貸嘅憲制責任，但係回歸接近27年，基於種種原因，香港一直都欠交功課，特別係2003年通過《條例草案》之後。
In 2003, the bill was withdrawn and then the exercise was shelved for some 20 years. That's why there is this gap in safeguarding national security. It's been taken advantage of by anti-China forces. Now we've had the painful lesson of the 2019 Black Cap violence. The community has come to realize that we need to plug the loophole in safeguarding national security as soon as possible. So there is sufficient public support for the bill. I'm glad to see that the new term of this government has taken up this duty and it's proceeded with speed to table the bill for our scrutiny. It shows that the government team is competent and it has commitment and courage. Now, we've had marathon meetings in the past week. Members considered each and every clause carefully. We considered all the details. We were prudent in our scrutiny. We also considered different scenarios in relation to the clauses. The officials, including the Secretary for Justice and Secretary for Security, tried to answer all our questions, and that helped to lay many of the concerns of the business sector. I'm sure many people are now more assured. Now, there are 9 parts to the bill. The government has explained each and every part carefully. It has also proposed amendments, and I believe the bill is now clearer. And there are clear definitions for different offences. The offences are reasonable, and also there's due consideration given to protecting the normal business activities and international exchanges, as Hong Kong is an international financial and business center. And then the members put forward various concrete suggestions. For example, I have suggested financial infrastructure to be covered under the definition of public infrastructure. And then for external interference, it's now amended to external interference endangering national security. As for academic exchanges, business exchanges, and other normal exchanges, they will not be regarded as external interference. I believe such amendments and clarifications are important for Hong Kong as an international financial and business center. It is so important for protecting the business environment of Hong Kong. And now these amendments have addressed and allayed many of the concerns of the business sector. If you look around the world, different countries give top priority to safeguarding national security. The US and the UK have legislation that's far harsher than that in Hong Kong. And also they keep updating their legislation to make it even harsher. Now, but for geopolitical reasons, I believe for some time to come, there will be people who will attack our bill and who will make false statements. So this is necessary for the government to refute all these smearing as soon as possible. There's also need to explain the bill further to the community and to overseas community so that everyone knows about the content and spirit of the bill. Now, at this historic moment, I am privileged to be a part of it. I believe the Legislative Council, the SL government, and the committee who have all worked so hard in Hong Kong will certainly have this strong firewall to safeguard national security. And after we complete our historic duty to legislate for Article 23 in future, everyone in Hong Kong must work together to develop our economy and improve people's livelihood. So I resolutely support the Safeguarding National Security Bill. I so speak. Dr. Kennedy Wong.
主席，
根據基本法23條同埋全國人大及常委會嘅有關權益，香港應自行立法保護國家主權、安全同發展利益。呢個呢既係香港特別行政區必須履行嘅憲政責任，也係每一個香港市民嘅責任。國家一直關懷香港。
The country cares much for Hong Kong. In the 1960s, the Dongjiang water supply construction works were started to supply water to Hong Kong. And our economic development was a result of the opening up and reform of the country in the past 4 decades or so. And then before and after the reunification, the country is like a mother to us. It takes special care of us. It gives us the various supporting measures. Whenever Hong Kong encounters difficulties, the country will always give a helping hand. Now, that's the case with the Asian financial crisis, the financial tsunami, the SARS epidemic, and so on. The country helped Hong Kong to fight off the speculators, and then also during SARS, medication and personnel with support were sent to Hong Kong to help us. And then with economic development, the CEPA was signed, that is a closer economic partnership agreement. And then there's promotion of GBA development, and the government also the country also gives support for Hong Kong to become an international and innovation and technology center, and also there's further support for Hong Kong to integrate into national development. So there is strong support from the country. This ensures the stability and prosperity of Hong Kong. Without the support of the country, we won't see Hong Kong as it is now. Now, we are in sea changes in the world. It's unseen for centuries, and there are wars everywhere, and some are really suffering. And these scenes remind us we must have a safe country for our home to be safe. The country has given so much support and assistance to Hong Kong, so shouldn't we help the country to build a firewall and to put in locks here in Hong Kong so that national security will not be endangered? Now, I'm a member of the Bills Committee, and the subcommittee before that, we had over 20 meetings for over 50 hours. We considered each and every clause with great care. I was involved, participated all the way. I spoke for over 60 times, and I proposed some amendments and suggestions. The administration took on board members' views and suggestions, and amendments were proposed. So there are now clearer definitions for key offences and terms. A good balance is struck, and it will ensure that national security is safeguarded while at the same time we protect the legitimate rights and interests of the public. We will keep a free and open society here in Hong Kong. Now, for example, external interference as an offence, there must be the element of external forces. At the same time, there must be the intention to interfere. And also improper means must have been used, so there are 3 elements before the offence is established. That's why the average citizens would not be caught by the law. And then misdirection to treason, again, this is now codified. Misprision of treason is now codified, so it gives clearer definition to the offence. As for legal, professional privilege and other religious privilege and so on, that so this will not be affected in relation to offences of state secrets. Now, I must thank the administration for taking on board on one of the suggestions, that is for all public officers
要及時提供一切合理嘅便利，配合支持同保障，維護國家安全，人人有責。公務人員更加責無旁貸。我相信新修訂嘅條文有助特區政府更高效協助保障國家安全同埋港人嘅根本利益。主席，本人謹此陳辭，全力支持條例草案。
主席，家不可一日不寧，國不可一日不安。試問一個成日家嘈屋閉嘅家庭環境，又點樣可以等屋企人得到幸福呢？一個經常受動盪嘅社會，又點樣可以做好建設同埋發展呢？因此，我首先要感謝政府參考咗6個主要普通法國家嘅維護國家安全法例，借鑑切合香港實際情況嘅普通法實踐經驗，去提出今次基本法第23條立法嘅建議。我亦都要特別感謝15位參與法案委員會審議工作嘅議員同事，亦都睇到有好多其他同事喺背後提供支持，彼此一條心，都係為咗希望等今日立法會可以順利咁完成立法工作，為香港特區構建更堅實嘅國安法屏障，完成呢個遲嚟咗27年嘅功課。所以呢一刻，我嘅心情同大家一樣，都係十分之激動。主席，喺近日嘅新聞報導當中，經常提及嘅黎智英案，喺唔同證人相繼作供底下，越嚟越多理據陸續喺法庭上邊呈現咗出嚟。相信好多市民大眾同我一樣，都越睇越心寒心驚。認清咗事實嘅真相，其實黎智英一直長期為反中亂港分子提供資金支持，公然咁去乞求外國去制裁中國內地同埋我哋香港特區，甚至公開宣稱為美國而戰，明顯有預謀咁去危害國家安全。與此同時，西方國家好似打龍通咁樣，不斷為國家主權安全作出嚴重嘅挑釁，干預我哋香港特區嘅內部事務，妄圖咁美化黎智英，更勾結正潛逃外國嘅特區通緝犯，向香港司法機構去施加壓力，甚至要求法庭放人。以上種種嘅實例，就正正說明咗基本法第23條立法嘅重要性。古語有云：君子以私患而防之。俗語針對外國勢力日後可以會利用唔同嘅新科技技術同埋方法去攻擊國家同埋香港特區嘅安全，所以我哋一定要防患於未然。我哋要感謝特區政府從善如流，提出多項嘅修正案，其中包括行政長官日後可以同行政會議成員同埋為維護國家安全所需去訂立附屬法例。違反該項附屬法例可被判監不超過7年，同埋罰款唔超過50萬元。呢個絕對有助應對未來一啲突如其來嘅國安風險，盡快確保國安能得到最好最佳嘅維護屏障。另外，今次條例草案中亦都新加入咗危害國家安全嘅破壞活動，係包括任何人損壞或者削弱公共基礎設施。呢個就令我回想起2019年嘅黑暴事件，當時有好多暴徒喺街上邊縱火、投擲大量嘅汽油彈，甚至大肆破壞唔同嘅商鋪、地鐵站，嚴重危害市民嘅人身同埋財產安全，令社會大亂。相信到今日大家仍然歷歷在目，實在係令人十分痛心。試諗下，如果當時暴徒係破壞變電站、水塘、輸港食品店，甚至貨櫃碼頭等民生基建設施，後果可以話係不堪設想。所以我全力支持條例草案中加入呢項條文，以全面保障香港特區嘅基建安全。至於政府亦都提出另一個修訂，去取消原本訂明保安局局長要等拘捕令發出6個月之後，先至有權指明某一個人係潛逃者嘅條文，並且會即時撤銷佢哋嘅特區護照等等。我係深表認同政府嘅做法，因為好多潛逃者一離開香港，就已經即刻去唱衰香港，並且參加啲反中亂港活動，所以我哋必須要採取即時嘅應對方法。主席，最後我想強調，安全係發展嘅必要根基。 穩定係發展嘅必要前提。而今次立法諮詢有超過98%嘅支持意見，證明全港社會各界都明白維護國家安全嘅重要性。我相信《基本法》第23條立法之後，能夠同港區國安法相輔相成，將國家安全網牢牢咁建好，使到香港社會穩定得到更全面嘅保障，為香港營造更安全嘅發展環境，令我哋呢粒東方之珠能夠向國際社會展現更大嘅城市魅力。同一時間又可以保障市民依法咁享有權利同自由，確保一國兩制實踐能夠行穩致遠。等社會各界無後顧之憂，集中精力去拼經濟、為民生，令到香港特區可以更好咁融入國家發展大局。主席，本人謹此陳辭，全力支持呢個議案。多謝晒。
吳永嘉議員。
多謝主席。容許我首先讚下政府嘅高效，亦都感謝法案委員會委員日以繼夜嘅審議工作。1連7日開咗接近50個鐘嘅會議，提出超過1000條嘅提問，完成咗條例草案逐條審議。呢個除咗充分表現咗行政同埋立法關係上下一心之外，亦都反映咗落實維護國家安全條例嘅重要性。喺23條立法諮詢期間，外國政客已經按捺不住，帶頭發炮批評23條立法。之後，外國傳媒亦都繼續接力製造假新聞同言論，抹黑23條。呢啲此起彼落、別有用心嘅舉動，都顯示咗香港需要盡快23條立法，鎖好維護國家安全呢座咁重要嘅。自從23條嘅立法工作喺2003年受挫之後呢，香港呢個屋企呢度門就一直不設防啦，不斷被外來嘅勢力喺明喺暗咁襲擊，企圖直撲國家安全呢度。直至2020年6月30日香港國安法一發定香港之後呢，雖然喺香港呢度雖然喺國家加多咗道門鎖，但係尚未足夠填補國安嘅漏洞。今次基本法23條立法係要為國家加翻道大閘。23條嘅條例不但含攝咗同互補香港國安法嘅不足，亦都係香港特區嘅憲制責任。更重要嘅係喺地緣政治變化日益急劇嘅國際大環境之下，23條立法成功，先至能確保香港長久有安穩嘅，保障香港市民，為香港營造更穩定、更可靠嘅營商環境，增加環球投資者對香港嘅信心。主席，守好自己頭家係應有之義，係應該做嘅份內事。好似英國自己都有至少14部涉及國安嘅法律，而美國呢，同國家安全相關嘅法律呢，至少有20部。其實每個國家或者地區都會按照自身嘅要求制定維護國家安全嘅法律。今次23條立法嘅考慮，既考慮咗香港嘅實際情況，提出咗建議，亦同時參考咗國內及國外制定類似法律嘅做法。好似今次條例草案當中，就將尊重同保障人權作為一個基本原則，明確規定依法保護根據基本法同埋2條國際人權公約適用於特區嘅有關規定享有嘅自由同權利，喺維護國家安全同埋尊重保障人權上取得適當嘅平衡。例如喺條文當中，處理申請延長羈押嘅時候呢，律政司就加入咗法院嘅角色，法官會檢視所有包括警方提供嘅資料，而確保延長羈留嘅決定。並唔係由執法機關獨行獨斷，呢點已經反映咗條文係尊重同保障人權嘅。喺審議過程當中呢，政府亦都尊重委員嘅意見，抱住審慎認真同埋專業嘅態度，完成咗修訂條例嘅內容，當中包括將潛逃者定義刪去，法院發出該拘捕令後嘅6個月期間已屆滿呢一條，讓保安局局長有更大嘅靈活性應對潛逃者。過往有好多潛逃者嚟港之後唱衰香港，直至而家，因為國家安全條例而被通緝嘅13人仲未翻嚟香港自首，仍然係做緊危害國家安全嘅行為，所以唔應該對呢班人太仁慈。有關嘅修訂係值得支持嘅。 事實上，23條立法喺香港嘅定海神針，早一日完成立法，先能夠牢築維護國家安全嘅屏障，讓一個纏繞咗香港26、7年懸而未決嘅問題畫上句號。主席，由23條立法諮詢期開始，收到社會超過98%嘅正面支持，已經反映咗社會對盡快立法有廣泛嘅共識。因此，今次適時啟動基本法第23條立法，絕對係預備充足，而且經過深思熟慮，盡快立法，香港先可以真正走向由治及興嘅道路。主席，本人表明堅定支持通過維護國家安全條例草案。
陳月明議員。
唔該，主席。我首先係感謝法案委員會。
Ms. Chen Yuen-ming, thank you, Deputy President.
喺過去1年7日
I thank members of the Council for scrutinizing the bill.
提出修正案同埋法案委員會嘅報告，讓立法會今日得以恢復二讀辯論嘅工作。我發言係支持條例草案獲得通過。有關23條嘅本地立法工作，香港已經等咗27年。我非常榮幸以第7屆立法會議員嘅身份，用行動同埋親眼見證特區歷史嘅重要嘅一篇。香港自回歸以來，回望過去嘅風風雨雨，喺未能完成基本法嘅第23條本地立法時，香港係一直係國家安全嘅缺口，最終境外嘅勢力不斷滲透並引發黑暴。隨着香港國安法正式頒布實施，中央為香港特區確立維護國家安全制度同埋機制嘅主體框架。咁內容同重要定義亦都係設為咗整體國家嘅安全觀，令社會秩序迅速咁恢復。喺短時間內就實現咗由亂到治，繼而逐步落實行政主導嘅管治理念，全面開創由治及興嘅新局面。正如多位法律學者、專家提到，香港國安法並不是取代基本法嘅第23條立法。一方面，香港國安法並未完全覆蓋23條中所羅列嘅7類危害國家安全行為。同時，香港國安法第7條亦都係繼續強調特區應盡早完成基本法規定嘅維護國家安全嘅立法。因此，今日嘅條例草案係進一步細化特區嘅維護國家安全制度同埋執行嘅機制，有利於各界喺健全嘅保障下專心謀求發展，係由治及興嘅重要嘅基礎。第二，條例草案嘅實體法角度，打開條例草案及修正案由9個部分所組成，一共係181條，係非常全面，內容涵蓋實體同埋程序嘅內容。我樂見條例草案全面細化基本法第23條所列明嘅實體內容，例如23條嘅原文之一，只係講到叛國言詞，條例草案係將叛國細化為4類嘅罪行，其他嘅原文都有同類嘅細化嘅安排，結合特區實際嘅情況。同時，草案實體法提及嘅刑罰程度亦沒有超過其他嘅普通法嘅司法管轄區。客觀而言，今次嘅條例草案繼續全面符合到兩個國際人權嘅公約，係一份與國際接軌、公平、公正、公開以及尊重同埋保障人權嘅國家安全法律嘅文件。第三，條例草案嘅程序法角度，我樂見條例草案全面完善國家安全嘅程序法內容，喺處理國安件時無可避免係要面對維護國家安全制度同埋機制與特區現有法律，包括普通法之間嘅協調性嘅問題。今次條例草案以成文法方式全面明確規定過去國家安全案件嘅審理中係需要花時間逐一裁定嘅程序性嘅內容，例如執法及訴訟嘅程序等，亦都安排相關嘅本地成文法則作出修訂，有助協調特區內現有嘅法律同埋國安安全制度同埋機制之間嘅融合銜接，既切合香港嘅實際需要，亦都係解決到法律之間嘅協調性嘅問題。如今我哋係身處百年未有之大變局，咁國際環境複雜多變，國家安全風險正不斷咁延伸至更多嘅新領域。 今次條例草案係進一步深化、細化特區喺維護國家安全嘅法律制度同埋執行機制嘅內容，係妥善應對目前及將來可能出現嘅傳統同埋非傳統國家安全嘅風險，亦都係特區政府同每一個香港市民應當履行嘅責任同埋義務。相信喺法案通過後，可以進一步推動國安相關嘅普法工作。可以進一步加強國安全嘅保障，
I believe this can offer better protection for safeguarding national security and ensure the long-term stability and prosperity of Hong Kong. Thank you, Deputy President. Mr. Michael Tian. When I speak up, I will keep coughing. It's a historical day today. After the Hong Kong national security law, we are in a new situation right now. Article 23 legislation is our constitutional duty. It's a historical mission. We are not only contributing to national security, but then we are actually completing a task that should have been done much earlier after reunification. I can say that we see the successful implementation of all articles in Basic Law. The opposition camp has been slinging mud at Article 23 legislation, so people have great misunderstandings about 23 legislation. The opposition camp would have caused damage or chaos in the council if they were here. This will form a vicious cycle, and this will make legislation even more difficult. In the last election, because of Hong Kong NSL, order was restored. Even with the Hong Kong NSL, Hong Kong legislation was still not completed. We still need to plug the last gap. Back then there were views that we already had Hong Kong national security law and we didn't need to push forward Article 23 legislation. Personally, I'm against this view. When there is resistance, there is opposition. There is also opposition when there is no resistance. So that means there is no the best time to take forward Article 23 legislation. So I put it into my manifesto. The community was afraid that people would sling mud at Article 23 legislation, and I have the following responses. Even with Hong Kong NSL, we still have the constitutional duty to legislate for Article 23. There is overlapping of the scope, but there are also different scopes. The two of them will make a complete system. Article 23 legislation is never an issue of whether we should do it. It's about when we should do it. When is the best time? It's when citizens of Hong Kong feel that national security is at risk. Last time we failed because we were not alive to national security risks. We didn't feel the risks. That was why there were misunderstandings. But Hong Kong was in a dark period back then. So people of Hong Kong felt that actually national security risks were everywhere. They were taking all opportunities to affect Hong Kong. They could affect Hong Kong in such a way that we can't control. These risks are intangible and they are widespread. Many friends and family members were on sour terms. So we really need to get grips with this problem. The public actually agreed with me, so they supported my manifesto. Right now, we are in rational policy discussion in the Council. We can reason with one another. We do not have to speak up. We don't have to shout at each other. In the government public consultation document, I'm more concerned about state secrets. After all, as a legislator, I'm in touch with a lot of government information. Will it be state secrets? In order to enhance transparency, will I be breaking the law? Through different channels such as anti-chamber discussion, exchange session, Bills Committee, one of the important elements is that it is likely to endanger national security, so that we can tell which one comes with good intention and which one comes with ulterior motive. So there is no problem or no issue of people breaking law inadvertently.
今日立法之後，先至23條工作正式開始。主席，我更希望，因為政府同我哋做好宣傳教育之後呢，將來引用法例嘅機會好。主席，我謹此陳辭。
I also submit Deputy President to speak in support of the bill, as well as all amendments.
Mr. Kenneth Lau.
代主席，咁我好高興立法會今日可以恢復。
I'm glad that we are here to resume the second reading debate of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. We can then fully implement the constitutional duty as required under the Article 23 of the Basic Law, the 528 decision, and the Hong Kong NSL. Now, since the first reading of the bill, the Bills Committee held meetings for 7 days. There were over 22 meetings and over 40 hours of deliberations. I am grateful to officials and colleagues of the Secretariat and members as well. Of course, we all worked very hard day and night, and there was full support from the Legislative Council Secretary, so we are able to take this bill back to this Council with great speed and efficiency. Now, I'm not a member of the Bills Committee, but then every day I follow the meeting attentively. And during the deliberations, the members of the Bills Committee put forward views and suggestions on improving upon the bill. They put forward concrete suggestions. The administration gave a detailed explanation of the clauses to members and the public. There's also clarification of misunderstanding of the clauses. The administration also took on board many of the views of the Bills Committee. The administration put forward over 40 amendments to the bill. The whole scrutiny process was efficient and rigorous. It showed that there is positive exchanges and interaction between the legislature and the executive. Now, Hong Kong is an international financial center and trade center. We are one of the most open economies in the world. We have our unique way of life, so Hong Kong is vulnerable to sabotage and infiltration by foreign forces. Now, compared to the US, UK, Canada, and so on, they have a huge body of laws to regulate various offences and acts in relation to national security. And then our country, and here in Hong Kong, we have just this bill. The definitions are less harsh, and the penalties are also less harsh compared to the laws in Western countries. And the aim is to protect human rights, respect human rights and freedoms. We give play to the two international covenants on political and civil rights, as well as economic, social, and cultural rights, while safeguarding national security. And now, there's much concern about the disclosure of information and possession of state secrets. The bill gives clear definition. It says that all the materials must fall into 7 categories of state secrets, and then there's also the element of disclosure without lawful authority, and then it has to endanger national security before this is considered state secret. So if someone has no intention to endanger national security, then he needs to worry about being caught by the law inadvertently. And then for external interference, the act must have the intention of causing interference involving foreign forces, and there must be proper means used. So there are 3 elements. Now, for someone who conducts a business in Hong Kong or who runs any organizations, they certainly cannot meet all these 3 conditions, so that's why they need not worry about breaking the law in this respect. Now, I'm a member of the 7th Legislative Council, and at this very historic moment, and I share in the duty to hand in this to complete this exercise as 27 years overdue. I feel very much honored. On behalf of the香港議會and all 800,000 indigenous residents living outside Hong Kong and also indigenous residents living in Hong Kong, I fully support the passage of the bill to safeguard the national interest and development. And also Hong Kong could then focus on economic development and improving people's livelihood. I speak in support of the passage of the bill.
Mr. Ben Chan.
主席，為《基本法》第23條進行本地立法，係香港特區嘅憲制責任。
Enactment of local legislation to implement Article 23 of the Basic Law is the constitutional duty of the Hong Kong SAR government. The government hasn't been able to do so since the return to the motherland 27 years ago. Now is a historic moment. I'd like to cast my vote in support of this bill. I feel honored to be part of this historic mission. The DAB is of the view that Article 23 legislation should be completed as soon as possible to plug national security loopholes. But of course, we are not so naive as to believe that this will call a halt to all national security risks. We still need the joint efforts of all sectors of the community and the public. Now, as the administration puts it, Article 23 is the window with locks, and we prevent robbers from committing burglary, and we need to plug security loopholes to stop anti-China destabilizing forces from meddling with our affairs and posing risks to our country and Hong Kong so as to protect our home. Now, this legislative exercise has been a daunting task. We have a strong mandate in support of Article 23 legislation. Still, there have been attempts to interfere with our work. Some foreign politicians continue to smear us. The foreign media put up misleading headlines to try to sling mud on us. In fact, every day we continue to face national security threats, and this has posed a great burden on the work of the Bills Committee. I'm grateful to members of the Bills Committee as well as the administration for examining the bill for over 50 hours to ensure early completion of the legislative exercise. However, I must emphasize that haste makes no waste, because we have been able to examine the bill very carefully. Members of the Bills Committee and the administration came fully prepared for the work, and we completed the scrutiny with great efficiency. We need to have regard to the latest international developments so that a forward-looking and effective approach can be taken to target national security risks. Now, the Bills Committee members put forward over 1,000 questions on the bill. There were lengthy deliberations on details of the bill in terms of necessity, proportionality, as well as the availability of reasonable defense. We have deliberated on these matters thoroughly so as to address public concerns, so that on the one hand the bill can effectively target the relevant national security offences, and on the other hand, it can prevent members of the public being inadvertently caught by the law. I'm particularly grateful to Paul Lam, Secretary for Security, as well as Mr. Tang, Secretary for Security, for leading his team. The officials took much effort in explaining the bill to us. The bill safeguards the human rights and freedoms enshrined in the international covenants, and assets and investments in Hong Kong will continue to be protected. In terms of enforcement powers and investigation by the law enforcement agencies, the court will continue to be the gatekeeper so as to protect human rights and impose checks and balances on police powers. The administration has been able to offer easy-to-understand explanations of these complex legal concepts so that all the ideas seem accessible to the public. This can bring a lot of benefits in completing the NS legislation.
充分體現行政立法良政互動嘅
Deputy President,
高
the
效合作，
legislative
亦都
exercise
係香港
is a
邁
good
向由治及
example of
興
good
其中一個
interactions
有
between
力
the
嘅證明。
executive and the
民建聯
legislature.
堅定
This
支
is
持
also
通
one
過
step
維護
towards
國家安全
improvement
條例草
to
案，
the
讓香港
governance.
無
The
後顧之
DAB
憂，
supports the
可以
bill.
全力拼經濟、
With
謀發
passage
展、
of the bill,
改
we
善
can
民
now
生，
focus
讓香港
on
再創輝
economic
煌。
growth
主席，
and
本人謹
improving
此陳辭。
people's livelihoods so that we can scale new heights.
主
I
席
so submit.
维护国家安
Mr.
全与发展利益的23条本地立法，在经
This
过
is
全面
the
广
Article
泛的公众
23
咨
legislation
询，
of the
并
basic
获得
law
近
that
99%
safeguards the rights
的
and interests of
高
our
比
country
率
in
的
Hong
支持。
Kong, and
经
we
过法
have
案委员会
had
连日来马不停蹄
99%
的
of
严谨
support
审
from the
议，
public.
已然成为一
The
部符
Legislative
合国
Council
际惯
worked
例、
seamlessly
符合
in
香港实际、
scrutinizing the bill.
具有普通法
Now,
法治特征、
This
高质
bill
量
is ready、to
高
be
水准
passed.
的
This
条例
is
草
in
案。
line with the
经
international
过
standards.
26年
It's
多
a
的漫长
high-quality
等待，
bill that can
本届
cater
行政与
for
立
the
法机构
different
在
demands.
23条立法的
We've
全过
waited
程
for
中
over 26
能够紧密
years.
合作、
The
高效
Article
互动，
23
不
legislative
畏恐吓、
exercise is a good
善
example
作
of good
善成，
interactions
充
between
分
the
展现
legislative
爱
and
国者
the
治感的
executive.
制度优势。
We work
刚刚过去的春节是中国人
free
万
from
家
the fear
团
of
圆的日子，
foreign forces.
但大
Now
家
the,
可曾想到，
as the Chinese New Year
万家
just
团
passed,
圆要靠什么来守护？
families
迄今
stayed
能令
together
市民
to celebrate
心有余悸
the
的
important
2019年黑豹，
But what is
是香港
important
历史上
is that
一
we
道
need to
抹不
make
去的伤痕，也
family
可以说
reunions happen.
是香港
Reunions
作
happen.
为高度国际化文明
Whereas
城
in
市
Hong
的
Kong, we
思路。
experienced the Black Hat
不堪
riots
回
in
首的惨痛教训
2019. Hong Kong
告
is
诉
an
我们，
international city,
如果香港
and
社
this
会
is
不能坚定不移地维护国家
shame
主
brought
权
onto
与安
us.
全，
Well, if we're
而任由
unable
那些
to
打着所谓
resolutely
自由民
safeguard
主旗号的
national
港独分子的
sovereignty,
图谋
integrity,
得逞，
and interest,
那么当
if
年
we allow
鸦
the
片战
anti-China
争导致香
destabilizing
港
forces
被
to
割裂于
get
祖
their way,
国，
then during the
港人
Opium
沦为
War,
二等公民
Hong
的
Kong
历
was
史悲
ceded
剧
to
就有可能重
foreign
演。
forces,
让
and
我们
Hong
很多
Kong
人
people
将
became
成为
second-class
中华
citizens
民
in
族
this
复兴
colonial
道路
place.
上的
And this
千古罪人。
and a repeat of this
国家
incident
主
could
席习
happen
近平
again.
一再强
And
调
we would be the，
国家
ones
安
to
全
blame.
是民族复兴的根基，社会稳定
emphasizes
是国家强盛的前提。
National unity
香
and
港回归
stability is of
26年的
paramount
历史事
importance.
实充分
It's
证
been
明，
26 years
国
since
家安
Hong
全
Kong's return
就
to
是
the
最大
motherland.
的公众
And
利益。
history tells us
只有安全
that
和谐的
the
社会环境，
most
市民
important
个人的
public
安
interest
全和利
is
益
national
才能得到最
security.
有效的
Only
保
when
障
we。safeguard national security would we be able
中
to
央港澳办
safeguard
夏宝龙主
personal
任
rights
去
and
年考
interests.
察香港的时候也指
Mr.
出
Xia Baolong,，
没有安
director
全和
of
稳定，
the
一切
Hong Kong and Macau
都
Work
无
Office
从谈起。
visited Hong Kong,
家
and
是
he
最小
also
国，
agreed that
国
national
是
security
千万
is
家
of，utmost
国安
importance
才能港安，
because
港安方能家安。
a country
当巴勒斯坦加沙人民
is
正
formed
在
on
为
the
了食
basis
物、
of
药品，
thousands of
甚至
homes.
为了能够
When
喝上一
in
口水而
Gaza,
流血挣扎
there
之
is
际，
a conflict
我们应当
going
庆幸
on,
香港
and
在
when
中央
people
果断
there
推
are
出港区国安
struggling
法后的
only
最
to
短
get
时
a
间内
sip of water,
实
they are
现
in a
由
war
乱及
zone.
治，
We
市
must
民得
compete
以
with
安
time
居
and
乐业
complete。the legislative exercise as
古人云
quickly as
法
possible
与
so
时
as to
壮
provide
则
stability
治
and prosperity to Hong Kong
治与
people.
事宜
As
则
the
有功。
classic saying
香港
goes,
赖以成功的基石就是法治。23
it
条
is
立
true
法
that we
正
need
是
to
强
abide
化
by
香
the
港
rule of
的
law
法
to
治
achieve
基石，
success in Hong Kong.
可以进一步
Article
建立健
23
全、
will
清晰、
bolster
公正、
this
符合国际惯例， 为香港自由港营商环境保驾护航的法律体系，让香港继续发挥国际资本市场超级联络人的作用，并继续成为国际资本市场的超级聚宝盆，鼓励国家深思义，喜因祸福必趋之。期待并相信23条立法一定能够达到维护国家安全的目的，为香港可持续高质量发展奠定坚实的法治基础，确保一国两制行稳致远，让香港未来可以聚精会神拼经济谋发展，让东方之珠更加闪亮。主席本人谨此陈词，全力支持审议通过维护国家安全条例草案以及修正案，并向为23条立法辛苦付出的所有的参与者表达由衷的敬意与谢意。
made their hard efforts in the legislative exercise. Mr. Louis Long.
代理主席，首先我想開宗明義表明，我係全力支持 特區政府
Well, at the
履行
outset, I'd
憲
like
制
to
責任，
say that I
就
give
基
my
本法
full
第
support to the Hong
23
Kong
條
SAR
進
government
行
in
立法
fulfilling the
工作，
constitutional duty
以
and
完善
proceeding
維
with
護國家安
enacting
全嘅相關
legislation on
法例。
Article 23 of the
香
Basic
港
Law
特
so
區
as
成
to
立20多
establish
年
and
嚟，
improve the
一直
relevant
未
legal
能夠
system on
完成
safeguarding
相
national
關立法工作。
security. It's been more than
2019
26 years
更
since
發
Hong
生
Kong's
咗
return
持
to
續
the
超過
motherland.
半
We have
年，
not been able to
對
complete
社
this
會造成
exercise.
嚴
The
重
Black
破
Hat
壞嘅
riot
黑暴
lasted
事件，
for over
不
half a
但
year
暴
in
露咗香港喺
2019,
維護國家
causing
安全
great
問題
damage
上
to
嘅短
us.
板，同
This
時亦都
revealed
顯示
the
喺
shortcomings
欠
and
缺國家
inadequacies in
安全
safeguarding
保
national
障下，
security.
市民根本係無法行
This
使基
also
本嘅權利同埋自由，
demonstrates how Hong
甚
Kong
至連日
people are
常生活
unable
都大
to
受影響。特區政府今次提交
exercise
俾
their
本會
fundamental
審
rights
議
and
嘅維
freedoms
護國家
in the
安全
face
條
of the
例草案，
anti-China forces.
就係為咗完善香港特區維護
The
國家安
the
全嘅
safeguarding
法
national
律，
security
履行
bill
憲制責
is a
任。
piece of legislation
條例草案係
to
參考
plug
咗
national
多個
security
採用
loopholes and for
普
the
通
government
法
to fulfill the
司法管
constitutional
轄區
duty.
嘅國
Reference
家
has been
安全
made
法例，
to
同
the
時
national
亦都
security
充分
laws
考
in
慮到
different common law
香港本
jurisdictions.
地嘅實際情況同埋市
The
民
government
嘅
has
意
also
見。
given full regard to
我
the
留意
actual
到條例
circumstances
草
in
案
Hong
條
Kong
文
as well as
同時保
public
障基
opinion.
本人權
The
自
bill
由，
provides
同埋體
safeguards
現
to
咗
basic
刑事
human
訴訟
rights
權
and freedoms.
同埋無罪推定嘅原則。
It
喺
also
訴訟程序
safeguards
嘅
a
安排
certain
上，
criminal procedure
確保市民喺基本法所保障
principles
下嘅權
such
益
as
不受
the
影響，
principle of no double
對被捕
jeopardy
人嘅自
as
由
well as
同埋
presumption of
維護國
innocence.
家安全之間作出咗適當嘅平衡。
So a proper balance
條例草
is
案亦都
struck
清楚
between
界
safeguarding
定
national security
各
and
項危
safeguarding
害
human
國家
rights.
安全罪
The
行
bill
嘅
also
例外情
provides
況同
for
埋免責辯護。
exceptions and
有
defense
關
of
罪
different
行亦都
offences.
需要證明被告嘅犯罪意圖，確保無
The
辜嘅市
prosecution
民
is
唔
also
會
required
輕
to
易
prove the
誤
mens
墮法
rea
網。
of certain offences
我支持
to
政府
make sure
當
that no
局因應法案
members of
委
the
員
public would
會
be
嘅
caught
建議
inadvertently by
提出
the
嘅修
law.
正案，取消規
There are
限保安局
amendments
局
put
長
forward in
要
light
喺
of
發
the
出拘捕
suggestions
令後
by the
6個
Bills
月
Committee.
先至
For
可以向
example,
潛逃者施行限制
amendment
措
will
施
be
嘅條
made
文。
so as to remove the
俾保
restriction
安
for
局
the
局長
Secretary
有
for
更
Security
大
to
嘅靈活
impose
性
restrictions
應對
on
潛逃
abscond
者，
6 months
以
after
及
the
防止
abscondment.
潛逃者
This will
規
provide
避
greater
相關嘅措
flexibility
施。
for the administration to deal with
政府當局
absconders.
建議提出修正案，
The
加入條
administration
文，
will also
賦
be
予行
moving
政長
amendments
官
to
會同行
empower
政會
the chief
議
executive
訂
in
立附屬法
council
例
to
嘅
make
權力，
subsidiary
以
legislation
就維護國家安全相關嘅法律嘅具體實施事宜
There are
作出
also
進一步嘅規定
further
及應對未能夠
rules
預見嘅情
and
況。
measures to
我
be
認為呢項
made
修正案將會令
to
到
cope
法
with
例更加具
unforeseen
前瞻
circumstances
性，
in
我
relation to
認為係
national
支持
security
嘅。
offences. This is
有
forward-looking.
意
I
見
give my
認為
support.
境外干預嘅
There are
條文
views
有可能影響到正常
on
嘅
the
商業、
external
學
interference
術、文
offence
化
and that
等
the
國際
provisions
交
are
流活
drafted in
動。
such a way as to
政府當
affect
局因而建議對該條文作出
international
修訂，
cultural
將罪名
academic
改稱為
exchanges.
危害國家安全嘅境
The
外干
administration
預
has
罪。
proposed to rename the
此舉
title
將
to
更
External
清晰地
Interference
反
and
映
Endangering
立法
National
原
Security
意，亦
to
都可
better
以釋除
reflect the
市民
legislative
嘅疑
intent
慮。
and to allay public
代理主
concern.
席，我支持
Deputy
通過條
President,
例草
I
案
support
同埋
the
政府
passage
當局
of the
提出嘅
bill.
修
I will
正
also
案
be，supporting
好
the
讓香港喺維
CSAs
護國
put
家
forward
安
by
全
the
方面
administration
建立
so
更堅固嘅法制屏障，以確保一國兩制行穩致遠，社會環境繁榮安定。從此，大家可以同心攜手，共同為香港開創更美好嘅未來。
Mr. Benson Loke.
Thank you, Deputy President.
I'm a member of the Business and Professionals Alliance. I'm also the chairperson of the Youth Committee of the BPA. The BPA and the business community firmly support the legislation for Basic Law Article 23, and we fully support the passage of the Safeguarding National Security Bill to keep our country safe. This will ensure the long-term success of one country, two systems. I'm also a member of the Electoral Panel on Security.
期審議工作。
I took part
對於
in
政
the
府日
early
以繼夜
scrutiny
高
of the
效運作、
proposal
務
of
實
the
兼
bill.
併呢
The
係
government
表
worked
示感謝。
tirelessly and
同時，
efficiently.
本人亦都
I
十分
thank
認
the
同
government
早
for
一
its
日
hard
完
work.
成立法
I
工
also
作，
agree
就
that
多一日維
the
護國
sooner
家
we
安全
can
嘅大
get
方向。
through the bill, the sooner we
喺諮詢
can
嘅期
keep
間呢，
our
我哋
country
見到
safe.
特區政府
During
嘅
the
反駁
scrutiny,
小隊對於一啲不實
the
嘅攻
government's
擊，
rebuttal
特別係對於
team
外媒嘅
countered
抹黑
false
指控
claims,
係
especially
敢於鬥
smearing
爭，
from
恰
foreign
如其分
media.
地、及時
Our
地反駁。
government's rebuttal
此
team
舉對於
fought
公
its
眾掌握
corner and
更
we
客
offered
觀、更
timely
全面
rebuttal.
嘅真實資訊，
This also
去表
helped
達對於諮
the
詢文
public
件
get
嘅
a
意見呢
sense of
係
the
好有
true
幫助
picture.
㗎。
And that
喺未來，
helps
如果
the
有重
public
要政策
understand the
諮詢
bill.
嘅時間呢，
In
呢個係
future
值得參考
policy
嘅方法。
consultations, we
同
should
一時間，
adopt
特
a
區政
similar
府對於一
model.
啲務實建設嘅
Meanwhile,
意見呢，亦
the
都係
government
從善
also
如流、
received
務實兼聽㗎。
constructive and
本人好高興
practical
呢，見到
suggestions,
而家
and
嘅
the
條例
government
草
has
案
been
比諮詢
responsive.
文件係更加
I
完善。
welcome
譬
the
如本
more
人喺3
comprehensive
月
bill
6日
now.
聯席會議中曾經
At
指
the
出，
joint panel
喺諮詢
meeting
文
on
件當
March
中嘅
6th,
非法操練罪
in the
會唔會
consultation
係有一啲嘅豁免
document,
嘅情
there is an
況？
offense
譬
on
如青
unlawful
年界別
drilling.
有
I
啲朋友
wondered whether there would be
去跟團
exemptions.
去外國旅行嗰時
Young
候打
people,
野戰遊
they
戲
go
窩
on
機，
overseas
會唔
trips
會有
and
誤
they
墮法
take
網
part
呢？
in war games.
或
Will
者一
these
啲
young
持
people
相
be
同
caught
國籍嘅人士
inadvertently? And
喺
for people
相關嘅
with
國
dual
家服兵役嘅時
nationality,
候，又
those
會唔
people
會
may
可以有其他嘅處
perform
理方法
military
呢？
service in overseas
有見及
countries.
此，
I
政府
wondered
當局
whether
喺草擬
there
條
would
例草
be
案嘅時間
special
呢，亦喺
arrangements.
非法操練罪嘅部
So
分
the
加
government
入咗
responded
清晰嘅豁
by
免情況，
including clear
讓市民
exemptions
容易
under
遵
the
守同埋
offense
執
of
行。
unlawful drilling.
描述
That makes the
係
law
精準
easier
嘅
to follow.
市民同埋青年人亦
With
不
clear
會誤墮法
provisions.
網。
That means
我
people,
出席咗
including
一
young
個
people,
商界嘅
will
午
not
餐
be
會時，
caught
有
by the
跨國
law
企業嘅高層
inadvertently.
問
I
我，
was at a business
其實
lunch recently.
23條對於佢哋嘅
A
商業營運
senior
有冇影
member
響
from a
呢？
multinational
我回答佢
asked
哋：
me whether
如果你
this
係一
bill
向
would
從
affect
事
their
正
business
常嘅商
operation.
業
So
行
I
為，
said,
立法
for
之後
those
對你哋
in
嘅日常
legitimate
業務
business
操作
operations,
基本上係冇影
this
響嘅。
bill, once
喺社會
enacted,
嘅穩
will
定
have
上
no
反而
impact
仲多
on
咗一重保障添。
business. In fact, there
大家都
will
會見
be
到條例草
an
案
extra
嘅
layer
道
of
義，
protection.
開宗明義
In the
闡述咗
preamble
立
of
法
the
嘅
bill,
因由
you can
同埋
see
原因，
the context
包括
and the
堅定
reasons
不移
for this
並
bill.
全面準確
Firmly,
貫徹
fully
一國兩制、港
implementing
人治
one
港、高
country,
度
two
自治嘅方
systems,
針，
and also
係
implementing the
有效
principle of
確
Hong
保
Kong people
特區內嘅
administering
財
Hong
產
Kong
同
and
埋投
high
資
degree of
受到法
autonomy.
律保
There will
護，
be
保
protection
持特
for
區嘅
investments
繁榮
and
同埋穩
property
定。
to keep Hong
我認
Kong
為條例草
a
案係
prosperous
充分
city.
考慮咗保護
The
喺香
bill
港嘅金融、
has
傳
fully
媒、學術同埋各
taken
類青年組織、
account
專業學會
of
嘅
all the
正常
needs
商業行為
and the
同埋國際
legitimate
交往需要。
activities of business
喺
and
有效
academic
維護國家安
circles
全嘅同時，
in terms
亦
of
為
overseas
香港營
exchanges.
造咗更穩定、更可
This
預
means
期嘅
the
營
bill
商同埋
creates
發
a
展
more
環境。
predictable and
工商界別
certain
亦特別
business
期待社
environment
會
for
同埋
Hong
經濟
Kong.
發展可以喺23
The
條
business
通過之
circle
後，
also
沒
hopes
有
that
後顧之憂，可以大有可
once
為，
this
重
bill
拾
is
發展
passed,
動能，
then
以
we
經
can
濟
all
發展化
focus
解
on
社會
economic
深層次
development,
民生難
and
題
that will in
同
turn
發展
help
和
resolve
幸福。
deep-seated
我亦都有
socioeconomic
同過唔少
issues
嘅青年
and
群體
deliver
交
a
流，
better
特
life
別
for
係
people.
年青
I
嘅
talk
專
to
業人
youth
士。
groups,
青
especially
年人們
young
都期待
professionals.
可以喺
Young
23條
people
通過之
would
後，
like to see
係
that with the passage of the bill, they can see the enduring success of one country, two systems, and this includes the regimes about professional sectors. When young professionals pursue their careers, they are in a better position to leverage their strength and help link up our country with the overseas. The BPA has been promoting the concept of national security among youth circles. In the future, we will continue to support education efforts on national security. We need laws in place to ensure prosperity. Once this bill is passed, we hope that we can then go from stability to prosperity. I'm most honored to be part of this development as we act together to keep our country safe. Deputy President, I so submit I support this Safeguarding National Security Bill and all the amendments from the government. Dr. Tik Chi-yuen. Deputy President, I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. People say this is a historic moment. I agree. With this bill, we can better protect our country. Once our country is safe, then we can act with greater assurance in pursuing our development. It's like we're finally spreading our wings and soaring to the skies. During the Bills Committee's deliberations, the government stressed that it would stick to the two international covenants on human rights so that there would be protection for human rights and other freedoms. This means the national security law and the safeguarding national security bill will not affect the human rights and freedoms enjoyed by people in Hong Kong. The government has stated time and again that all sectors, and that includes the social welfare sector, the education and religious sectors, can maintain normal exchanges and collaborations with the international community. The government also agreed that there would be more education in the future to dispel myths about the national security legislation, and this can instill confidence in the community, and that's close to the heart of the social welfare sector. We have been groping in the dark for a long time. There has been too much infighting, and that has held back our community. People lost confidence in the future, but now we see clearer prospect. It's now put the tensions of the past behind, and now we should become resilient as we forge ahead. Our goal today is clear. We want to create a better living environment for our next generation. Getting through this bill is by no means the end point. It's a fresh start. We should start building a better future. And that's why the government must deliver. LegCo should also do its job. People should stay confident. The work ahead will be more than just getting through this bill. The tasks will be more challenging. So this is no time to sit on our laurels or celebrate. We should be pleased about our prospects. I support this bill. I support the bill's early passage in Gazetto, so that afterwards the entire community can zero in on economic development and improve people's lives. Deputy President, I so submit I support this bill. Professor Chen Wing-Kwong. Thank you, Deputy President. I'm very honored to be speaking on this bill, a bill that people have been looking forward to for 27 years. This bill is important to me. I'm the first member from the Chinese militant sector. I also express the support from my sector for this bill. Love for one's country and voluntary actions to safeguard one's country, those are the obligations of Hong Kong's residents. Legislating for Article 23 has been our constitutional duty. Sadly, over the past 27 years, there were twists and turns. The job remained undone. Now there are more national security risks. We need to act fast in completing the legislation. I support this bill so that we can plug the loophole in our national security, and we can keep our country safe. This bill deserves our full support. The bill sets out details clearly. It takes a targeted approach at national security offences. It's targeted at forces seeking to disrupt Hong Kong and harm China. We also stick to the International Covenant on Human Rights. With this bill, people do not have to worry about inadvertently breaching the law. There are also protections for property and investments under the bill. This will reassure investors overseas. This bill can keep our country safe and help us stay a prosperous city. I believe everyone in Hong Kong supports this bill. In 2014, we saw the illegal Occupy Central movement, and then 2019 saw the Black Flood of violence. People can deeply understand the harm caused by national security threats. So people all want to see the early passage of a bill to keep our country safe. An earlier consultation on this bill shows 98.6% of the respondents supported the bill. There were also suggestions to further improve the bill. Just a tiny fraction of people were against this bill. This means we now have a broad consensus on legislation to keep our country safe. The U.S. Consulate General smeared this bill. People in Hong Kong are angry. The Chinese medicine sector is also angry. We staged a protest outside the U.S. Consulate General. A Chinese medicine practitioner in his 80s went there outside the U.S. Consulate General to express his dissatisfaction. So this shows people want to see this bill enacted. We speak for our people. I'm honored to speak on behalf of our people, and I support this bill. Once we complete this constitutional duty, and then we can focus on development and create a brighter future, Mr. Taipei.
主席，我發言支持立法會通過維護國家安全條例草案，為徹底解決困擾咗香港27年嘅國家安全漏洞問題，終於要畫上一個完美嘅句號。今次嘅立法工作得以提速提效進行，唔單止係展示咗今屆特區政府喺履行憲制責任方面嘅決心，亦都體現咗行政立法關係嘅高效同埋良性嘅互動工作關係。政府部門同埋立法會同心協力，共同完善制定維護國家安全嘅法律同埋執行機制。全面落實特區維護國家安全嘅憲制義務，而應對今後可能出現嘅國家安全風險同威脅。我有幸喺呢個歷史時刻參與立法會嘅工作，參與一方面嘅立法工作，於有榮焉。過去嘅佔中、旺角暴動、大家唔記得咗個旺角暴動同埋黑暴等事件帶嚟嘅巨大嘅慘痛經歷，尤其係喺呢啲慘痛經歷之中竟然有相當嘅老師同學生參與其中，令到有任何有良知同愛國愛港情懷嘅教育工作者，都係會為之深感動心。呢個深切咁提醒咗我哋，要時刻警惕危害國家安全嘅風險，呢個係真實存在嘅。維護國家安全有其必要性，必須全面立法。從來法律同埋教育呢兩者喺共建社會嘅和諧方面都係相互輔翼，缺一不可。24史書嘅藍齊書有一句名言就叫教化比雨露，明法方風霜。意思即係話咧，教化係指品德教化，愛國愛港都係一種好重要嘅品德。就好比雨露，春風化雨，教化人心。律法之嚴明就形同風霜，不容徇私，亦都係規矩分明嘅。今次嘅立法一方面係對標基本法23條、全國人大528決議同埋香港國安法嘅要求，建立一套完整有效嘅維護國家安全法體系，從而堵塞一切可能存在嘅保障國家安全嘅法律漏洞。正所謂天網恢恢，疏而不漏。另一方面，完整嘅國家安全法律體系又為國家安全教育提供咗專業而全面嘅教學內容，從而令到學校喺推動國安教育有咗個更堅實嘅學理嘅依據，從不知國家安全為何物，逐漸進步到了解掌握國家安全嘅概念，確立正確嘅國家安全觀念，培養青年人建立保護國家安全嘅自覺嘅意識，真係做到董夫子所講嘅民有此者格。另外，為咗早一日得一日完成立法嘅目標，政府同立法會都做咗1連串高效嘅操作，包括行政會議召開特別會議通過條例草案，跟住第二日就刊憲。立法會亦都隨即加開特別會議進行首讀同二讀。今次首次有草案同日刊憲同埋首讀，顯示咗當局爭分奪秒嘅決心。相關嘅法案委員會都連續多天召開會議，週末嘅時間都不作休息，日以繼夜，夜以繼日咁工作，為嘅都係早日完成審議，早得一日就得一日。最終法案委員會完成所有嘅條文嘅審議，保安局亦都係當日就提交一個修正案，展示咗香港嘅法治，亦都展示咗我哋香港嘅效率。安全係發展嘅前提，發展係安全嘅保障。維護國家安全條例草案嘅通過，成功通過的話，標誌住一個重要嘅里程碑。一方面為一國兩制行穩致遠築牢堅實嘅保障保護屏障；另一方面，特區政府今後得以全力聚焦發展經濟，改善民生，為市民增添幸福感。主席，多謝。代理主席，國家安全立法係全球唔同國家同地區法例當中必不可少嘅內容。除咗國防同外交之外，捍衛國家安全、社會穩定同人民生命財產安全係最重要手段之一。好比陽光同雨露，係任何一個國家同地區之所以能夠頂天立地，以至維護主權、安全、發展利益必不可少嘅屏障。從今年起，本人所任職嘅香港教育大學，由本人率先為所有1年級本科生
講授國家安全必修課，就係要讓所有包括師訓在內嘅青年學生，從法律同歷史淵源角度深入認識國家安全嘅重要性必要性。因應基本法23條立法所訂立嘅維護國家安全條例草案，終於去到二讀同即將三讀階段。我同廣大市民一樣心情激動。眾所周知，早喺1985年基本法起草階段，當年嘅基本法諮詢委員會起草委員會就已經就23條立法諮詢工作。可惜去到2003年進行立法嘅時候，因為外部勢力嘅介入同煽動社會騷亂而延宕至今。喺現屆特區政府同立法會同仁堅定擔當、不辭勞苦下邊，可望即將完成。我哋終於可以完成歷史嘅答卷，無愧於此專本人希望條例草案嘅通過之後，大家珍惜同用好包括維護國家安全條例在內嘅國家安全屏障，守好香港呢道南大國家嘅南大門，促進香港嘅長期繁榮穩定。本人同團隊一直留意外國政府同外媒對第23條立法嘅有關言行，佢哋攻擊香港將會自此失去人權同法治。但係綜合唔同嘅法律專家嘅指出，喺維護國家安全方面嘅相關法律，美國至少有21部，英國至少有14部，加拿大至少有9部，澳洲至少有4部。新西蘭至少有2部，而大家好鍾意攞嚟同香港比較嘅，例如係新加坡，亦都至少有6部。上述眾多嘅國家入邊嘅國家安全法例，更加有個特點，就係都具有域外效力嘅條文。講嚟講去，香港去到今日即將通過嘅呢一部法律，都只有2部國家安全相關立法。做法克制合理，完全用唔着西方國家對香港橫加指責。值得指出嘅係，部分西方國家本身喺國家安全領域可謂嚴刑峻法，但公開叫囂要我哋廢除香港國安法，抹黑我哋基本法就23條立法。情況猶如兩軍對壘，叫我哋繼續赤手空拳，以方便佢哋對我哋香港施加槍炮任其魚肉。新中國已經建立咗75年，早已經唔係100多年前嘅腐敗滿清。喺而家嘅政治同外交現實下邊，第23條必須立，盡快立。法例更加要全面、具可操作性，呢啲係完全符合香港與全國人民嘅根本利益。需要知道，當今香港只有一套針對4種危害國家安全行為嘅香港國安法，相關嘅規定亦都散見於喺刑事罪行條例、公安條例等配套性質嘅法律，而且佢哋嘅相對局限於傳統安全領域，比較少接觸喺經濟、金融、網絡啲非傳統安全領域。參考英國嘅2003年國家安全法、加拿大嘅資訊安全法第16條、美國總統發出關於國家安全資料保密級別行政命令、澳洲2018年國家安全立法修正案（括號間諜活動同外國干預法）呢啲眾多嘅例子，我哋睇到咧，呢啲嘅西方國家已經陸續將商業、經濟、財政呢啲等等嘅元素加入國家秘密嘅範圍入邊，更加引入類似破壞活動罪嚟到禁止針對公共基礎設施嘅破壞活動呢啲嘅行為，而呢啲更加唔限於實體嘅呢個性質嘅破壞，而且會更加針對電腦啊、人工智能所進行嘅破壞。單純就呢啲嘅種種內容已經非常值得喺香港嘅國家安全相關立法當中去參考跟進。本人亦都從條例草案當中嘅條文睇到，律政司保安局亦都認真吸納同融合咗公眾諮詢嘅意見，當中包括喺第28條列明國家秘密涵蓋關乎中國同特區經濟同社會發展嘅秘密呢啲嘅核心範疇。喺第47條入邊亦都新增危害國家安全、破壞活動罪，杜絕公共基礎設施受到攻擊。本人相信我哋嘅 基本法第23條相關內容既符合國際標準，亦將增加對香港嘅安全保障，令到市民安居樂業，令到工商專業界別更加安心拼經濟。主席，本人謹此陳辭，堅定支持二讀同三讀通過，維護國家安全條例草案。
梁毓偉議員。
多謝主席。正如頭先好多同事所講，今日係立法會自回歸以嚟其中一個最重要嘅日子，因為將近27年嘅維護國家安全條例草案終於去到衝線嘅階段。所以我今日嘅發言係全力支持特區政府履行憲制責任。
Now, I support the government in upholding its constitutional obligation, and I support second reading and third reading of the bill.
今次條例草案喺短時間內完成整個審議嘅程序，既體現今屆政府敢於擔當、善作善成嘅施政作風，同時亦都係示範咗喺完善選舉制度下，行政立法機關同心同德、良性互動帶嚟嘅好處。
The benefits brought about
事實上，今次
by the
條例草案
between
由
the
諮詢
executive
開
and
始，
the
官員就交出咗一份嚴格按照立法程序定制嘅高質量、高分數嘅作品。法案委員會嘅同事對條例草案嘅審議亦都作出咗巨大嘅貢獻。佢哋喺會議上提出各項情景問題，仔細跟進條文內容。因此，法案委員會20幾次嘅會議，近50小時嘅審議時間。
Now, the Bills Committee has spent 50 hours on scrutinizing the bill so that the public can understand the contents, the policy intent, and the considerations behind the bill.
我記得行政長官喺條例草案刊憲嘅時候，亦都指出，立法工作應該做得一日得一日。
The Chief Executive said we have to seize every moment in passing the bill as soon as possible.
Now,
in the past 2 months, we have seen external forces interfering with our internal affairs. 由駐港領事到外交官員以至國會議員，不斷抹黑香港。最過分甚至利用傳媒發放假新聞、假消息，惡意詆毀條例草案嘅內容。由此可見，外部勢力嘅威脅並未解除，國家安全威脅無時無刻都有。香港早日完成立法嘅迫切性、需要性，亦都更為主席，條例草案經過今日嘅表決通過之後，下一步嘅工作就係要增強市民對維護國家安全嘅意識。國家安全係發展嘅基礎，係香港行穩致遠嘅前提。要全面維護國家安全，都需要市民有意識去到推動。因此，我希望政府要透過唔同嘅渠道，包括學校、社區層面，令市民理解國家安全嘅重要性，以及香港面對緊嘅國安風險。同時，我哋亦都要從小培養香港青年，引領佢哋認識國情，多管齊下，提升香港青年嘅民族自豪感。同埋主人翁意識，等佢哋可以厚植家國情懷，正確理解一國兩制，成為維護國家安全、積極參與國家發展嘅推動者。主席，我想利用呢一個歷史性嘅時刻，以一個爸爸市民嘅身份同大家分享少少感受。大家都可能知道我有個小朋友，佢其實咧就2019年嘅下半年出世。當時咧就係正值黑暴最激烈、最暴力嘅時間。我記得當時咧都係人心惶惶，社會日日都傳出好多負面嘅信息。我哋由出街去產檢，到我諗點樣老婆作動嘅時候送佢醫院，都令人提心吊膽。而作為一個新手爸爸，情緒上每日都非常之擔心。仲記得㗎，當時有家人搭飛機嚟香港睇 BB 嘅時間。When my family members flew to Hong Kong to see the baby, they were stranded in the airport. There were rioters everywhere in the airport. I can't forget those days, and I had personal experience on the importance of national security and its impact on my family. Now, with the passage of the bill, people in Hong Kong and the country will be protected. Now we can focus on economic development and nurturing our youth. Thank you.
感謝主席。 首先呢，我係好榮幸可以同大家一齊見證今日嘅歷史時刻。而本人發言呢係支持維護國家安全條例草案，亦都非常之感謝特區政府係以堅定嘅決心同埋我哋立法會一齊為咗維護國家安全進行建設而一直努力，令保障市民嘅根本利益嘅共同願望可以早日實現。我哋香港係國家對外嘅其中一個好重要嘅窗口，而作為國際城市，喺面對目前環球非常緊張嘅局勢，亦都有好多嘅情況都係不可預測，而我哋嘅日常生活亦都係正面臨各種複雜嘅挑戰。因此咧，係更加凸顯咗國家安全對社會穩定嘅重要性。而一國兩制亦都係最高嘅原則，亦都係維護國家安全主權、安全同埋發展利益。為咗令到制度咧可以繼續行穩致遠，我哋必須要制定相應嘅條例同埋政策，為我哋市民嘅生活同埋安定繁榮提供基本嘅保障。主席，過去喺2014同埋2019年所發生嘅所有事情，我哋全港嘅市民都係深深體會得到。社會嘅和諧必須要建基於喺一個重要嘅原則底下，因為國安先至可以確保家安。而就住基本法第23條，除咗係履行我哋憲制責任之外，亦都係為本港喺維護國家安全嘅法律制度同埋執行機制方面堵塞咗多年嚟嘅缺口，從而保障我哋全港市民嘅最大利益。所以維護國家安全唔單止係保護國家嘅領土，同時亦都係保護我哋國家嘅經濟發展同埋社會和諧。我哋特區作為國家重要嘅一部分，過去有一段好長嘅時間都係受到一啲別有用心嘅人士用各種各樣嘅手法去誤導我哋下一代。Those with ulterior motive deploy different tactics to mislead our younger generation so that they have a distorted understanding of our country and there is disharmony in our society. 嘅認知咧，亦都係受到負面嘅影響。當然，我作為一位家長，亦都係非常之痛心。所以藉住今次嘅立法咧，相信可以進一步強化我哋本港下一代嘅正確價值觀。而有咗維護國家安全嘅措施，我哋亦都可以咧更加清晰咁樣去教我哋嘅下一代點樣一齊去維護國家安全，從而educate our younger generation about safeguarding national security so that we can enhance the awareness of 所以喺呢一方面咧，希望政府可以同我哋繼續努力，一齊咧去提高公眾對國家安全嘅意識啦，同埋理解，去積極咁樣宣傳國家安全嘅重要性。最後，維護國家安全同埋強化國民意識都係我哋長期嘅工作目標。
continue to raise the public's awareness on national security and enhance nationhood. That means different sectors of the community should all work together to make Hong Kong a safer and more stable place to ensure our safety as well as prosperity.
主席，我發言係支持維護國家安全條例草案。首先，我作為香港基本法委員會委員，同埋喺香港城市大學教授憲法基本法26年。請容我喺呢度講下基本法23條嘅初心。當年起草基本法23條嘅時候，一直存在兩種意見，一就係直接了當將中國有關國家安全嘅法律透過附件3適用香港。二就係制定23條，由香港人熟悉嘅立法會審議通過，成為香港當地嘅法例。日後有訴訟嘅話，就由香港法院以普通法嘅原則去審理。橫觀世界各地，冇一個國家係授權俾地方政府自行制定國家安全嘅法律，只有香港同埋澳門有呢個機會，充分反映中央維護一國兩制同香港普通法嘅決心，顯示中央對香港嘅高度信任，同埋中央寧願等咗咁耐，都仲要俾機會香港自行立法，可謂用心良苦。香港應該好好珍惜。第二，23條立法係符合國際人權標準。有人話立法係損害人權， 但係熟悉普通法同埋國際法嘅人都知道，《公民權利及政治權利國際公約》第19條定明，我哋的確係保護公民嘅言論自由，但係同一條係講得好清楚。就住保護國家安全、公共秩序、公共衛生同道德，政府係可以制定法例，作出必要嘅限制。而1984年，聯合國司法委員會 Judicial Committee 頒布咗一系列 Syracuse Principles， 係進一步確立上述嘅原則。23條立法係保護市民生命財產嘅好法律。2019年經歷過黑暴、騷亂嘅人都知道，香港冇完善嘅國安條例就變成無法無天，好恐怖。連市民上班上學做生意都有生命危險。今次立法更好保護市民同投資者。我特別欣賞喺條例草案嘅第2條，佢定明以一國兩制為最高嘅原則，同時亦都指明公民權利及政治權利國際公約嘅適用，顯示香港高度重視國際法同埋人權。我認為呢一次23條立法係充分落實咗習近平總書記提出嘅整體國家安全觀，履行全國人大528決定，同香港國安法相容互補，與時俱進，同時亦都係同高科技嘅情況係掛鈎，打造咗完整維護國安、國際投資同人權法律嘅體系。我認為政府同委員會嘅委員都係盡職盡責，政府亦都參考咗26年嚟喺社會裏邊提供嘅意見。我自己亦都喺條例草案裏邊睇到我曾經提出嘅意見，包括有兜底條款，對於免責條款同埋域外效力要更加精準等等。第四，23條立法係能夠發揮預防同埋教育嘅作用。我希望嗰啲抹黑23條立法嘅人士喺批評今次立法之前，先睇下佢自己國家嘅安全法，例如新加坡喺2021年通過嘅防止外來干預法，英國喺2022年實施嘅國家安全同投資法案，2001年美國嘅愛國者法等等，都比我哋嚴厲得多。其實熟悉法律嘅人都知道，23條立法之後，法律嘅邊界變得更清晰，反為對全個社會有好處，有教育同預防嘅作用。而鄰近嘅2009年澳門立法之後，就從未發生任何嘅騷亂，亦都從來未檢控過任何人，係最好嘅例子。第五，立法係憲制責任，亦都係歷史嘅光榮。正如丁薛祥副總理所言，23條立法係香港早就應該做，而26年嚟都冇做，係一國兩制落實嘅一個重大嘅缺口，絕對唔能夠再拖。今日香港終於可以完成23條立法，我哋唔單止要立法，仲要充滿自信。咁樣向全國14億人民同埋國際社會宣告，呢次係一個高水準嘅立法，係完全符合基本法、普通法、國際法、國際標準，係真正保護市民生命財產嘅好法律，將會更好咁樣保護香港嘅營商環境同國際投資，應該得到國際社會嘅尊重同埋支持。今年係建國75週年。我為第7屆立法會能夠完成呢個重大嘅歷史任務感到光榮。主席，本人謹此陳辭。
多謝主席，我發言支持維護國家安全條例草案。基本法第23條立法係特區政府憲制嘅責任。雖然全國人大於2020年5月28日通過528決定，對喺香港維護國家安全提出咗基本原則，並列明國家政策同立場，並喺2020年6月30日通過香港國安法納入基本法附件3之中。然而，香港國安 法涵蓋基本法第23條中分裂國家同顛覆國家政權罪，仍有5個罪類並無涵蓋。社會面對嘅國安風險更趨複雜，有需要盡快就第23條立法堵塞相關國家安全嘅漏洞。工商同埋金融界於諮商期間，亦都清楚表明香港國安法同基本法第23條立法嘅相互配合，正係促進香港經濟同埋社會穩定發展嘅重要基石。通過23條立法，可以準確貫徹一國兩制、港人治港、高度自治嘅方針，製造更美好嘅營商環境，提振經濟同埋投資者信心，讓商界可以專注全力去拼經濟。經歷過2014年佔中16年嘅騷亂、旺角騷亂同19年嘅黑暴慘痛嘅回憶，黑暴期間全港出現大型道路嘅亂象，暴亂分子向商鋪放火。我所接觸到嘅外國拜訪團亦都取消到香港嘅行程，中環四處都係磚頭道路。企業要分心顧及員工嘅安全，難以專注去發展業務，對香港經濟同埋民生造成嚴重嘅破壞。亦都令到社會明白維護國家安全嘅重要性。香港作為國際都市同埋國際金融中心，一直係歡迎世界各地與本地嘅機構互相交流，亦都歡迎境外嘅機構嚟港開展業務。不過近年有境外嘅勢力一直以香港作為反中嘅橋頭堡，妖魔化中央人民政府同埋特區政府，所以我支持喺草案中增設咗境外干預罪，以便全面地防範制止同埋懲治其他境外干預嘅行為。對於外界擔心草案當中煽動意圖相關罪行打擊言論自由，事實上有關煽動意圖罪已存在喺現行嘅刑事罪行條例第9條，同時喺過去嘅判決中法庭已經確認煽動意圖相關嘅罪行符合基本法同埋香港人權法中有關保障人權嘅條文，因此條例草案係進一步説明煽動意圖嘅罪行嘅元素，確保市民可以言論嘅自由受到保障。當年美國於2001年遭遇911恐襲，美國政府同埋議會去迅速完成審議嘅新法，於當年嘅10月26日正式頒布美國愛國者法案，打擊恐怖主義。另外加拿大政府亦設有緊急狀態法，容許政府快速訂立法例，針對國家安全出現問題嘅情況。呢啲例子反映出當出現國家安全漏洞，其他國家亦會迅速立法維護國家安全。整體而言，草案充分體現咗一國兩制嘅原則與國際接軌之餘，亦結合咗香港實際嘅情況同埋原有嘅法例，亦都唔會妨礙合法嘅商業活動同埋國際嘅交流，使香港能夠繼續發揮超級聯繫人、聯絡人嘅作用。事實上，普通市民基本上係難以接觸到叛國同埋國家機密等資料，因此立法並不會影響香港市民嘅日常生活。社會無需過濾。我期望社會能夠公平、務實同埋理性地去理解草案嘅內容，並反駁所有冇事實根據嘅抹黑同埋誤導嘅言論。主席，本人謹此。
Professor William Wong。
多謝主席。
Thank you, President.
本人發言全力支持維護國家
I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill and its early passage.
23條立法呢份功課，香港已經
Legislating for Article 23 of the Basic Law is a task overdue for 27 years.
算完成了
The bill has finally come to LegCo.
憲制責任。
We're now finally fulfilling our constitutional responsibility. We are also meeting the aspirations of the public for the legislation. We had foreign agents fanning the flames, stirring up trouble,
一步又一步衝擊
instigating
國家
one
同
social
埋香港
incident
嘅安
after
全，
another,
令香港回
threatening our
歸之後
country's
動
safety.
盪不安。
That led to
但經過港
turbulence
區
in
國
Hong
安法
Kong
嘅訂
after
立，以及
1997,
維護國
with the
家安
National
全條
Security
例
Law
草案嘅通過，
and also the passage
日
of
後
this
香
bill,
港再唔會見到
Going forward,
2012年嘅
we
國
will
教抹
not
黑，
see
再唔
the
會發
kind
生
of
2014
turbulence
年
of
嘅違法佔中，
the
我
kind
哋
of
亦再唔會
illegal
經歷
Occupy
2019
Central
年嘅
movement
黑
of
暴衝擊。
2014 and also the
香港嘅
previous
發展
attempt at smearing
再
national
冇人去
education in
拖後腿，
2012.
我哋
No one will be
終
there
於
to
可以
hold
集
back
中
our
精力
development.
拼經
We will
濟、
finally
謀
be
發
able to
展、
focus
為
on
民生。
economic development to
我
deliver
因
a better
見
life
條
for
例草
people.
案第
I'm
5部分
pleased
中，
to see that
針
under
對網
Part
絡資
5
訊犯罪
of the bill
訂立就
on
電腦
cybercrimes,
或電子系統
there's
作
a
出
crime
危害國家安
on
全嘅
using
作為罪。
computers and electronic
響
systems to
21世紀
endanger
要拼
national
經濟，
security. It's the
離唔開創
21st
科。
century.
而
Economic
發展創
development
科
will
不
hinge
能單
on
靠香港
technology.
單打獨鬥，
Innovation and
所以
technology
香
will
港
take
創科
the
業
work
界
of
一
more
直
than just
與
Hong
大
Kong.
灣區緊密
That's
合
why
作。
Hong Kong works
不
with the
過
rest
兩
of
地
the
跨
Greater
境
Bay
資訊
Area
流通
closely.
並不暢順。當然，
But that
特區
does
政
not
府
mean smooth
為數
sailing
據
for the
跨境流動
cross-boundary
作
flow of
出過
data.
不少努力。
The government worked on this
政府
last
已與
June.
國家網信
The
辦簽
government
署了
entered into
促
an
進
agreement
粵港
with the
澳大灣
Cyberspace
區數據
Administration
跨
of
境
China
流
on the
動嘅合
cross-boundary
作
flow of
備忘錄，
data in the
共同
GBA.
推動大灣區數據跨境
That
流動，
move was
並在
about
銀
fostering
行
the
業、
flow of
徵
data
信
within the
業同埋
GBA.
醫療
For
業嘅
banks,
機
credit
構已
referencing
開始
agencies
試
and
行。
healthcare
然
institutions, a
而，
pilot
只
scheme
要
is
香港
already
一日
running.
存在國安漏洞，
That said,
所有跨境信
when
息嘅
national
交流
security risks
都
are
唔
still
能夠
there,
叫人完全放心。所以
people will
我支
worry
持
about
23條立
any
法，
cross-boundary
唯有
flow of
國安
data.
防線
That's
鞏固
why I
好，
support
才
this
足
bill.
以
We
掃除
need
一
to
切
keep our
信
country
心嘅
safe,
障礙，
and then
讓
we
我
can
哋跨境
reassure
信息
people.
交流可以
And then
擴
we
大
can have
範圍、
cross-boundary flow of
擴大
data,
層面。
and that flow can
經
expand
過
in
今日
scope.
有關國家安全嘅法律雖已全面訂
With
立，
this bill,
但國際政局仍然暗
we
湧
have to
處
be
處。
mindful of the
針對
undercurrents in
國
international
家
politics.
同埋香港特區嘅黑暗勢力
There are
仍無
dark
處不在，
forces
我
everywhere
哋絕對唔
targeting
可以
our
掉以輕
country
心。
and Hong Kong.
我鼓
We
勵特區
cannot
政
drop
府
our guard.
響採購資訊系
I
統
encourage the
及
government
提供政府服
in
務時，
procuring
必須多加留
technology
神，
products
並
and other
制定
services
確保資訊安全
to
嘅
pay
採購
attention.
政策，
We need
杜絕
a
黑客
policy
乘
on
虛而入嘅
procuring
可能性。
technology
主
to
席，
guard against
保障
hackers.
國家安全，
President,
人人有責。本
Keeping
人
our
謹
country
此陳
safe
辭，
is a
全
shared
力支持維
responsibility.
護
I
國家
so
安全
submit.
條例草
I
案。
fully support the Safeguarding National Security Bill. Mr. Chen Xiuhong.
多謝主席，我
Thank
發
you,
言
President.
堅定支持維護國家安
I
全條
firmly
例草
support
案。
the
香港
Safeguarding
人等
National
咗
Security
26
Bill.
年啦，
We have
行
waited
咗
for
不少
26
嘅
years.
冤枉路，
There
經
were
歷咗
twists and
2019年
turns.
港版顏色革命
2019 saw
嘅
the Hong
慘
Kong
痛事
version
件，
of a
香
color
港被
revolution
破壞
that
得
was
差
a
啲，
painful
體無
episode.
完膚，恨得國家
Hong
出
Kong
手
was
支持，
seriously
頒布
crippled.
香港國安法止
Thanks
暴制
to
亂，
our
香港
country's
得以
support,
揮
we
別
have
黑
the
暴，踏
national
入由亂
security
及
law.
治、
We
由
moved
治及
from
興嘅
chaos to
軌
order,
道。
and we're now
今
going
日
from
我哋終於
stability to
等到維護國
prosperity.
家安全條例
Finally,
草案提
the
交立法會
Safeguarding
審
National
議，以
Security
全
Bill
面落
is
實基
here
本法第
to
23
fully
條、全
implement
國人大
the
528決定
requirements
及
of
香
Article
港國
23 of the
安法
Basic
所
Law,
規
the
定
May
嘅憲制
28th
責任。
decision implementation of the NPC and also the requirement under the NSL. Just like everyone else in Hong Kong, I look forward to the early passage of this bill to make good the shortcoming of our national security scene. We should all work together to make that effort to get this bill through. Legco set up its Bills Committee on the bill, and the Bills Committee worked full steam ahead so that we can safeguard national security as soon as we can. At the end of last month, the Bills Committee started its work. 25 meetings were held, nearly 50 hours of meetings were held. There were productive, intensive meetings. Members worked against the clock and raised concerns from people. We focused on the drafting of the bill. The government responded to inquiries and also explained in detail
針對嘅國家安全風險，以及釐清條文實際運作嘅情況。其中，我就境外勢力嘅相關條文是否足以涵蓋被外國政府透過多層架構操控嘅企業，以及能否禁止打住受禁組織旗號嘅影子組織運作，表示關注。感謝政府從善如流，不立咗我意見，進一步釐清國際組織嘅定義，同埋加入受禁組織嘅影子組織嘅相關條文。就我提出嘅其他意見，不一一在此贅述。我認為條例草案喺維護國家安全同埋保障權利自由及經濟發展之間取得咗良好平衡。
and also protecting human rights
為有
and
效
ensuring economic
維護國家
development,
安
the
全
government
所
has
需。
struck a proper
維護國
balance.
家安全機制必須能夠應對
A
複雜
mechanism
多
to
變嘅國安
safeguard
風
national
險。
security
感謝政
needs
府
to
採
be
納
able
我
to
同埋其他委員嘅意
anticipate
見，
future
加入
national
條文
security
賦
risks.
權
I
行
thank
政
the
長官會
government
同行
for
政會
moving an
議
amendment
可以訂
that
立
will
維護國家
empower
安
the
全
Chief Executive
附屬
in
法例，
Council to
以
make
及加入有
subsidiary
關嘅條
legislation
文，確保任
for
何人
national
均須
security
尊重
purposes.
並依
And
法執行
also,
香港
there
特
will
別
be a
行政區
provision on
維護國家
people
安全委員會嘅判斷同決定。
to follow
此
the
舉
judgments and
實現頂
decisions
層
of
設
the
計
Committee
同
on
埋專項
Safeguarding
條
National
文嘅有
Security.
機結合，令條例更
We
具
will
有
have
前瞻性，
dedicated
能
provisions
夠應
and
對未來複雜
top-level
多變、
design
不可預
that
期
will
或
help
預
us
示嘅國安風
anticipate
險。
and cope
以
with
上種
future
種，正係
national
行政立
security
法
risks
攜
that
手
will
制
be
定出
hard to
完整管用、
anticipate.
具
This
有前
shows
瞻
we
性及
can
靈活
create
性
a
嘅維護
comprehensive
國家安全
set
條
of
例
national
嘅體現。
security provisions
主
that
席，
are also
審議
flexible
法案期
and
間，
that also
外國
shows
勢力嘅惡意
foresight.
攻擊毫
During
不
the
間斷，
scrutiny,
極具誤導性嘅報導
there were
或者
attempts
危言
by
聳
foreign
聽嘅惡
forces.
意言論，沒
They
完沒
engaged
了，
in smearing
意
and
圖引起
scaremongering,
恐慌。
and that was
感謝政
endless.
府及時予以
I
譴責，
thank the
以
government
正
for
視
offering
聽，
timely
確保條
rebuttal
例
and
草案
setting
能
the
夠公
record
平
straight
持平地
that
被呈
ensured
現。而
we
事實
can
上，
present
條
the
例草
bill
案
in a
相比英
balanced
美等
way.
國家嘅相
Let's
關
look
條
at
文更
the
輕、
national
更
security
溫和、
laws in
更
the
克
US
制。
and the
不少
UK.
罪
Our
行今
bill
次
is
有
more
免責
restrained
辯
and
護，
balanced.
奉
We
公守
have
法嘅市民
reasonable
絕對唔會
defenses
輕
for
易
many
誤墮法網。條
offenses.
例草案充
For
分
law-abiding
顧及咗
citizens,
國際
they
人
will
權
not
公約
get
相關
caught
嘅權利同自由，
inadvertently.
完全符合保
The
障人
provisions are
權
in
自由
line with the
嘅國際標
international
準。
covenant on human
主席，
rights.
23條嘅立法歷程
President,
前後走咗近27
It took nearly
年。作為法案
27
委員
years
會嘅
for
委
us to
員之
come
一，
to where we
我
are
有幸
on
參與
this
同
bill.
埋見證呢一套將構成本港
I was
繁榮
privileged
穩
enough
定
to
嘅
be part
穩
of
固
the
基
Bills
礎，
Committee.
令一國兩
I
制
took
行
part in
穩
the
致遠
process
嘅
of
維
laying
護國
down
家
the
安全
groundwork
法律系統
for
面世，實
this
在已有
national
榮焉。
security
維護國家安
legislation.
全嘅
I'm
使命
honored.
永擔在肩。立法之後，
Keeping our
我
country
哋要走
safe
入
is an
社會各
ongoing
界，
mission.
做
Once
好
this
教育
bill
宣
is
導嘅工
passed,
作，
we have
深化社會各界
to
不
get
同持
on
份
with
者嘅
education
國安意識，確
to
保
raise
市民
national
大眾
security
對條
awareness
文
in
有
the
充分嘅認識
community so
同埋
that
理解，
people
全
get a
方
good
位
sense
咁
of
將
the
國安
bill.
觀念落到實
And
處，
then we
同心
can
協力捍衛國家主權、
comprehensively promote the
安全
concept
同領
so
土
that
完
people
整，
can
維護全港以
work
至全國
together
人民
in
嘅福祉。
safeguarding
主席，
our
本人
country's
謹此
territorial
陳辭。
integrity, sovereignty, and development interests. I so
主席，
submit,
我發言
President.
支持
Ms.
維護
Eunice
國家
Young.
安全條例草案。
President, I speak
為
in
23
support
條
of
立
the
法係香港特
Safeguarding
區
National
嘅憲制
Security
責
Bill.
任。呢個責
Getting
任
this bill
自香
through
港
is our
回歸以來
constitutional
一直未
duty.
有妥
Since
善處理，
1997,
而
we
維護國
have
家安全
yet
係
to
所有
fulfill
中國
this
香港人
duty.
嘅責任。
Keeping our
因
country
此，
safe
如
is
今維
the
護國
duty
家
of
安全條
every
例草案終於係
Chinese
走到
Hong
最後
Kong
嘅階
citizen.
段，
We're
即
now
將係完成
finally
立法
at the
工作。
last mile
對此，我係
of
感
the
到十
work.
分高
We will
興，
get
亦
this
都
bill
對自
through
己今
soon.
日
I'm
能夠
very very
在此
pleased
參與其中係感到十分榮
I'm
幸。
very
我
honored
感謝
to
特區政府
be
為
part
條
of
例
this
草案所
process.
進行嘅連串工作，
I thank the
讓
government's
條例
work
草案能夠
on
有
this
效
bill
維護國家安全，確保
so
香
that
港社
we
會
can
繁
have a
榮穩
bill
定，
to
繼
keep
而
our
能夠
country
聚
safe
焦
and
經濟、
also
改善民
ensure
生。
our long-term
我認為立
prosperity
法
and
嘅
then
意
we
義
can
在於
deliver a
維
better
護港
life
人
for
嘅
people.
自身利益，以及維
The
護
point
香
of
港
this
響
bill
國際
is
間
to
嘅地位、
protect Hong
保
Kong
障
and
同
keep
國
Hong
際
Kong's
嘅往來。
status and also
法治係香
maintain
港一直以
exchanges
嚟引以為
with the
傲嘅
overseas
堅實基
community.
石。
Our
但係
rule
喺
of
2019
law
年嘅
is
黑
our
暴
source of
嚴
pride.
重衝擊咗我哋香港
2019
嘅
saw the
法
Black Cloud
治，市民嘅
virus
人身安
that
全受到威
crippled
脅，
our
自由同埋權利亦
development
都
and
被
that
剝
hurt
削。
our rule of law
就
and
此
that
條
also
例草案呢係
eroded
能夠
freedoms and
針對
human
更
rights.
多呢啲破壞社會安寧嘅行為，
So to
並透過
target
間諜
those
罪、叛
actions, we
亂
now
罪、
have this
叛國
bill.
罪
There
等
offenses on insurrection, incitement to disaffection, and espionage, we can target criminals. And this can help protect the rights of law-abiding citizens. This way, people can continue to enjoy the rights and freedoms under the basic law. On our international status, we have a good business environment. We have businesses from everywhere here, and that cements our status as an international financial center. This bill can remove uncertainties. For example, the bill offers clear safeguards so that we can better protect the freedom of information, etc. We will also be able to deal with criminals spreading false news, and that can reassure investors. So the bill is good for our business investment environment. The bill will play a key part in helping us with our socio-economic development. This bill also brings us into line with other countries. Other countries have their own national security laws. This shows the importance of national security. We are following international practice. I'm also pleased to see that the government has introduced amendments after learning from overseas experience and also making sure the law works for our local conditions. Our bill offers clearer definitions. We clarify where the line is drawn, how we can catch the criminals, and how to protect people from being inadvertently breaching the law. All in all, the Safeguarding National Security Bill can better protect people's rights, freedoms, and property. This can foster social stability and create a better business environment in the future. Hong Kong should reap the benefits of this bill and focus on developing the economy, delivering a better life for people, integrating into our country's development, focus on the GBA development, so that we can keep creating stronger impetus for growth, and then we can move forward with our country as so submitted.
Mr. Scott.
多謝主席。維護國家安全係每個公民嘅責任同埋使命，亦都係社會發展嘅基石。早日完成基本法第23條嘅立法。修補國家安全嘅短板，先至能夠確保香港長期繁榮穩定，令到一國兩制行穩致遠，亦都可以令香港喺安定嘅環境之下，集中精力發展經濟、改善民生。香港回歸祖國接近27年，過去由於各種唔同嘅原因，一直都未有就住基本法第23條立法，特別係喺2003年立法受挫之後。條例嘅推展工作就一直擱置，間接令到外部勢力同埋反中亂港嘅分子有機可乘。香港經歷咗違法佔中、旺角暴動同埋2019年黑暴事件。暴亂期間，暴徒到處破壞社區設施同埋政府建築，市民喺惶恐同埋不安嘅氣氛之下生活。大家都擔心自己同埋心愛嘅家人會因為講咗暴徒唔啱聽嘅説話而被毒打。法治穩定喺當時可以話係蕩然無存。經歷過一連串嘅混亂日子之後，公眾更加感受到國家安全嘅重要性，亦都體會到如果冇咗國家安全，其實就連最基本嘅正常生活其實都好難，更加唔好講發展經濟、改善民生。所以大家都希望23條係盡快立法。建立好法律嘅屏障，將國安嘅漏洞一一堵塞，先至能夠更有效保障市民嘅權利同埋自由。喺另一方面，為咗保護國家安全、維護國家國民嘅利益，好多國家都係有制定到自己嘅國家安全法律。好多美西方嘅國家其實都有呢方面嘅法律同埋執行機制。香港嘅23條立法就適當參考咗其他國家嘅立法經驗，不過特區政府並唔係搬字過紙，而係喺政府團隊審慎詳細考慮香港嘅實際情況，吸收外國經驗，草擬最適合香港嘅法律條文，亦都經過立法會高效盡職嘅審議。可以講，我哋嘅23條立法嘅內容，比起英國、美國等嘅國家條文更加溫和同埋詳盡。喺為期1個月嘅公眾諮詢裏邊，政府舉行咗幾十場覆蓋廣泛嘅諮詢會，亦都收到超過13000份意見，足見係諮詢充分、深入同埋高效。而呢啲意見裏邊有超過98%都係支持立法。 當中大多數係支持同埋提出正面嘅意見，可以見到立法建議係獲得市民大眾嘅普遍認同。而我自己身為立法會議員，喺諮詢期開始呢，亦都喺深水埗同埋油尖旺嘅地區辦事處設立咗支持23條民意答的報板，一方面係聆聽市民對於立法嘅意見。另一方面，亦都係就住條例草案向街坊係進行宣講嘅工作，希望係推動理性同埋有意義嘅討論，得到街坊正面嘅回應。23條立法絕對係民心所向，得到普羅市民嘅衷心支持。我期望特區政府喺立法之後，繼續向公眾加強宣傳同埋教育，增加公眾對於國家安全法例嘅認識同埋理解。除咗令到市民大眾了解法例嘅內容、目的同埋重要性之外，更加要向公眾介紹相關嘅法律知識同埋程序，令到佢哋更好咁樣行使自己嘅權利同埋履行自己嘅義務。總括而言，而家國際地緣政治複雜多變，國家同埋香港面臨嘅安全風險無日無之。完成基本法第23條立法係具有必要性同埋急切性。我對自己能夠以立法會議員嘅身份參與同埋支持通過維護國家安全條例草案感到無上嘅光榮。我亦都堅定相信喺完成基本法第23條立法之後，能夠有效防範、制止同埋懲治有關危害國家安全嘅行為同埋活動。香港能夠無憂無慮、無後顧之憂咁樣集中精力謀發展、拼經濟。我謹此陳辭，多謝主席。
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. National security has always been the top priority of any country. And it's hard to believe the very bill written in the Basic Law has been absent for nearly 27 years. Much as an international city we are, Hong Kong has been sadly also an international political battlefield. For 27 years, we witnessed these ill-intentioned politicians from all over the world riding on our national security law to gain their little brownie points for their election campaign, or simply just want to show how tough of a man they are. David Cameron, for instance, were urging Hong Kong to reconsider having our own national security law, where they have been imposing similar, if not tougher laws in 2023, 2019, 2015, 2011, and 2008. And we are talking about a full legislation there, while we in Hong Kong has only a baby version covering secession, subversion, terrorism, and collusion enacted back in 2020 to an emergency pause to order chaos in town. What is even worse are those shameless American politicians urging to sanction our prosecutors and judges, turning a blind eye on the horrendous violence attack back in 2019, and embrace those terrorists as freedom fighters. And our fragmented city, a beautiful scene to behold. But it has all come to an end. I'm glad to stand here to be part of this historical moment and be one of the legislature to cast my vote to support an enactment of the Safeguarding National Security Bill today. It's definitely not easy, but we are finally here. The long overdue ordinance covers the basic needs of the city, that is to ensure a safe environment for the people in the city to build a career, to pursue the studies, and to settle down here and have a family at the place we all called home. With 98.6% of the public support to plug in the national security loopholes, I believe Hong Kong will continue to thrive as an economic engine of the region, simply because the people of this piece of land cherish this hard-earned peace. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the Safeguarding National Security Bill.
Mr. Peter Shiu.
主席，本人同代表嘅自由黨全力支持通過維護國家安全條例草案，以落實基本法第13條全國人大528決定及香港國安法所定嘅憲制責任同義務，全面應對香港可能出現嘅國家安全風險。自從政府喺年初展開23條立法程序，本人已經表示全力支持，因為呢個係香港嘅憲制責任。而早日完成立法，除咗可以將呢一個遲咗20幾年嘅工作畫上嘅句號外，其實亦有實際需要。因當中 關乎到香港嘅民生福祉同埋經濟發展。回想起2019年中爆發嘅黑暴，當時反中亂港分子勾結境外勢力，策動港版顏色革命，以致社會大亂，好多地方都被搗亂，不少商鋪受到破壞，無辜嘅市民遭到毆打。當時民生同營商都大受影響，大部分市民都係敢怒而不敢言。及至中央訂立香港國安法，加上警方堅定執法，止暴制亂，社會才得以撥亂反正，市民可以重過正常生活，各行各業恢復正常運作，大家嘅生命財產先受到保障。自此以後，大家都明白到，如果國家安全不穩，社會就不穩，市民和營商者都無法有安定嘅生活和發展。國際社會有少部分人認為23條立法會趕走外商，會損害香港嘅營商環境。相信提出呢一種錯誤嘅講法，當中就有好多係反中亂港嘅分子，故意曲解立法，嚟抹黑香港。亦可能有啲人對立法內容根本唔了解，被某些西方嘅傳媒或者政客誤導。事實上，國家安全、社會穩定先至係良好營商環境嘅最大要素。2019年嘅黑暴嘅深刻教訓，講俾我哋知，如果冇安全和穩定，先至係真正趕客人才和資金，先至會真正離開。現時香港喺全球嘅競爭力排名中依然位居前列，新成立嘅公司不減反增，正好證明維護國家安全、社會穩定、對營商和投資環境具有正面作用。我同批發及零售界以及一批另外界別嘅人士，總共104個商會喺今年2月刊登咗全版嘅報章廣告，表示全力支持23條立法。正因為我哋商界明白，只有有效維護國家安全，先至可以保障社會穩定、經濟安穩持續發展。本人要強調，23條立法所針對嘅只係極少數嗰啲想危害國家安全嘅人，而並非市民大眾。奉公守法嘅人不會誤墮法網。香港係一個法治社會，只要冇從事危害國家安全行為嘅中外企業，正當經營、合法權益係唔會受到任何嘅影響。人權和自由一樣受到法律充分嘅保障。條例草案亦就保障企業同個人嘅合法權益作出咗好好嘅平衡。尤其一開始在弁言部分，開宗明義表明，保障特區居民和在特區的其他人的合法權益，確保特區內的財產和投資受法律保護，保持特區繁榮和穩定。可以講係給予廣大市民以及中外商界一個定心丸，令大家無需過慮。只要鞏固好國家安全網，香港就無後顧之憂，可更專心去拼經濟、謀發展、為民生。所以本人全力支持通過條例草案。多謝。 譚國恒議員，
謝謝主席。
Thank you,
我發言
President.
堅決支持
I speak
維護國家
to
安
give
全
my
條例
resolute
草案，
support to
期待着
the
立法工
safeguarding
作
national
順利完成，
security bill.
以最終
This
全面落實
legislative
特區限制
this
責任，
legislative
維
exercise will
護
be
國家主
completed as soon
權、
as
安全和
possible
發展第一。
to
一
let the Hong Kong SAR government fulfill the constitutional duty and safeguard national security. Article 23 legislation can help raise our status as an international financial center. Stability is core to an international financial center. Article 23 legislation can help address the uncertainties in the business and investment environment and to create a more stable environment for people's livelihood and to protect investments and assets and properties so that Hong Kong can give play to its advantage as a superconnector and to enhance our status as an international financial center. In the preamble of the bill, certain principles are set out. One country, two principles, one country, two systems principle is the overarching principle. There is also safeguard to protect rights and freedoms enshrined in the basic law. There is a balance between national development as well as safeguarding human rights and freedoms. Well, this bill contains over 200 pages. Now, many of the provisions can be found in existing legislation. The bill does not change the definition of these provisions. This bill also includes terms in the interpretation clause that the definition of which can be found in the common law system. We can also thought of a tax on Article 23 legislation. This can help build a firewall to ensure financial stability so that we can abide by the national strategy to place emphasis on financial security and financial development. Hong Kong is an international financial center. We are given this important mission of ensuring financial stability. In recent years, we've seen power struggles among major developed countries as well as risks on critical infrastructure, so on and so forth. Article 23 legislation can help establish and improve the legal system and enforcement mechanism on safeguarding national security, and this can help deal with extreme financial risks as well. The legislative exercise can also help create a stable environment with predictable risks and lower the unforeseeable risks in our financial system and make sure that our financial system is resilient against attacks. Now, under the framework of a comprehensive national security outlook, this Article 23 legislation can be a piece of important tool to help enhance the competitiveness in the and enhance the attractiveness of our capital market. It can help us prepare for extreme scenarios, such as deepening and broadening the renminbi offshore business and reduce our over-reliance on a single settlement system, and also help us meet financial needs of individuals and organizations in light of possible sanctions. So I resolutely support the Safeguarding National Security Bill. I so submit. President, safeguarding national security is the obligation and duty of the Hong Kong SAR as well as every citizen here. National security is an important cornerstone for ensuring stability and continuous development. This is the constitutional duty of the Hong Kong SAR government. It is also the request laid down in Article 23 as well as the May 25th decision adopted by the NPC. I am honored to be part of the Legislative Council to be able to fulfill this historic mission. INT development is very much intertwined with the country's development, and in order to tackle national security risk, reference should be made to other jurisdictions on national security laws, so that whilst ensuring stability and prosperity, we can create the prerequisites for advancing INT development. My sector and myself will support this bill as well as the administration's committee stage amendments. I'd also like to share with you the views of my sector on certain provisions. Say for the offence of espionage and state secrets, Clause 28 defines what state secret means. It involves secrets relating to the country and the SAR's development, a secret concerning the the technological development of scientific technology of China and the Hong Kong SAR, and that disclosure of without lawful authority will contravene the events if the disclosure is likely to endanger national security. Now, my sector is concerned that releasing R&D outcome may contravene the offence of theft of state secret because of this element. I explained to my sector. In fact, on the matter of state secret at the Bills Committee, Mr. P.K. Tang, Secretary for Security, said in reply to members' questions that if it's 100%, if it is an R&D outcome 100% developed by the private sector without involvement of the Hong Kong SAR government, then it will not be a state secret and it will not automatically fall under the definition set out here. Now, if the R&D organization collaborates with the government in the process of research and development, or if the government has a role to play in the R&D process in the form of, say, subsidy or grant, and that if the organization is obliged to share the outcome or the benefit of the R&D outcome, there may be certain restrictions, and this may be caught by the state secret provision. Clauses 36, subclauses 1 to 3 provides the interpretation for authorized disclosure by specified persons such as a public officer, government contractor, etc. A disclose, it is and there is a defense if at the time of the offense the person believed that he has lawful authority to make the disclosure and had no reasonable grounds to believe otherwise, then the defense is available. So if the person discloses the R&D outcome with lawful authority with no intention to endanger national security, then one should not be caught by the law. So R&D personnel, rest assured, can continue with their activities in Hong Kong. Well, I thank the Legislative Council for holding marathon meetings in the past 7 days. We scrutinized the bill with great efficiency. It also demonstrates the good interactions between the legislature and the executive. In order to ensure stability and prosperity in the long term and to fully, resolutely and faithfully implement one country, two systems principle, we need to pass the bill as quickly as possible. My sector and myself will continue to support the government so that we will join hand with the government in promoting high-quality development in a stable, safe, and secured environment so as to contribute to our country's development. I support the Safeguarding National Security Bill. Mr. Wing Kong. President, I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. Hong Kong plays a pivotal role in the country's opening up to the world. In the past, Hong Kong had great economic achievements. Well, we still play a very important role in the global arena. But nowadays, we don't just talk about economic success and figures. In fact, this is a warfare without arms and ammunition. Apart from a physical war with arms and ammunition and weapons, war nowadays entails power struggles among nations. It also involves information security, food security, as well as space security.